There we go. Bam. Look at what we got going on today. Let me close my door. Hope y'all are ready. Can you hear me okay? Close my door. Okay, so now you got some feedback going on. We got to turn that down. How we all doing? All right, we're kicking off. Wow. Welcome everybody. We got a room is filling up already. All right, I'm gonna let everybody check in. How's everybody doing this morning? If you're tuning in, can you drop down in the chat where you're from? Where are you doing business? This is interactive today. So we're going to be answering some questions. We're going to be doing some fun stuff. I'll let everybody check in real quick. But in the meantime, so I'm going to start it off. Tampa, Florida. So if you're in here, I want to hear where you're at. I got New Jersey in the house. I got Miami, Florida. I got Philly in the house. Yay. Super Bowl winners over there. I got Winnipeg, Canada. We got northeastern Pennsylvania and the Poconos, Long Beach, California. Our California peeps in the house. I gotta appreciate my California friends showing up today. It's like 7 in the morning your time, but here you are spending that with me. That is so awesome. Kansas City, we got Orlando, Columbus, Ohio. My gosh, we got Las Vegas, but looking to purchase in Clearwater. Eric, my gosh, this is the time to do it in Clearwater. There are deals flying around. We got Drew. Hey, Drew, nice to see you at Bruno's event last week. Yeah, that was so awesome. Great to see you guys. Donnie in Dallas, Fort Worth. So, guys, what I'm going to do today, I'm going to let everybody check in, but the first thing we're going to start looking at is the state of the current market in real estate. And I've got some software I'm going to share that we're going to look all across the US right now, and we're going to get an idea of what is going on in the market. I know some people tell me that it's crashing. I say some people say it's not crashing, right? And it's actually doing both. But I'm going to show you where and why that is. So I'm going to get everybody else got checked in. We got Pompano Beach, Florida in the house. Julie, what's up? We got Zuri in Louisville, Kentucky. I love it there. Got one of my friends doing a deal there right now. So it's a beautiful spot. Really, really cool. All right, gang. Let me check that in. I'm going to start getting ready to share some of the things I have. So we're a full-time investor. Many of you guys know my wife and I have been doing this full time for the last 5 years. But it didn't just start there. We've been doing this a lot longer than that. I wholesaled my deal, first one, 25 years ago, because my buddy bought a course on TV. All of us were at his house for a party, and nobody used the thing. It was like amazing to me. So he let me borrow it, and a few of us were checking it out, but I did it. A month later, I put a deal under contract. I made $13,000, changed my life. Fast forward, I have a job at a car dealership. I meet my beautiful wife in 2008. She's a teacher, and we decided we wanted to start buying real estate, and the market was crashing. And I'm going to show you what was happening in 2007 and 2008. And I met my wife the very beginning of 2008. January is when we started dating. But I'm going to show you what happened to the market back then, and we're going to kind of compare some trends now. Now it's not 2008, but there's something going on. And we're going to talk about that in a little bit. But when we started buying these properties in upstate New York is where we got started in Rochester, we were just buying one, two properties every year or two, right? I mean, nothing too crazy. We were buying them cash, refinancing after we made them nice and rented them out. But 2016, I'll never forget it. Jen walked away from teaching because we were already married, had two little ones at this point. And my friend at the bank says, we're going to cut you off on mortgages. We could only give you up to 10 mortgages. So I felt really sad. I wanted to retire, not at 90, and I wanted to have a portfolio. And I knew getting some rental paychecks every single month from a lot of properties could get me there. But real estate is one of my ultimate, It's like the ultimate investment tool. And it's not passive, don't get me wrong. There's takes some effort, but I don't know another business that not only pays me monthly, but I have somebody else, my renters, pay down my debt for me while I'm getting paid every month. So they're paying down my debt. I get tax write-offs for owning these properties, which I absolutely love, right? So I get a big discount in my taxes. The more properties you have, I've got a lot of my friends saying, Joe, I could use a big break on my taxes. I'm like, buy some rentals, because you can write off depreciation. But then also over time, real estate appreciates. Sometimes it goes down, sometimes it goes up, but overall, real estate goes up in value. So for me, when these properties that we bought in 2008, everybody knows the market was crashing in '08. Well, 2010, when we bought our very next one, when the market was still crashing, those were some phenomenal deals now, right? 15 years later, because of buying all those properties, that has made myself and my wife financially free. We've got money in the bank. We are able to grow a portfolio. We're able to quit my job 5 years ago and do this full time. But when we learned about how to build this portfolio, doing the traditional way versus now when we learned what we call creative finance. And what is that? It's just how to buy real estate without using banks, without even needing a credit score. And I'm not talking paying all cash. The seller's going to finance those properties for us. And we're going to go over some case studies of exactly what does that look like? What does that even mean? I hear some people say subject to, and some of this is illegal. We're going to go over that because it's not, and how easy it is. But guys, I'm going to tell you, as cool as this is, we didn't invent it. This has been going on for decades since the 1950s, buying real estate. And it was going on even before that. But buying with seller financing and creative finance, it's been going on even before that. But it started to get like a thing then. So what is it that we do? I'm buying real estate. I'm buying cash flow rentals. When we went full time in 2005, this is when the spark came off. COVID happened almost to the day. And what my coach at that time told us is if you're going to do this full time, you need help. We brought on a couple interns to our team. We shared with them exactly what to do. And this is where my wife and my life changed because in the beginning of a global pandemic, we went from doing one deal a year to now doing a deal every month. And that's when things started to get exciting. We brought in a couple more people, then we started hitting a lot more deals. So we're going to share for all of you guys, like, what is it that we do? What is it that we're looking at? Now, some of these are cash deals. Some of these are cash deals where we're going to either wholesale that to a fix and flip person. We're going to do some fix and flipping ourselves if we want to. Or I'm buying these beautiful turnkey houses without using a bank, without using my credit, and the seller financing it for us. So I'm going to share my screen. Today I got my co-host Abby on. Yay. Shout out Abby. We're going to be hanging out today, going over some great stuff. I've got Jenn coming on today. She's got some really good things, and we're going to be talking about what it's like working with your partner or your spouse. I hear that all the time. Like, how do you guys do it? How does Jenn not choke you out? How do I survive? Right. So I'm going to share some of these tactics because in the beginning, Jenn wasn't on board. When I first met her, she'd always say she's not a numbers girl. She's an English teacher. I was like, well, you never know. And then here we are. So I'm going to go over what was that like and what were some of the things that we did there that made it great. We have Brittany coming on. She's going to be here in 1 hour. And if you guys don't know Brittany, she is a legit superstar. When we went full time, she was the third intern we brought onto our team. We had two young guys who were the young guns who were going to be, real estate moguls, and they were doing deals. They were doing a great job. And when we met Brittany, she lived in Pittsburgh. I'm still living in upstate New York, and she knew Jenn from, I think, Instagram, and she told Jenn, I'll work for you guys for free as long as you show me what to do. I asked, why would you do that? She says, because she wants to quit her nursing job and do this full time. She's got two little ones, lives in Pittsburgh. She got a heck of a story, wanted to bring her husband home. And we hired her in a short time. She's crushing it. 30 days does her first deal working for us. She ended up being our manager for years. But I knew the goal was for her to do this full time with her and her husband. And for the last 2 years, she's been doing that. She's still on our team. She's one of our coaches. I still talk to Brittany all of the time. She's always working on deals. And her and her husband's claim to fame, they do a lot of deals, double digits every year, without spending one dime on marketing, without having to run expensive ads, without having to do Google clicks. And what we're going to go over if you do, but there's no need to do any of that. You could generate all the leads you want for free, and I could target anywhere in the country. And I'm going to show you guys exactly how we do that and how you can do it too, just by simply having a Facebook page. It is like the easiest thing to do because the number one challenge that every real estate investor has, and I know a ton of them, is how do I find leads, right? It's the biggest problem. How do I find these sellers? I hear these stories, I hear all these deals, but how do I find these people? Well, we're going to go over better yet. How can they find you? We're going to talk about doing digital driving for dollars by using Facebook groups, where all you need is a phone and wherever you're at, that's all you need to do. You could do it all over the world, it doesn't matter. And you're going to do it virtually. And that's what we do. So I'm in Florida right now. I live here. We're just south of Tampa, but I do a lot of business in Rochester, New York, where I'm still from, right? I do deals in different places. This week, we put two deals under contract. Lexi did, my acquisition manager. She put a deal under contract in Pennsylvania, and she put a deal under contract in Montana. So when we're finding these sellers, we're going to go over some of these details too. Anybody want to get some free leads? Like drop yes down in the comments if you want to learn how you're going to get some free leads because we're going to do that. But before we do, I'm already seeing them pile in. I love, yay, good. I'm going to hook you guys up today. But first, we're going to talk about like the number one most important thing is like, where do I do this? What territory, what area should I be doing this in? So here's how my brain works. First, you got to determine that this is exactly what you want to do. And that's why I've got a whole bunch of you in this room already. So you're already determined that's what you want to do. The first thing is now, where am I going to do this? That's always the question, Joe, is like, hey, where should I invest? Where's the smart places? We're going to do that. Then when I determine where I'm going to invest, how do I get leads from that place? I'm going to show you how to do that after that. We're going to actually do it live today, actually generate leads. I'm going to show you some of my stuff because we're going to creep into my own personal Facebook page. So hopefully some of my friends are watching today because I got some cool stuff I'm going to share. So first, I'm going to go over, let me pull it up real quick, my Reventure app, it's called. So Reventure app's been on a lot of TV, a lot of news channels have been interviewing the owner of this. He lives actually right here in St. Pete. And this software is going to help you determine a lot of interesting things about the market. Let me share that right now. Sharing is not on. Abby, I might have to be able to share my screen. And if you're just checking in, drop down below if you haven't already. Where are you from? Like, are you at? Where, or even better, where are you at? And where do you want to do deals? And if I could see some of this in the comments, I'll even pull up your area. I got Washington in the house. I'll make sure when I pull up with the software, you guys can check it out. Because it is awesome. And if you're listening right now, maybe you're on YouTube, because I think that's the only other place it's going. Abby, can you drop this link in YouTube so if they want to hop on this Zoom? Because here's the next thing too, guys. We're going to be doing some Q&A. So if any of you have got questions, we're going to be able to answer them today. So if you have some questions, drop them in the chat too. Let me pull it up on YouTube while I got you everybody here.
And you should be able to share your screen now.
Yay. Let's go. All right. Here we go. There we go. Look good, Abby? Can you see it okay?
Yep, perfect.
Awesome. Okay, so this is Reventure app. So what this does, this is use a lot of technology where it's going to look at migration. It's going to look at where real estate is being sold. If there's any price drops, is inventory piling up on the market there? It's going to look at migrate. It's like so neat. So I'm rather than me just blab about it, I'm going to just show you what I'm talking about. Okay. So some of the popular data that it looks at, which is their home pricing forecast. And when you learn more about their home pricing forecast, what that basically means is with the average income in that area, are these properties, are they high side right now of what the average has been, and especially versus what are the average people making in that area? So I'm going to show you exactly what it is. So let's go where Joe lives first. And if anybody wants to see their place, drop it down there and we could show you what I mean. So Hillsborough County, this is Tampa. So the price forecasting on this, they're predicting that the prices here are going to drop. Okay, prices look like they're softening up in Florida. So if you hear the market is crashing, you're going to see some places it kind of pointing in that direction, as you can see by the downward arrow. So, what does that mean? They're talking about the appreciation, recent appreciation. Are values going up overall average or are they going down? They're going to also look at days on market. How is that rank? And it's not by days there, it's by giving it a score. Okay. And the higher the score, that's more of the market's hot. The lower the score means the market is softening. So, based on these metrics, out of a scale of 1 to 100, 100 being the market is red hot like it used to be here, and if you remember in 2021, 2022, everything in Tampa was going for well over asking. There was like articles and newspapers about it. But what's going on right now? So if I have agents, and if you're any of you guys listening, this is some good software to take a look at. But you have access to some of these things too. But what's going to look at is days on the market. That's on the lower side. It's not 38 days. That's the score it's given. It's actually, we're going to go over what the days are in each one of these counties. Mortgage rates right now are kind of on the high side. I think it's at seven something, low sevens it just is at right now, which has been some of the higher points in the last 30 years. If you look at the charts there, inventory is piling up and there's price cuts happening. So what does this mean, right? Is the market crashing everywhere? Florida, it's kind of known, and there's some things going on in Florida for sure. So if you're, do I have investors in Florida in here? If you do, I see some hands going up. We're going to look at that. But then we could look at other places. Now, for an example, the Northeast right now is actually doing pretty well. I'm originally from Rochester, New York. So when you look at just tile over this, it's still going up in value. The pricing forecast is still at 58, so it's definitely getting to the neutral zone for sure. But the reason, one of the things that it's so I think it didn't crash as bad in 2008, and I think the same thing will happen here. There's going to be some areas I think will do better, is because of the builders and how much inventory is piling up. You've got a lot of new builds happening in Florida and Texas, and some of these other places like Pennsylvania, Massachusetts, all of these places, a lot of them don't have this. And believe it or not, like New Jersey is one of the hotter places right now in the country. So there are some places where we're listing houses and they're still selling for over asking. You can see right here by the color code. And this is what I look at when I'm buying properties, okay? What is happening in the market? Is this an area where I'm going to want to do a fix and flip? I'll tell you what, if it's really dark blue, I don't know if I want to do fix and flips there. If I get a really good lead, a hot lead, and I'm getting a house at a big discount, I'm probably going to wholesale that. I'm going to find a cash buyer in the area who that's what they do, and that's what I would more likely do. In these hotter areas, you have, I think, in my opinion, a few more options. Now, guys, I am just giving you what my thoughts are. I hope that you have your own too, but maybe this is just going to give you a little bit of an idea of what we look at. Dallas used to be, same thing if you go to Austin, was one of the hottest markets in the whole country. It's definitely cooling off. Austin, Texas is rated #1 right now for a decrease in your average rental rate. Any metros in the whole country. What does that mean? Rents went up. And now it's at the point where once that lease is up and your tenants don't renew, and then you're going to relist it again for somebody else, on average, it's down 16% for leases in Austin, followed #2 by Tampa. The rents in a lot of these places, the locals can't afford it. So we'll go to our West Coast friends because you are here today. The same thing here. It's actually it's kind of flat. It's not dropping. It's not spiking upwards. So there may be some opportunities there too. So would they go by overvalued? And this is, I'm going to share some of this. Right now, overvalued. What does this mean? That means that it's overvalued. They're predicting in Hillsborough County by 24%. Your typical home price right now is 380,000, and they're saying the fair home value is around 305,000 currently. What is that based on, Joe? I'm going to tell you. So in Florida, the average income for Hillsborough County versus what people can afford, and it's also based on when a lot of these prices recently spiked up, that's because there was 2 and 3% interest rates. So the values of houses are based on 2 and 3% interest rate. But now what happened? We're talking in the low to mid sevens right now. for interest rates. So what's going to happen is what they do is when you're going to get a mortgage, they're going to look at your debt to income. They're also going to look at your payment to income. What is your monthly income versus what you can afford for your payment? And no matter what, that's always going to be an average number, right? So if your average person could afford, let's just go $3,000, which is pretty high per month, rather the higher price or the higher rate, it doesn't matter. It's always going to be there. But now when you have these high prices and you have high rates compared to the average income in the area, this is overvalued. What they're predicting here by 24%. You start getting to closer to Orlando area, a little bit more north, 17%. You'll see some of these places, middle part of Florida, you don't have a high income. This is more rural, less property prices, as you can see. But for the average income there and for the rates, home value should be around 140 and it's currently close to 260. So if there's going to be a big decrease in pricing, it can happen in these places. Interesting fact, I look at some of these other parts of the country and it's not like that, right? There's some places where it's still undervalued. Alabama is one of these places where you're gonna be able, your typical home price right now is only 75,000. And they're saying based on the income there, with rates, they could afford up to $91,000. So you might have some opportunities there for people who are looking for some affordable prices houses and they could actually afford it. So what does this mean? When I look at the red spots, this is an indicator to me that these people are living paycheck to paycheck, right? When I see red, this is a lot of these people are things are really tight for them right now. And if you've noticed recently, they just came out with a report. Credit card debt is legitimately at an all-time high right now. It's over $1 trillion. Why is that? Well, everybody's payments are maxed out on what they could afford monthly. Most people. Either you're renting or you bought a house in the last 5 years. And then in a lot of these situations too, you've got cars, you've got gas. You go to the store, eggs are $8 a dozen right now. People are tapped out. It's difficult. So where's the unaffordability starting to happen? You'll see some of these. Rochester, where I'm from, the fair home values should be 197, and it's at 253 right now. So a lot of the folks back home are struggling. I'm in a Facebook group, and the guy's like, I mean, he's like, I can't afford anything, making $50,000 a year because a single, like one bedroom apartment is still like 1,700 $1,700 a month. You want to rent a house in a decent neighborhood because he's got a kid. He was like, you're going to be spending, 2,500 to 3,000 and he can't afford it. Right. So you're going to see many people start to put things on credit cards or pick up second jobs, their Uber Eats, things like that. Population growth, like this is important to me. Where are people migrating to? Okay. So once again, Florida was really big. Now this is does from 2018 to 2023. I'll tell you, it's not the same right now. New data says that Florida's population um, is actually coming in a lot lower. In 2022, the net migration of Florida was 320,000 people. In 24, it was only 60,000 people. So there's not as many people moving to Florida. We get a lot of halfbacks, it's what it's called. They move to Florida and they move halfway back into this part of the country because Florida could be too hot. When I'm looking at population growth, we had a lot of growth around Texas, certain pockets here where I'm from. Actually, people are leaving upstate New York, right? West Virginia, you're seeing a big drop right there. I think in the North Carolina area, you're seeing some of that too. All right, so population actually went down in some of these areas, but now take it for granted because this went down 2.4%, but there's only 100 people left town. But where are we going to look at price cuts? Okay. These are where your prices are being cut the most right now. So in Florida area, you're seeing 31% of properties on the market are having a price cut. So 3 out of 10, they're dropping price. And that doesn't mean the rest won't. It just means this is what's currently going on. So I see I got some Tennessee friends in the house. So what's it like in Tennessee? Same thing. 1,700 homes, 400 are doing a price drop to 24%, right? So when you're looking at these, where are they not doing many price drops, right? You start looking at certain pockets of the country, like where I'm from In Rochester, they've got 1,100. They've only done 56 price drops. That means the market's kind of tough there still. So you look at Florida once again, when I hear markets are crashing, I'm going to show you something pretty interesting. When you hear markets are crashing, you'll see red in Florida. We had a couple hurricanes. Insurance is high. These prices went high, which meant the taxes went up there. Insurance is more, and it's causing an issue. Some people are having a hard time just getting insurance altogether, right? I look at Texas, same thing goes here. You're in the 20s. And I could do this by metros. I could do this by the state. So when I look at the states, price cuts, right? Some of these states are not doing terribly, but you can see some of these places are having a little bit of a struggle right now. And then home value growth for 5 years. So since 2020 to 25, these are how much growth has happened in the property values, guys. Take a look at that. You got Montana's up 67%, locked up a deal there this week. So maybe, and the thing about Montana is I talked to this guy, he's a realtor there, and I didn't realize this. They mine for platinum and palladium there. So this tiny little town I found, he says the minute a house hits the market, they sell pretty quick. And you could see prices have jumped up there quite a bit. I was actually kind of shocked how small the house is and what they charge for them in Montana. But there's not a lot of new builds going on. Louisiana hasn't gone up much in 5 years. Right? That could be due to insurance. That could be many different factors there. Georgia has spiked up. North Carolina has spiked up. New Hampshire has gone nuts at almost 67, almost 68% up in values in 5 years. Your average home price in 2020 in New Hampshire was 283,000. Now it's 475. It's a huge jump. If you're local and you were struggling to buy a house 5 years ago, it's got to be more of a challenge today when your average home price is now 475 and you're looking at paying a 7% interest rate. These poor people can't afford it. And that's what's happening. Connecticut, one of the biggest too, at 60%. Carolinas always do well. Tennessee at 55%. Texas, 40%. So in 5 years, this is how much everything has gone up. And here's the thing, when you look at a market that goes up really high quickly, they tend to have a little bit of a correction at one point. And I don't know if it's a small correction or a softening or it goes flat, but these are big numbers. Your average appreciation is usually 2 to 5% a year. So the fact that over the last 5 years we're seeing this much of a jump kind of was an indicator to me when we moved here and I would see somebody buy a house for over asking. They would own it for 9 months and turn around and list it for 100 grand more and then would go over asking over that, and they didn't do anything to the house. And this is what was happening in Florida. And when I see things spike up that quickly, I always feel like it's going to eventually stop. The party will be over. And I felt like in 2020, really 2021 and 22, if you found a deal at a good discount, like there was more than enough people looking to buy that. It was like never a problem moving a deal. If you know wholesalers or fix and flip people, if I bought a house and I was going to turn around and fix and flip it, and I thought it was going to take me 3 months and it took me five, it was actually a good thing because the property values were going up so quickly then. The longer it took you to put it on the market, the better. You can't do that now in many places. You lose your tail. So what did that mean? Back then, even if you messed up, you could still make some money because the market was just ridiculously hot, as you can see, guys, here by the numbers. So even places like Kansas, Nebraska, South Dakota, and the Midwest were still spiking up too. And the reason for that, interest rates were 2 and 3%. At 2 and 3%, everybody felt like they could afford a home now. In many of these places, it was cheaper to buy a home than it was to rent it. Easy to qualify. Your payments were going to be low. What did that do? That caused everybody who was considering buying a house now to put them in the market to buy a house. Prices obviously were a lot less expensive 5 years ago. Let's look at Florida. You could buy a home in Florida in 2020 for 245, average for the whole state. That is up to 385 right now. Okay, that doesn't sound like a big number, but that's a 56.9% increase, right? And when 2020, 2021, when rates were 2.5, and you could buy it at 245 opposed to at 385 at a 7% rate, you could see why we're having a affordability issue. So where I am buying and where I'm selling and when I'm fix and flipping or if I'm wholesaling, I'm keeping all of these things into consideration. Now we're going to drop down the next one, home value growth. This is a big one for me. So this is home value growth year over year. So when I'm looking here is from this is going to compare January of 24 compared to January 25. So just 1 year. And what does that mean? So in the last year, how did prices basically do in 2024? Well, in Florida, there's actually they're down. It's only 1.3%, but you can kind of see the direction, right? In the last 5 years, it was up 56%, but now it's starting to dip. You're at 1.3% decline. Actually, you can see it's the biggest one in the nation right now. Some of these places, California, still was up 3% last year for the whole state on average. You look at Tennessee, up 2.3. You look at Texas, dead flat. Didn't have any growth. Some cities probably are in this. Now, here's the thing. This is also probably could be different by neighborhoods. This is a in general thing what I look at here. When I'm starting to do a deep dive into an area, I go a little bit more into it. So I have agents that tell me, Joe, I still have houses in Florida selling for over asking. It's possible. I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm sure that happens. If you do a great job, it's in the great neighborhood, and you price it aggressively and you keep it low, and which builds up a lot of excitement, you can still go over asking. But you got to be smart about it. People in Florida right now, I could tell you because I've been here, been doing this for a long time in Florida. People saw that their neighbor's house sold for a lot of money in 2022 or 2023. And they saw that the one down the street did the same thing. So now they want to get in on that too. And so they tried listing it there. Or even sometimes wilder, they list it for even more than that because they think it's even worth more now. And they're finding out. And that's why we're seeing so many price drops happening in places like Florida. But overall, they're selling for a little bit less now. The Carolinas, 2% last year. West Virginia, still coming in strong, lack of inventory. You're not getting a lot of new builds there. Florida new builds are still piling up. These builders, and we're going to get into why I think Florida is dropping. Same thing with Texas. The new builds, these were been planned out for years. They're still building thousands of homes in Florida and in Texas, and these builders need to move them. So what are they doing? They're coming really aggressive with they're buying down the interest rate in the fours. They're doing $90,000 price drops on D.R. Horton homes, which is one of the biggest builders in Florida. Years ago, you could not get a discount at those at all. Now you could buy a new one for 90,000 off. So what happened to the one that they built a year and a half ago that you didn't get the discount on? Well, now that the new one is getting a $90,000 discount, what's that make the one that's a year and a half old worth? Less, right? Why would I buy a used one when I could buy a brand new one for less? So the builders are actually competing now with the homeowners that they've sold houses to years ago. They're doing big incentives as far as closing costs, $10,000, $15,000 in closing cost assistance. They're getting fixed rates. I've heard one of them, it's like a 4.85 rate that they're doing in Ocala to buy down the rate because they're not going to let this inventory pile up. They're going to move it. And these builders see what's happening and they're getting aggressive and they're still building more. So in Florida, Texas, that's what's happening down here. Places like upstate New York, they're not building that many new homes. In Monroe County, where I'm from, they're really not building more than maybe 100 a year or something. There's no big builders there doing any business. So that's what kind of keeps the market interesting for New York State, West Virginia, right? You look at New Jersey, that was up 7.6%. So even last year was decent for New Jersey people, right? Massachusetts, all of these states. So I want to kind of show that. So home value growth in 5 years. We were kind of just looking at that a minute ago. Overvalued. This is how overvalued each state is, predictive. So there's some places where the people are having a struggle, right? Folks in Louisiana, it's not the case. Property values didn't spike much in the last 5 years. And so people's income has gone up a little bit in the last 5 years. So actually, folks in Louisiana are doing okay, right? North Dakota, they're doing all right. But if you're in Indiana and you're in the Midwest, right, you could be struggling right now. You could be struggling to pay some of these bills. Georgia, same thing. So these are some of these things I'm looking at. It doesn't paint the whole picture, but this is it. It's called value of your home to the income ratio. So let's look at Texas. Your home value is 300,000 on average with your median household income of 78,000. Okay? You're looking at the same thing in Florida. So when you start having people where these houses get to be very expensive and their income doesn't follow, we'll look at where is it? Indiana. $71,000. So places like California, these folks out there are going to really have a hard time. Their household income is $98,000. So your average household income for the entire state of California is about $100,000. But your average home value is 773. I've got so many friends who live in San Diego or LA, and the thought of them ever even owning a home is like not even a real option for them. They just can't even fathom how they're going to do that based on their income. It's a struggle for some of these folks. Your average mortgage payments for each state, you can see California, your average mortgage payment's $5,100 a month. Guys, if you're making $100,000 a year, your average income is 8 grand. Your average mortgage payment's $5,000 of that, right? So you could see in a lot of these places, it's a struggle. Now this is going by the state, and so it's not. There's pockets where it's not as bad, right? This I'm just doing the broader view, and I'll give you an example why. I can tell you, New York State, that's accounting a lot of New York City, where New York City is one little dot right down here. The rest of the state, where I'm from, is very inexpensive. Everybody thinks that we're rich New Yorkers that moved down to Florida. We could buy up all the cheap stuff, but everything down here is way more expensive than it was in Rochester, New York. I can tell you that for sure. Salary to afford houses. What do you need to make in order to afford a home here? We saw your average household income in California was 100,000. But in order to afford a home, you need to make 200,000 in California on average. So when people talk about affordable housing, some of the trends that I could see happening a little bit is there's going to be in the future, I think, more remote jobs. People got called back to work, but I think there's going to be technology that will allow some people to work from home. And if you could get out of places like California, where you have to make 200,000, say you do, but you're able to work from home now in places like Iowa. If you don't want it as cold, maybe move to Alabama. I mean, you could be right on the Gulf in Alabama, right? And have $57,000 there. You could afford a really, really nice house there. So there is going to be opportunities, I believe. But for people who want to live in the most pristine areas, I think it's only going to get harder for them. A lot of folks in Florida, I will tell you, are mad at me and people just like me. So if you're born in Florida, I do apologize. But most of Florida now is people from like other places, right? You drive around here now, it's New Jersey, it's New York, it's Pennsylvania, it's Illinois. It's what they call fall here because of all the different colors of license plates. Like up north where I'm from, it's all the different colors of leaves on the trees. Now it's all the different colors of plates. So what happens is all of the local people who were born and raised here, they can't afford to live here anymore. And they're mad about it. And I know I would understand that too. Same thing happens in North Carolina, in South Carolina, especially in some of these areas that are close to the water. It gets to be a real thing. Property taxes. So this is going to be based on your home value. So you hear places like Texas are really high. It's a 1.4%. So your home value is 300,000, you're going to pay on average 4,200. So when people tell me they pay a lot in property taxes, this is going to give you the snapshot of where your highest taxes are going to be based on your home values. So you're going to see places like Texas are high, Illinois, really high, New York, same thing. You'll see other places like South Carolina. Look at Alabama. Like Alabama is kind of a hidden spot, everybody. Like good weather, affordable real estate. They're having some things going on in that market. Taxes are low, right? Look at New Mexico, look at Arizona, Nevada, even California in general is not as high, but some of these places, especially in the Northeast, you can see they're pretty high. New Jersey, 1.9. You have a home value of 540,000, you're going to pay $10,000 a year in taxes. So your crash, this is something I found really interesting. So this is going to talk about the crash. Everybody hear about 2008? Most people. I can't see all of your smiling faces. I see a lot of them. So I'm going to take your word and say, yes, Joe, I have heard about 2008. And if you don't, there's a big baking crisis that affected the entire planet. I would recommend if you don't know or if you haven't seen the movie Big Short, you should watch it. Big Short. It really kind of breaks down exactly what happened. A really good movie too. So I definitely recommend that. That really explains what happened in 2008. But what I'm going to show you now is what were the crash prices from 2007 to 2008? How much of a discount happened on these properties? Okay, so from 2007, home values in Florida were 251,000 on average, and they did a 49% price deduction on average, and these houses became 127 on average. What does that mean? There were huge price drops happening in Florida in 2008. I was in real estate then. I met Jen. We're starting to date. I did my deal long before that. So I was already geeking out and I was watching this stuff. I was watching places like Las Vegas took one of the biggest hits. 60%. I was finding homes on the market in Las Vegas. They were selling for $400,000. They were listed for 130,000. Now, back then, I did not know creative finance existed. I didn't know that I could have bought some of these properties with seller financing or subject to, or with a wrap mortgage where I could buy the house and just relieve the owner of the payment. Now, if I'm doing that in a market where it's crashing, is that smart? Maybe no, maybe yes. Depends on a few things. If I'm buying a turnkey asset in a nice house in a beautiful neighborhood and I don't have to put any money down, it has a really low payment and a really low interest rate. And the seller says, Joe, just take this house off my back. And I know that I could put in a renter in there that will pay me a bunch of money every single month, that I'll actually get a paycheck out of that house. And I plan on holding that property for a long time anyways. Then maybe I can do that. I don't want to make a practice out of it. So maybe there are places where, like Florida, Las Vegas, California, Arizona, they took big prices. But there's also some safe places. Oklahoma. What happened in Oklahoma? Your prices in 2007 were 105,000, and in 2012, they're still about 105,000, right? So if I'm cash flowing in Oklahoma, I maybe don't get the big increases, but I also didn't get the big decreases either. So I like to diversify my portfolio. I like to find properties in areas that don't have the big swings as much, but they stay consistent paychecks to Joe and Jen every month. And if my average cash flow is 588 a door, I love the fact that I've got $588 coming in per property. It's exciting when you get one of them. It's not life-changing money. You get 10 of them, and now you're getting 5,000, you're getting 60 something thousand a year. You get 20, you get 30, you get 50. Now things start to get really exciting, right? But maybe I also want to look at some other markets like Florida, where maybe I do get a little bit more of a price drop, but maybe they could appreciate harder. But timing is important here, okay? And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to hit the metros for some of these cities. Do a little bit smaller dive. Orlando, 53% price drop. Sarasota County, almost 50%. Here we go. Miami, 52% price drops. And this is what's wild because you look into some places, they still went up in value. Shreveport, Louisiana, been there. Great place. They're not building a lot of new homes there, guys. There's not that much competition for builders to come in and building thousands of homes. So there are some places where they didn't do bad, actually. They still went up. Lubbock, Texas, a lot of oil mines over there, right? Dallas did a little bit dip. So when you're looking at the whole map in general for the whole state, it doesn't tell the entire picture. If anybody wants to see your area, drop it down in the chat now and I'll pull it up. And Abby, you're gonna have to rattle it off because I can't see the chat. But let me tell
Yep.
you, when I bought in 2008 and 2009 and 10 in Rochester, I was buying these homes for 30,000 in the suburbs. When the property values went down, because I already got them at a good discount, but when property values went down, it didn't go down that much. So I didn't really feel the effect. So when everybody says the market was crashing in '08, all that did was just put less competition on the market. But my properties that we were buying and that we already had, they didn't get the big drops like some of these other places did. Boston, right? You look at Fort Drum. This is Watertown, New York. This is a hidden secret I'm sharing with all of you. Fort Drum is one of the largest military bases in the entire country. So during 2007 to 2012, houses went up 22% during the big crash. So this is where I say, are we crashing now? In some places, yeah, in some places, no. Even during the biggest crash, it didn't crash everywhere. Property values were up here 22%. Buffalo, New York, 3.6% over 5 years. Elmira, New York, small towns, Pittsburgh, 4.5%. Well, on the other side of the state, you've got Philadelphia crashing 16%. You've got Pittsburgh on the other side, up 4.5. That's a big swing in the same state, guys. So knowing the data is what's really important. Huntsville, Alabama, I'm letting the cat out of the bag. Even during the biggest crash, it was still up almost 30%. Your average house in 2007 was 87,000 and it went to 113. So what makes that happen? Jobs moving to the area, businesses, growth happening in the area, jobs coming to the area where there's not a lot of builds coming after it, right? Jacksonville, North Carolina, 11%. Was there any in the chat?
Yeah, we've got quite a few actually.
Let's go.
Okay, so let's do Chicago. And then are you still wanting the filter to be 2007 to 12, or do we want to do current time?
Well, I'm going to show what crashed back then.
Okay.
Chicago went down 33% in the last crash. So your average household was 250, and now it's back in 2012, it was 166. Same thing with Detroit. We had some pretty big drops in Detroit. Average house was 50 or 150, and it went to $78,000. That means there was opportunities to buy in 2012 there. You could have probably picked up some really big bargains. And Detroit's coming back. I don't know if you've been keeping up on your Detroit scene, but they're building that city back. And I'm definitely looking forward to see what's going on there. Atlanta, 34%. What else we got, Abby?
We have, I'm gonna butcher this, Gloucester County, New Jersey. I can spell that for you too if you need.
Here, we'll just go over all in New Jersey.
Okay.
So New Jersey in general, because you have a few different places. You're going to have the Trenton, Princeton, New Jersey. You were down 27% overall. You have the New York, New Jersey, kind of, the bigger side of it, down 20%. Even going to New York City, the this area of like Long Island, and it was down 20%. But this is the interesting thing. You could pop up to some of these other little spots pretty close by. So, in many times you'll see people moving, you'll see some things happening in the market. People were losing their tail. And I'm going to tell you guys, true story. I worked at the car dealership. I was in the finance office. Anybody who bought a car, they came into my office. I took your application. I sent it to a bunch of banks. Whoever gave you the best rate, that's who we use. But I would have grown adults come into my office in 2008, 2009, legitly crying because their property values were going down. Their retirement plans were going down. The stock market was legitly crashing. And I had adults saying that this was the time of my life where I was supposed to retire and enjoy my golden years, and I have to go get a job now. I've watched my life savings get wiped out. And I will tell you, that does something to you. When you see a 73-year-old guy in your office, like bawling, crying, because he's got to get rid of his nice truck to get a small car because gas prices jumped up a lot then too. And he couldn't afford the gas and he couldn't afford the payment anymore. So this is why I work very hard to position myself and my family to build a fortress, a financial fortress around us that is so big that if something like this happens, we're still going to be okay. And that's why I come here to share this with you guys to help you do the same thing for you and your family. And it's going to be helpful by doing real estate. And for me, I look at, like I mentioned in the beginning of this, it's got a cash flow every month. So I get paid every month, right? Over time, I want it to go up in value, even if it drops, whatever. It might, but I'm going to be smart about where I buy it. But more importantly, if I'm getting paid every single month, I'm not as big a concern. Because when I watch my retirement plan go down, they said, Joe, you're young. It doesn't matter for you because you're not taking the money out now, anyways. So even if your 401k dropped, because it did back then, it's not that big of a deal. Well, guess what I did? I started putting more money into my 401k when everything was really low. I maxed it out every year because when everything came back up, I was sitting pretty nice. But I want to help you build that fortress around your family by making smart decisions. So home value growth month over month. Okay. So we're looking to look right now. What were home prices like in last December 2024 versus January 2025? So these are price drops or increases in just 1 month in all of these metros. So this paints a kind of an interesting picture, don't you think? You can see Florida, some of these places, it's a small drop, not even a full percentage, but you can see it starting to happen. You could see a trend of where it is starting to happen, but I could see a trend here where it's still red hot. California still looking to be okay. Slight increases still, but maybe I can start to see a little bit of a slowdown in certain areas. You get into the San Francisco market, a little bit north of that, you could see it starting to get a little bit slower, but you'll have Chicago right now and Illinois, places are still going up in value month over month. So what does that mean? Your average usually is 2 to 5% increase throughout the whole year, and you're seeing still some pretty good increases there. Was there any other? Sorry, I just jumped on this because I get excited over this stuff. Was there any that I
Y-
missed, Abby?
Yes, there are a few.
Mhm.
So Mooresville, North Carolina.
Let's go to my North Carolina peeps. North Carolina is one of these areas I absolutely love. There's what's called the Golden Triangle with the Raleigh-Durham area. Right in here, there's a lot of industry moving there. There's a lot of opportunities. You've got beach one side, job growth happening, a lot of people moving, and then you even have like mountains and more rural when you go out here, bigger cities, and then you could get out into the mountains in North Carolina. It's absolutely beautiful. So you have in 2007 to 2012, this is one of the places where I'll give you an example, Fayette, North Carolina, it actually went up in value. Like I mentioned, Jacksonville, North Carolina went up 11% while everything around it was kind of crashing, right? But let's look at the home values now. What's going on there now? Raleigh slowing down a little bit. Ton of new growth going on there. A lot of new builds. But this doesn't paint the entire picture because you can see some areas they're still going up in value. Here's the one thing too, your buy versus rent differential. So what this means is your apartment rent versus your typical house payment. So what does that mean? If I rent apartment, my rent is going to be 20,000 a year. If I buy a house, it's 34,000 a year. It's significantly more to own a house than it is to rent, right? Wilmington, you can see that. Some areas it's better to actually buy it, right? You got some really, really close ranges there where it makes it worth it. Here, it's actually less expensive to own a home than it is to rent. Still, when I get down to Florida, this is what causes the problem here. You go to Miami, your average housing payments per year versus your average rent, it's a big increase. That's why you're turning Florida into a renter's area where more people are going to start renting than they will be buying down here. The villages being an exception because that one's really high. What else are we looking at, Abby?
All right, we've got uh wow, all of these names, guys. Puyallup, Washington.
Let's just go to the whole state of Washington. Listen, if I got some West Coast friends in here, we got to show that you guys up. You guys got up early to come here today. Let me pan out a little bit. Okay, so you got Washington up here. So when you look at what's happening, because you're going to have obviously Seattle, had some pretty big price drops in the last downturn. 25, 33%. Some of these areas don't have enough data to report. It's very rural in some of these areas, just like parks and things like that. But in your bigger areas, even Portland, down south to you guys, had some pretty big price drops. But what's it looking like now? Right? So if I'm looking here, well, I could see this part right here. They're having a little bit softening of the market here. And I don't know what's going on there, but there's something going on where it's getting a little bit softer. But then you could see just not that far away. I mean, prices are still going up from December to this. You still had a pretty big increase on average. So once again, when you're buying these properties and you're looking at this data, I don't get an affiliate from a venture app. I This is just a software that I use. So rather than you guys go out and spend all that money on it, it's not terribly expensive, but I just show you instead. Go back down to California, same thing up here. We're getting some pretty big price drops starting to happen on average. Just in 1 month, you're talking almost a 1%. The crash back in '08, like Nevada got really hit bad. Las Vegas was a 62% price drop in just Las Vegas last time. You got a couple more, Abby? Fire them off real
Yeah, a
quick.
couple more, and then we've got Britt coming on soon.
Yep.
Let's do Kansas City.
Yay. Okay. During the last downturn, Kansas City, not terrible. I mean, you did okay. You did have a 12% price drop, wasn't 50 or 60, but then you can see some places in the suburbs, if you're on the Kansas side, I mean, you really didn't get hit that bad, right? So maybe there were some investors who stopped buying or things like that happened. There's a lot of investors who recently got out of it. So that creates less competition. So for me, like there was probably some really good opportunities here. What's going on now? Fast forward, prices are still going up, especially in northern, and you start to get out here a little bit more. Like whatever is going on in Missouri, like prices are still going up. That's solid for 1 month. That's really solid right here, Hannibal in Missouri. So some of these places are pretty strong still, guys. Got another one?
Yep, Houston, Texas.
Yeehaw, my Houston. I got a lot of friends in Houston. Love it down there. Okay, so Houston's a really interesting place because you guys get hit with some storms and things like that too. Big city, always growing. Even during your population was, there's a lot of industry there. So even during the last big crash, Houston survived, guys. I mean, at a 7.8 over 5 years, over the biggest crash in US history, your prices went from an average of 151 to 139. That's not that bad considering what some of these other places that we just visited did, right? Now, what's going on now in Houston? It's flattening right now. Been a lot of new builds going on in Houston. It starts to become unaffordable. I will tell you, Houston traffic is no joke. It is pretty nuts, but you go a little bit more outside of it and you do have some more opportunities. The one thing about Texas I'm always mindful about is it is just such a big state and there is so much land. Besides the Gulf, or if you're in the middle of a metro city, they could always build out and they're going to be able to do that. The reason why I think Florida is going to do okay, especially Miami, is because you can't go any more far east. There's a big old ocean there. You really can't go further west because there's the swamps and Everglades there. So you really are going to be stuck in this area. So you can't go one way, you can't go the other. You're either going to go north, and so I think that's going to open up some opportunities for Fort Lauderdale will continue to grow. But a lot of the developers in Miami are realizing they can't build a whole lot more, and they will. They're trying to make it the New York City of the South, but they're going to be opening up more opportunities, and I believe Tampa is what my speculation is too for the West Coast. But Texas, you guys have more land than anything, right? So you can continue to just build and build and build and go out and so what does that do? I think that could soften prices a little bit more, right? I think of Boston. Boston's a similar circumstances. You can't really go any more east, so they're just building up. And that's what you're going to have happen in some of these cities. What else we got? We're going to bring Brittany on in a minute.
Yeah, we've got Louisville, Kentucky.
Mm-hmm. Who the heck sent me this deal? Hey Joe, for the Rockwood property, the terms are looking for 3% down, 5 years at an 8% interest rate only after towards the loan with a balloon of 16. Who is that even from? She is. And my phone is blowing up. I got realtors going to look at the deal today. Oh man, we got some cool stuff going on. Louisville, Kentucky.
Yep. Oh, wait. Yeah. Yes.
What we said?
Yep.
Uh, where are we? Here we go. So I absolutely love it. It is one of the cutest cities I've ever been to. My old job, I had to travel everywhere, and it's a really, really cool city. I love it there. Too cold for me to live there, especially now, but it is a great spot. So Louisville, Kentucky, during the last crash, what a safe spot to own real estate. It only had an 8% drop over 5 years. So from the absolute peak to the absolute lowest, which was in 2012, you only lost 8% over 5 years. So if you had cash flowing properties, your values didn't drop a whole lot. But then if you look at what things are doing now, and here's something interesting. Okay, your average price was 137 back in 2007. And in 2012, it went down to 126. So if you were buying properties in 2011, 12, 13, you're buying them around that 125-ish. What's worth now? Your average now from January 2025, it's 257. It's a pretty big increase from just a 12 years turnaround, right? So you could have made some really good money, but even if you bought it in 2007, you're still sitting pretty. So if you bought something in '06, you're still okay. You look at some of these places, it took a very long time just to even get back to those original prices. So this is a good spot. I see a lot of growth. You see still it's at 1% in a month growth in some of these areas. That's still strong. The Midwest and the Northeast right now are still doing pretty good. And if you look at this, I mean, this is one of the best places in the whole map right there. You can see by the colors of it, right? Where you got other situations where it's not, it's going the opposite direction. So is Florida crashing, everybody? What do you think? I want to see yes, no, or maybe. Can you drop that in the comment? I want your opinion on what you think. Is real estate in general crashing? I don't know. I don't think so because a lot of the places are red. So that means even though last month values are still increasing in some of these places, but you can see some of these places are dropping. So is real estate crashing? I'm going to say no, but my opinion is I think Florida is. And I want to see what your opinion is. So drop those down in the comments. I want to be able to see that. We can bring Brittany on. Is she here?
Yeah, let me get her
Let's see.
unmuted.
Florida, maybe. Northport, seeing houses sitting in the market longer with more price drops built. I agree. Northport, I mean, it's beautiful there. Insurance right now is so expensive for us Florida people. No, in Florida, there are areas with big corrections. Um, so no, in Florida, there are areas with big corrections. I agree. Florida is crashing due to home insurance and taxes. Karen, you are spot on. Insurance boy, let me tell you, I have a house in Lakeland, Florida. We bought it with seller financing years ago. It's a small house. It's been completely remodeled, new roof, new everything. And I think our insurance policy is like 4,000 or 5,000 a year for like a 1,500 square foot ranch. I'm a guy from upstate New York, guys. That thing would have cost you like $1,000 a year there. So it really does get to be costly. Yes, Florida, but not enough. Drew, as you could see, it took 5 years for the drop the last time, and I think we're just in year maybe one or two right now. So, and it's not saying '08 is going to happen again, but maybe a 30% drop. But I am so excited. We have one of the most amazing people, guys, here today with Brittany out of Pennsylvania. So let's give Brittany a round of applause. Thank you for even being here today, Britt.
Thanks for
Um,
having me.
oh my gosh, are you kidding me? It is an honor. And if you don't know, give everybody just a little bit of an update. Who is Brittany? Where are you guys out of? And then I got some cool stuff we're going to talk about.
Sure. So I'm Brittany. I live south of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. It's really cold here today. Thanks for having me, guys. For anyone who doesn't know me, I've been working with Jenn and Joe now since I think 2019 or 2020, somewhere in there. But I've been investing myself since 2019. We do a mix of long-term rentals. We have short-term rentals. I do fix and flips, wholesaling, do a little bit of everything. And I was also Jenn and Joe's acquisitions manager for, I don't know, 2, 3 years. And I'm still part of the Creative Finance Playbook now. So,
Yay. And Brittany and her husband Sean are complete rock stars. And I absolutely love their story because if you want to talk about almost missing an opportunity, that could have been me messing it all up, guys. And I'm going to tell you exactly what happened. It was 2020. We're in Rochester, New York. And Jen says, "Hey, my friend Brittany wants to join our team, but she lives in Pittsburgh." And the first words out of my mouth are like, "No way. She's way too far away." And then it was like one of those things I almost tripped on my words and I like stopped myself, probably almost like mid-sentence. I was probably almost done with the sentence, but I'm like, wait, if she's got a good attitude and she's willing to learn, like, let's at least talk to her. I was like, but why would she even want to do this? Because she said, my wife, like, I'll work for you guys for free if you just show me what to do. And I'm like, she's so far away. Meanwhile, what a knucklehead I was. The two guys already working for us lived in my own city and we never saw them because it was the pandemic and we were always on Zoom anyways. So I'm like, well, if she's 20 minutes away or 6 hours away, like, what's the difference, right? So I told Jenna, like, let's talk to her. And then we found out, what was your why? Do you
so I
remember?
had I had been investing for a while. I had a 2 year old and a 4 year old, and was trying to grow our portfolio. And I had never met anyone that did creative financing. And I met you guys in a virtual meetup because that's all we could do during COVID. And I was like, I need to be friends with these people. I need to learn what they're doing. I want to be a part of this. And I was like, whatever I got to do to come work with you guys and learn how to do this creative financing stuff, I'm in. And that's really just what I think started it. And then I don't know, here we are now.
And then within probably about a week or so, I ended up spending probably just as much time with Brittany as I did with Jen, my wife, because I was always on Zoom with Britt and the two other guys that we have. And I think you locked up your first deal with us within like a month,
Hmm. Yep.
your first for
Facebook
30 days.
Marketplace. Hmm.
So I want to kind of go over that. You found a deal on Facebook Marketplace. That was
Yep.
the one that was listed for sale with the owner, or was that a post?
It was a for sale by owner that was posted on Facebook Marketplace.
Right. So no big marketing budget. We just said, hey, welcome to the team. This is what we do. And I got to tell you, what Brittany had to do back then compared to what like our team does now, my team now is so spoiled. So if you're listening to this, you have no clue how good you got it. Because when Brittany came on, we were having her post into 5, 6 Facebook groups every single day, scouring Facebook Marketplace. And so now we're putting these posts out there. I'm going to show you how to do that. Um, and then she was doing the leads. She was doing the virtual assistant part by chatting with these people in the beginning. Like they did all of it. Now I have a virtual assistant who does some of that stuff, right? So really, Lexi, she just has to talk to the good people. Like Brittany talked to all of them, right? But it was about a month, maybe even a couple weeks we were working together. And do you remember the first closing call you and I did together?
Oh, yes.
Uh-huh. So
Most.
Brittany gets me on the phone and says, "Hey, Joe," and I'm going to talk about rapport, guys, and why it's so important. I was going to be brought in on the call. Brittany already talked to this guy wanting to sell his house. And I was brought in the call to be the expert to help lock it up. But Brittany had such a darn good rapport with this seller. Have you ever been on a date with a couple and you were the third wheel and you just felt like you shouldn't have even been on that date? Like they're all like cuddling and everything is great and you're just like sitting there like eating your pizza, right? Like it's like whatever. And that's what it felt like. She had such a great rapport with the seller. He didn't really want to talk to me. He just wanted to talk to Brittany the whole time, and I could have probably ended the call and she could have done the deal without my help. So the part of it was she built rapport and she found a motivated seller. And those were the two. keys to it. Now, I'm giving Brittany some credit. You had a job before, right?
Yes.
What were you doing?
So at the time, I was working as a nurse. I've been a nurse for, I think at that point it was like 10 years or so. And so I had experience speaking with people and dealing with people, during tough times. But at that time, I was working a lot and felt like I really wasn't home with my kids a lot. And that's a big motivator to my why we were getting into real estate. Um, but
Well,
yeah.
and I want to kind of go back to you talking about being a nurse because I think that compassion you have for helping people in some of their most difficult times. When somebody comes to the emergency room at a hospital, it's not because they're going to come bring you flowers and because you're the favorite nurse ever. Like, I don't, maybe that did happen, but generally they're coming in through that door 100 miles an hour because something really bad's coming on, all right? It could be a shooting, a stabbing, a heart attack. I mean, all these types of things. And when you're the voice of like, hey, I'm going to help you, I'm here, the same thing translates really, really well with real estate. And this is a reason why Brittany had all of the reasons not to be successful. She had two little ones. Husband was working a ton. Your hours were crazy back then. What were your shifts like?
Oh, it varied. I'd 7 to 7, I'd work 11 to 11, 3 to 3. Whatever I was needed, that's kind of where I went. So it was all over the place.
So Brittany's superpowers, and I'm just going to let the cat out of the bag to kind of help you, were how she was be able to effectively communicate with humans and try to help them. But I want to break down the time management that you had, because this was the thing that was so impressive to me that made the two other guys that were on our team quit. I think Brittany worked for us for a few weeks, and the two other guys that were there for like 8, 9 months, when Brittany came on, they quit because these two guys were one was a pizza delivery guy, worked at night. The other was a 22-year-old bartender, worked at night. Shout out Brendan and Steve if you guys are listening. Still love you both. And they probably are listening. But the thing was how Brittany had this job, had two kids, husband that worked crazy hours. But how did you find the time? Because we're all busy. And that's usually one of the biggest things I hear, Joe, I can't get leads or I'm too busy, right? So how are you somebody that was so busy, locked in, and did so many darn deals?
So definitely time management, figuring out how to be the most efficient and only really getting on the phone with people that like I sort of had my own process for filtering people out. So I think at that time, Facebook Marketplace wasn't as like big as it is now. Like I know there's a lot of wholesalers on there and things, but back then I would just have these certain phrases that I would say to people, messaging them, and I would go on there and I would message every single house for sale anywhere. I wouldn't even look at it. I just send everybody is this still available thing? And then some people respond, some people don't. And I would just slowly filter my way out and filter my way down. And then once I got through a couple questions with people, if I felt like there was motivation, then I was like, okay, now it's time to get on a call. So it was really just like I knew I only had an hour nap time before my kids would be screaming. And I'm like, okay, I got to talk to as many people as I can in that hour. Otherwise, I'm going to be dealing with a crying baby, and that's never good. So I just had to really get good at utilizing the time that I did have and making it worthwhile.
Well, and I think you were like the best with that. And I'm not going to call you out, but we're going to have some fun with it. Because I remember listening to some of your phone calls because our calls were recorded. And Brittany was like, oh my gosh, I had to lock myself in the bathroom because like your daughter was like, outside the bath and she was okay, but she's like, where's mom? Right. And you're
Uh-huh.
trying to call with the seller and you're talking to the seller and you're like, hey, listen, if you hear kids screaming, they're totally okay. They just want to know where mom is. And I just wanted to connect with you real quick to make sure. So guys, I will tell you what used to freak me out is it used to freak me out when my dog would bark or my kids would scream. I would be so like, oh my gosh. But then I got to realize like I found that actually humans like that more.
Hmm.
I wasn't some big corporate buyer. I'm a dude at a house with a dog and kids. And if you hear my, son screaming, it's probably because he's just like playing his toys or something, right? Or if you hear my dog barking, because she's a 12-pound Chihuahua that thinks she's like a Rottweiler. And if any dog walks by my house, she wants to bark at it. So what I thought was something actually holding me back was actually it wasn't. It was making me more human. And I think that's what Brittany did so well with that. So you're locking yourself in the bathroom, you're having these conversations with sellers, you're finding the good ones to talk to. What were some of the ways that you like screened out the time wasters, would you say? Because we talk about spending only the little time that you did have with the best leads. What were some of your advice for that?
So I would say sort of the questions and the way that I would ask them. So like I said, and this was just one piece of the puzzle. This was something Facebook Marketplace. I had bought a couple deals for myself on there, and that's just kind of what I was using at the moment. I'd found it was hard on Zillow because you'd have to look up the lead and then go find the phone number, and then it would text to like a real estate company somewhere, and it took so much time. And I was like, well, I can go on Facebook Marketplace and hit is this available 17,000 times and just see who responds to me. So I would do that, and some people would respond, some people wouldn't, and I'm like, okay, well, if they didn't respond, then they're clearly not that motivated. So the ones that would respond to me, I would say something along the lines of, I'd give them a compliment or something, oh, I really like your garden or something like that. My name's Brittany. I buy houses in the area. Can you tell me a little bit about yours? And just that key phrase of, hey, I buy houses in the area. I'm not saying, hey, I'm an investor, but I'm saying without saying, I'm not looking to buy this to move into it. And some people from the get-go would be like, oh, I don't want to work with you, or they would just not answer me or whatever. And I'm like, okay, well, they filtered themselves out. And then there were other people who would be like, okay, and they'd start telling me their story. And it was just like, you know, trying to keep myself as human as possible and not coming out and be like, hey, I'm a real estate investor. Because Joe always told me from the get-go, don't ever call yourself an investor. People don't like that. So I would just say, hey, I'm Brittany, I buy houses, or my husband and I buy houses in the area. Or, I really, really like your home. Can you tell me a little bit about it or something like that? And then if they would message me back, then I'm like, okay, I already told them that, I'm not buying this house to live, and they still want to talk to me. So I'm going to invest a little more time into this. And I might start off messaging 100 people, and by the end of the day, I might only be down to 10. But I didn't spend a ton of time talking to the time wasters. And then those 10 people, I really spent a lot of time, developing rapport with and talking with, because I knew those ones, if they're still talking to me at this point, clearly they have some type of motivation that I can work with.
Well, and that's really the point was just how do I efficiently, quickly move through these to put them into a few different boxes, right? Buckets, what I like to call them. You're going to have your just time wasters. What I mean by a time waster, maybe they're just not that motivated. Sometimes they don't even have a house they want to sell. They just want to talk to Brittany. I get so many times that happening. They're like, well, and I'm like, no, 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 no. Like, I'm looking to buy a house, right? But the big clue there is what you talked about. I love just to back up on is talking about like how many times are you an investor? I'm like, my wife and I love the area and we're just looking to buy a few more properties there, right? And what I used to do is like, I'm a real estate investor, and they're like, ew, right? So I don't ever call myself a real estate investor. When somebody And on my Facebook post, believe it or not, sometimes they think that I'm some big corporate buyer, that I work for Open Door or BlackRock, and they'll type that in the comments sometimes. And they'll be like, "Is this Open Door?" I'm like, "No, I'm Joe," right? Like, I'm not a big company. I'm just a guy, and I love this area. That's why I'm looking to buy a couple properties there. So just being really transparent with your sellers, because I tell them I'm not moving in. And because of that, I could be really flexible on closing. So if you want to wait till you're closing, or if you need to do it really, really quick, that's okay. I could work around your time, right? So you're finding motivated sellers for free. How much money do you guys spend usually a year in marketing budget?
Very little. We offer referral fees. We pay $1,000 referral fee, which is another thing I learned from you guys. So I'm only really paying marketing dollars if I get the deal, which I can work that into my numbers. On occasion, if I have a Facebook post that's getting a lot of traction, sometimes I might, hit boost or whatever on it. And the only money I really spend is sponsoring local like sports teams and things for my kids' school. Like we'll spend money on that. But as far as ads or mailers or things like that go, we really don't do any of that.
Okay, so you're finding it's better to actually pay for marketing when somebody brought you a deal that you buy. And
Mhm.
in essence, what you're doing is by having people know and letting your audience know. We talked about this and we have our coaching training last night. And one of the guys in our coaching group said, he's like, he was in a different program for 2 years, never got a deal. And then on his birthday, he puts on his own Facebook page, "Hey guys, it's my birthday today." Shout out Avery. He says that it was his birthday and happy birthday to him, but he's giving away a gift. Anybody brings him a deal, a property he buys, he's gonna give him $1,000 referral. And somebody, there's an old coworker says, "You know what? I know somebody looking to buy a house." And they did the deal. He gets a big old check for that. And then he does the smartest thing in the world, obviously gives her the $1,000, but he takes a video of it. He called it Mo Money Mondays, where he was giving her that check for the $1,000 and did even like a little bit of video with her. And he shared that in his Facebook. And guess what happened? He told us last night she's still sending me deals and leads to look at because she wants another check. But also let everybody on his own Facebook page know that this is what happened. So that actually got him more people now, not even working for him, but kind of are because they're just sending him leads. So what Brittany's talking about is growing organically. When you're talking about spending money, I'm only spending money for deals. That's super awesome. And then obviously, if you're going to sponsor events, and I kind of want to break down you two, you and Sean do such an amazing job that because of this, I'm driving to Pittsburgh to come to one of your events in June. So shout out. Let's talk about what your events are, but really like what you're doing locally and how you're able to really grow your name and your brand of you as a family buying real estate and what's that been doing for your business. So I want to dive into that because when many people are like, well, do I have to go to the meetups? And I'm like, yes, do it. So what are you guys doing locally that's it's building such a buzz?
So I have to give Jen a shout out. I know I just saw her and I don't know where she went, but I was
Hey.
probably 90% of you who was like, I do not want to share anything about my life on Facebook or social media or anything like that. And I think it probably took me a good 2 or 3 years before I actually made a business Facebook page. And it was when my husband and I kind of have gotten stagnant and we were like, we really want to take this to the next level. How are we going to do that? And I was like, all right, I got to bite the bullet. And the people who don't like seeing my post, or maybe they might say negative things about me, are paying my bills. So that's the kind of mindset I had to switch to. And I started a Facebook business page, and we started off just posting pictures and videos of us in our day-to-day lives at the houses. So what you see is what you get on there. It's us with our kids. They come to us with the house to they come with us to the houses. They help us do repairs, they clean it out, they do all the things. And we just, we share that with people. And a lot of times, even when we're going to the properties, we bring the kids with us. And I think people feel more comfortable knowing that we are actually a family business and we are local. We're buying in our community. And so with that, that was one big piece of the puzzle, was starting the Facebook business page. And then I had definitely gone to a lot of meetups in the area, but a lot of them were kind of far. So like I said, we're in Pittsburgh, but we're not actually in the city. We're probably about 30 minutes outside of it. And, most meetups are during the week. And when you have kids and things, it's hard to travel into the city on a weeknight when you're, working and all the other things. So I was like, well, why don't we just start our own little meetup in our area and let's just see how it goes. And so I found a restaurant that would host us. I think 7 people showed up to the first one. And with that, we think we're now in our 3rd year. So I started it a little over 3 years ago. We've moved locations multiple times. We've had meetings where we've had 5 or 6 people show up, and we've had meetings where we've had 30 people show up. But I've made so many connections and so many friends, not even with just real estate people, with other business owners. I actually made friends with someone that we started another company together. We started a dumpster company. Never thought in my life I'd be the owner of a dumpster rental company, but here we are. So it's just kind of being that go-to person. When someone's struggling or if someone's a new investor, they come to our meetup and we make them all feel really welcome. And like seeing someone get their first deal, like I have this one young couple that I know, and they went from literally not knowing what Zillow was, like you said before, to now they own like 4 properties and it's been 6 months. And I'm just like, wow, like that's so cool that all of us are coming. I'm not getting paid for it. I'm not doing any of that, but I'm helping people. And then, a lot of times how it benefits me is people reach out because they might have money and they want to lend and they don't necessarily want to deal with the real estate side, or they have a lead and they don't know what to do with it. They're going to call me. So you just sort of make yourself kind of like a resource in your area, and that network and that connection helps build your name up.
And you guys are like so great at it. So if you're listening and you want to stalk Brittany's page and you want to come to one of these events too, because there's some of you, I did see Pennsylvania, a bunch of you in here. What's your page that you for your business?
Trigan Home Buyers, I'll put it, can I put it in the chat?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you search on Facebook, Trigan Home Buyers, um, you will find us.
And give them a follow, guys, because Brittany's really done such an amazing job. And I got to give a little bit of credit, obviously, a ton of credit to Britt. I got to give some to my wife because
Yes.
when we all worked together, and if you could unmute Jenn for a minute, Abby, Jenn would tell Brittany all of the time, Brittany, you're doing amazing things. You need to share on your social media what you're doing. And Brittany would always say, yeah, 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 I know, maybe one day. And Jen would be like, no, Brittany, you're doing amazing things now. Start sharing some of this now because it's only going to help you. And Brittany would say, maybe one day, right? So, babe, are you here? There you
I'm
are.
here.
What were some of the things that you did to help Brittany? And Brittany, what were some of the things that Jen did to help you? Like,
Just
I think I was just
very
that,
kindly like pushing me
yo,
and building my confidence up, I would say. That was a huge thing for me, is I just never felt like I was good enough or to the point where I should be sharing these kinds of things. And she just very slow and steadily kept saying, "Come on, Britt, like you can do this." And one day
yeah, I'm kind of like I kind of poke and pester and then like, okay, like, what are we doing here? Like, you've got this. And then I try to make it so easy because I know when we got started, I just didn't know what to post. And then I realized it's not so much like, yes, you got to know what you're saying, but like just copy and paste what we're all saying, but use your photos. And that honestly, I think is what speaks volume, that you share your photos of your kids and your husband and the people that you're helping, and you're telling the stories of real life things, because gone are the days of like stock photos and images like that. People want real, and I think that's why like, you lead with your heart, and people just love seeing that. And I know, I think I just didn't stop. I just kept saying, you need to do this. Come on, Britt.
yep, that's
well,
exactly what you did.
and you were mentioning this morning, Jen, about how, a lot of the folks, they don't want the polished. They're kind of almost like sick of it, right?
Mhm.
They like the real, the raw. So when Brittany's talking about like the kids being there and maybe hearing some yelling and screaming, like maybe like I said earlier, the dog barking, things like that. That's what people want. And I feel like in social media, the currency in the future is going to be how real and organic it is. Because I'll tell you now, AI is taking over, and I'm seeing videos of people saying stuff that they didn't really say, right? And all these things, and it looks so real. There's some where it's like, is this a real person or not? You can almost not tell the difference anymore. AI is becoming that real. So I think the future currency is people are going to want to have that separation of what is AI generated and who's the real people, right? And the less scripted, the less polished, the more real that you can become, I believe people are going to really want that. They're going to start craving that. And as that becomes less and less, that's what's going to really stand out in your business. So doing this organically, creating a Facebook page. How much money did it cost you to create your Facebook business page, Brittany?
Nothing,
How much did the restaurant in the beginning charge you to have people there, having a couple pops and maybe some food, or how much did that cost?
nothing.
Okay. So you built a business page for free. Is everybody hearing this? Have you heard that, right? And if you want to know what it's like, she's going to be dropping it down in the chat. So if it didn't cost you anything to get in front of thousands of people for free, why aren't you doing it, right? Sometimes we just need a little bit of a shove. So today's your shove. If you're listening to this, tell them, Jen, tell them what you told Brittany back then.
I don't really remember what I said, but man, it's just tell your story and put it out there. Tell the world what you do. And I know you're scared, but do it anyway, because, somebody is waiting for you to post on your platform so that they can see it, so that you can help them. And that's really what it comes down to. And you're literally surrounded by so much help, like collaboration over competition here is like the theme. And so if you find someone that actually has a house for sale and you need help with it, like you've got people in your corner. So it's just your job to go out there and let them know that you're here to help.
I think too, a lot of it is a mindset thing. And for me, I still remember the conversation. My husband Sean was traveling a lot and we were like having a little date day or something. And he was like, I know you can do this. I really need you to kind of not wait around for me because I'm so busy with work and my mind's not there. I need you to take the lead and I need you to push us forward. And I'm like so worried. Okay, what are people going to think? What if people say negative things? And I mean, very rarely does that happen. Every once in a while, sure. But what actually happened is I found that I've gotten around people at a much higher level now, or not even a higher level, just with a better mindset because I was able to flip that switch in my head. So instead of now constantly stressing about, oh, what are negative things people are going to say, now I have all these great people in my network and in my circle that keep motivating me and keep, when you're struggling or you're having a bad time, because business is always up and down, it's just so nice to have those people that I can call up and say, hey, you want to go get coffee or something? And, we sit there and not complain, but just vent about what's going on, where other people just, they don't understand that because they're not doing it.
Well, and that's the key. You're hands-on, you're doing it. And so if any of you are listening to this, I want you to listen to Brittany's story and be inspired. Because when I met Brittany 5 years ago, 4 years ago, whatever it feels like a flash, but also it feels like we've been through so much together. And I mean, that's a whole other 5 hour Zoom, and we could just talk about the stories for 5 hours straight, and we'd probably still run out of time. But the whole point of it is I want you to be inspired by this because when I met Brittany and Brittany met us, we were all in the infancy stages of our businesses. We were just starting to go full time. We weren't even full time 1 year. So I know when it was. It was, I think, December of 2020 when Brittany came on our team,
Mhm.
thinking back on it. I
Joe used
walked,
to make me call people live on Zoom, call sellers. That's how I got comfortable calling people.
Mhm. We used to do the live on Zoom. We would stream it live and we'd have a ton of people on the Zoom and we would do live seller calls. And I'm like, okay, Brittany, like you're going to bring it and I'm going to bring it and we're going to be calling people live and we'd have a Zoom just like this, guys. And I'm actually going to be doing that in a little bit. So if you want to hear us do it, it's like I'm going to be doing it, but I used to have Brittany come do this. And so what did that do? It got rid of her fear. Like if I could call people in front of 70 eyeballs, 100 eyeballs, even more sometimes. When it's just me and a seller, I'm good with it, right? So get out of your fears. Nobody's gonna beat you up through the phone. And if they're mean, you know what? There's this cool button called hang up, and you hang up on them, right? And we had some of those situations happen. We've had some weird things happen. We've had a couple people send pictures of things that weren't their house. We'll just leave it there. Okay. When we thought we were receiving pictures of their house. But we've been through a lot together for years. So if somebody's listening in and they are inspired and they want to start their own business page, I definitely recommend doing that. I'm going to share next after we're finished here. I'm going to do a quick break at noon, but I'm going to get after that, show you guys where we're getting these leads from too. So if you want to hear how to get these leads, we're going to do that right after lunch. And I'm only taking a 15-minute lunch break. It's going to be a quick one, right? But if you want to hear how you're going to be able to find these leads and even better, how these people are going to find you, I'm going to show you exactly what we do. But when you're first starting off, you're going to need a regular Facebook page. You're going to do what Brittany just said. She had a business Facebook page. It didn't cost anything, right? But if somebody's listening, what's some of the best advice now that you've gone to quit your job, do this full time for years now with you and your husband after helping us do tons of deals too? If somebody's listening here, maybe they haven't done their first deal, or maybe they've done a deal before, but they did it through a bank and they want to start getting into do more like creative deals where you're not going to the banks and you're not having credit checks. What's advice that you would recommend looking back now? If you could tell the Brittany in 2020, like, hey, Brittany, like all these things are going to happen, do this first. What would be those steps?
Honestly, I mean, I think the thing that helped me the most, number one is networking, getting around other people that are doing things better than you or at a more advanced level than you. And then what I did is I just said, okay, I know I'm good at X, Y, and Z things. These are the things that I excel at. These are the things I'm not good at. And I would find the people who were good at the things that I wasn't. And I'm like, hey, and what I did with you guys, hey, I'm really organized. I'm really this and that, but I suck at this. So can I come learn with you? And in exchange, I will bring my skill set and help you in whatever way you can. I think that was a huge thing for me. And I mean, you guys basically became my unofficial mentors and coaches or whatever you want to call it, because you really did. And you helped me build my confidence. And, I never would have learned all the things I did if I didn't work on your team. So if you are brand new and you don't have the means to go out and buy something yet, find a team or find somebody that's already doing it, see what you can offer to them. And then, in exchange, you get to learn. And I have people now that reach out to me and they do the same thing. So it's like now I get to pay it forward to other people. So I would say just surrounding yourself with people that are in this. And then, I had many people that I had offered to work for free in exchange for education, and a lot of them turned me down. And I don't know why, but you guys didn't. And because of that, I've done now hundreds of deals and have my own nice portfolio. And it's because, I did put myself out there, and you guys gave me a chance.
So any of those people listening, if you didn't, Brittany reached out to you and want to learn for free and you told her no, suckers. No, I'm kidding. Because I almost said no too.
You
So no,
almost did.
I know. I did for the first half a second till I bit my tongue and corrected myself. So, but if you're listening, guys, you're already doing the first step. You're here with us today, right? You're already getting around people doing it. And that is the huge first step. And I think that's really the big part of finding out what it is you exactly want to do. And that's sometimes some of the biggest challenges. Like I knew I wanted a rental portfolio. I knew I wanted to get paychecks whether I went to my job or not. I knew over time these were going to go up in value and my renters were going to pay off my loans for me. So it was going to build us wealth. So I knew that's what I wanted. I just didn't know the clear path. And so I started getting around people doing it. And you had it spot on, Britt. Just like get around people who are doing it. And get them to show you what it is that you want to accomplish, right? And for me, I was trying to figure out who does this kind of stuff. I couldn't. This was back in 2016 where like we hired a coach who walked us through step by step. So before Brittany even came onto our team, Jen and myself invested a lot of money and time and dedication and sacrifices in order to even do this to where I could get somebody who was amazing like Brittany and say, yes, let me show you what we've already been doing for years. And I don't think she's here today, but I definitely got to give a shout out to our old babysitter. Her name's Keegan, back in Rochester, New York. So if you're listening, Keegan, we love you. We owe so much of this to you because she was our babysitter. And I had to work at my car dealership job a lot. So my day off was Friday and Sundays. Sunday was family day, but Friday day off, I had to do some stuff and I would always have Jen come with me. So every Friday, Keegan would come to our house and watch our kids while Jen and I were looking at some property, going by a remodel, doing all of these things. And that was some of these things that really helped make us that big difference was we found the time, we made the time to happen. So if you're listening to this too, are there some things that you're doing in your life that maybe you could pay somebody to do for you? They could free up some more time. Like if you guys go grocery shopping, I know Instacart's a little bit more money, but if you had an hour to do posting and talking with sellers, maybe that turns into a life-changing deal rather than spending that hour, at the store. Maybe it's doing your lawn, right? Or shoveling your driveway for all my northern friends right now. But you got to find the time to do this, and it's consistency. It's key. So when you first started out, Brett, how many hours do you think you were putting in a day or a week doing this?
Oh my gosh, tons.
Mhm.
When we bought our first house, my youngest was 6 months old, I think, somewhere around there. And my husband was working like literally 7/12s for like months. And I think, people are like, well, I'm doing this because I want financial freedom. I want to be able to be with my family. But you have to realize that it's going to take a couple years of sacrifice and missing things and spending your weekends painting and doing things that you maybe don't want to do so that eventually you can hire some things out and eventually you will get to do more of the enjoyable things. But there's definitely the first few years, I mean, it was work, dinner maybe and going to a house and doing every single thing. And then as soon as we'd finish it, we'd buy the next one. And it was just like a never-ending cycle. But, it's gotten us to where we are today. And it's because we did have those couple years of sacrifice. And that's why I think knowing your why, knowing your long-term goal on it is important, because when you have those days where you're like, why am I doing this? Like, it's a beautiful day out. I should be at the pool or I should be doing this, but instead I'm in this house covered in paint, ripping floors out or something like that. You have to remember that why and know that eventually it's not going to be like that, but you have to put that time in to get there.
So hustle is a season, not a lifestyle. Okay. So Brittany still working her tail off. I know it. But she really had to put that hustle season in the beginning. And that's what got her separated from everybody else and from everything else, right? It was working when everybody else was sleeping or out playing or having a good time. And you didn't like not go out and do some fun things, but maybe you didn't do as much as you did before. And
Mhm.
so a lot of times when you're on Instagram or TikTok or Twitter or X, whatever that's called, or Facebook, or who knows all the things that we actually do that could be maybe a little bit of a time suck. How can you replace some of that? Right? So you can still go do the things that you want to do, but maybe you're spending a little bit more time in your business. And in the beginning, you might have to spend a couple hours a day. Now, there were days you took days off, but I got to give you credit. There weren't many.
No.
There weren't very many. She came every day, guys. And that was the difference. So if you're watching this right now, Brittany had to sacrifice a lot. But what's life like today? Husband, you, kids, what's that like?
So it's a different level of stress. It's not the everyday, oh, I'm going to a house and doing all of these things. Now it's like, okay, like how do I go? So I think somebody asked before how many properties we have. Now we have 20. One is a long-term, or I'm sorry, one is a short-term rental, and then the rest are a combination of long-term rentals and a few rent-to-owns. So now it's it's more managing, like overseeing and delegating things out. Like now I have a few people on my team. I have a bookkeeper who that was the first thing I hired out because I sucked at doing that stuff. And I have a virtual assistant that does a ton for me and helps me manage things. So, it's a different level of stress, but it's not anything like it was. And now I'm able to, volunteer at my kids' schools and be there for all the things and get them on the bus in the morning. And, if I was working at the hospital and I was working a 7 to 7 shift, I used to have to take my son to daycare at like 5:45 in the morning, and then I wouldn't see him until 8 o'clock at night. And so those years of putting all of that in and doing all of that, it sucked at the time, but now I'm able to be there for all the important things. So it's still definitely stressful, but it's in a different way now. It's more learning to manage and how do we continue to grow from here? I also think too, your goals change over time. Like what we were trying to do in the beginning is a little different, than what we're trying to do now. So you're like constantly evolving. Yes, no
Hmm.
more free to freeze. Did not like
Yeah.
that.
So, and that's the point of it. Your husband's home. You're able to work together. You're able to create a really nice real estate portfolio in a handful of years. So from when we first met, going from 1 to 20, plus you've done fix and flips, plus you guys have wholesaled some deals. You've done tons of deals, right? And then kept 20 really great ones for yourself that you want to keep, right? That you see potential in for long-term wealth. So it all starts with just taking these little steps is really the key to it. And I absolutely love your story. And now that you're able to have a portfolio, you own a business doing dumpster roll-offs, which now it also helps your real estate business. So like they connect well. It's not like you open up like a restaurant, right? Like your businesses are all working in together now too. And from hosting these meetups, you're probably really finding other people who need a dumpster because you're around a whole bunch of real estate investors. So it opens up so many more opportunities. Brittany's on our team as our coaching. She runs our Wednesday support call for our coaching community. And I got to tell you, our clients are so lucky, we all are, to have somebody like Brittany to help our clients lock up deals. And this is where I tell everybody, because I did my support call Thursday night. I'm like, who's not coming to Brittany's call on Wednesday? And they're all like, I need to come. And I'm like, listen, if you got leads, like she calls them, she's the absolute greatest. And so But everybody in our coaching group absolutely loves you and being a part of it, which is so awesome. And it's just really cool to see where you guys have, where we've all grown together,
Hmm.
right? And then, so what's the future like for you and your family? Besides us coming up there in June, and give your place a shout out. So if any of us want to come, if you're listening, you're going to be in the Pittsburgh area, or even it's worth the drive. I want to kind of talk about that too. But what's the future like for you guys? And then we'll get on that.
So we've definitely changed and, we've gotten some shiny object along the way. But we've really tried to stay focused on what we do well, which is buying single family homes. But we do have a short-term rental just outside of Pittsburgh. It is in a place called Seven Springs. It's a ski resort, but it's year-round things. They have summer activities plus skiing, snowboarding, and all that stuff. So that is called Skis and Teas. I will post that over in the chat as well if anyone is ever up our way. But yeah, what we really have tried to do this year is sort of, instead of like the last 2 years, we were just buying everything and anything that was a decent deal, we just wanted to get our hands on. And now we're kind of like trying to be more intentional and realize that, maybe we would like to have more of a small but mighty portfolio. And instead of owning 100 doors, maybe I only own 30 or 40, but, maybe some of them are paid down or whatever. And, it's less to manage, but there's better cash flow. So we've been looking at a lot of that. And we've been saying this now, I think, for probably 3 years, but at some point we are going to buy another vacation rental, and it is going to be somewhere warm because right now it's about 15 degrees out and it's snowing and I hate it. So at some point in the near future, we will buy a beach house somewhere. But yeah, aside from that, we want to keep growing our dumpster business, and we're really trying to grow that to be more self-sustaining so that we're not involved in as much of the day-to-day. And then really only keeping properties that, are going to continue to appreciate. And we have like a pretty set criteria, and we don't keep anything that doesn't meet that criteria. And I think really honing in on what we're good at, what we know, and sticking to that is why we've been able to be so successful. So we're not, like at one point we were looking at storage facilities, and we were looking at, multi-unit apartments. And not that we would be opposed to buying anything like that, but if we're spending our time looking for those things and not just focusing on what we're good at, we're missing a lot of opportunity. So that's kind of where we are, is we're just really focusing on our strong point and our strong suit and sticking with that.
So being very intentional
Mhm.
with your business, because
Yes.
I'm gonna warn you guys. The real estate industry is full of shiny object syndrome. There's so many wonderful, cool things that we can do with real estate. It almost feels like endless. But here's something I learned a long time ago. If it don't make dollars, it don't make sense. So you want to go where the money is and where you're comfortable doing what you're doing. And if it is storage units and that's your wheelhouse and that's what your specialty is, do that and do that really, really well,
Mhm.
right? But if I'm really great at storages, do I want to go build a, skyscraper? Well, maybe not, right? Because so many times people find success in one thing, like, well, then I'll be successful in other things. Well, there's a whole learning curve of what got you successful in the first thing, and now that might be a little bit more of a curve into the next thing. So I really focus on the same thing, staying laser focused, right? Buy cash flow assets. And that's my favorite thing. If anybody's got any questions for Brittany, because she's only got a few more minutes, drop those down in the chat, and we're gonna make sure we get these answered for you guys. What is your criteria? We are keeping this one as a question from Chris. Great question, Chris.
Yes, very great question. So it's nothing super crazy, but we've learned over time that we don't like to keep anything that is less than 3 bedrooms. So unless someone's basically giving it away to us, unless it's a 3 bedroom or more, we try not to keep it. And again, this is for rentals only. Flips are a little bit different. Not that I would buy a 2 bedroom flip, but like size wise, we try to stay within a reasonable size. So like 12 to 1700 square feet, I would say. The bigger of a rental you get, the more costly it is to maintain, the more costly it is for people to heat it and, pay the utility bills and things like that. So I would say size, bedrooms. We don't like to buy houses that are, and this is probably more of a Pittsburgh thing, but there's a lot of houses here that are sort of like Mod Podge together, and maybe they have like a weird addition, or like we try to only buy houses that are very like simple brick homes or simple, put together the way that they're supposed to be. If they have uneven floors all over the place and all these different additions or things like that, we just sort of try to stay away from them. And those are ones that we might wholesale. But yeah, just really trying to buy like steady, safe, I guess the word would be, houses, 3 bedrooms or more. And, within that 1,000 to 1,700 square feet-ish, depending on the area, is kind of like what our main focus is. And then anything that doesn't meet that, it doesn't mean that we won't buy it, but we might be a little bit more hesitant to, or that might be one that we might look to wholesale or wholetail or something along those lines.
Yeah, and I think that's important too, is, some of these houses that I've seen just kind of like glued together, I'm like, yikes, there's just a lot of issues there, and potential issues. So, in like what Brittany talks about, some of my most favorite properties for us, if I find a ranch house, one floor, 12 to 1,500 square feet in a really good school district, especially if it's made out of brick. Like, you are talking my love language. You have my attention. I'm getting chills over here. Okay. Like, if I could find those homes, I absolutely love those things. And that translates everywhere across the USA, right? So when you find out what you love and what you don't love, you get into it. One of my favorites too is great school districts. There's
Mhm.
always people wanting a great school district. Either it's a family or things like that. That helps keep values strong because young families with kids want to be in the really great school districts. So there's just some really, really great facts there too. Um, Same thing with a 3 bedroom. If you find something as a 2 bedroom, I better get it for almost like nothing, right? If I'm going to keep it long term, because it is a challenge. We have a few of them. And
Mhm.
so many people like love the house, wish it had a 3rd bedroom. I'm like, yeah, me too, but it doesn't, unfortunately, right? So
Mhm.
there's some really great points there too. Any other questions we got in there, Abby?
Yep. So Zuri's asking, so you do these deals with no inspections. How do you feel comfortable committing to the purchase without a look under the hood, so to speak?
So on pretty much every property we buy, because we buy in our local market, we do walkthroughs. So we have bought property sight unseen or put offers in sight unseen, but we usually give ourselves some type of due diligence period. But for the most part, because I very rarely buy anything on market, it's usually all off market. So if a seller reaches out to us, I always make an appointment to go out and see the property. And because we've been doing this for so long, and my husband does have a construction-ish background. He was in the Carpenters Union for 15 or 17 years. And so he knows, a lot more than I do, but as time has gone on, I've definitely learned, what to look for, what not to look for. So we do our own walkthroughs, we kind of get a ballpark on if this is something we're going to keep long term. I'm looking at all the major mechanicals of the house. So if the roof is old or it's old knob and tube electric or trying to think what else, like older windows, older HVAC, those are all things going into my budget that's going to, constitute what I'm going to offer them. Because we like to replace everything up front. We want to have a good, strong, solid house for many, many years to come. The only thing that we do a contingency for, and this is something I encourage everyone to do if you have sewer lines in your area, is we always do a sewer camera because that's the one thing that we can't see with the naked eye walking through a property. So we tell every seller, this is going to be an as-is sale. But if we do agree on price, we do get under contract, we will have a sewer camera contingency. And basically what we do is we put a camera in that goes down, through the sewer line to see if there's any cracks, if there's any roots growing in the line or anything like that. Because if so, it could be a very costly expense, and it's just something that we wouldn't be able to know without doing that camera. But aside from that, we don't do inspections. But in the beginning, even though we had some knowledge, we did pay for inspections. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that, even if you do it just for your own knowledge. Like, let's say you put an offer and you get under contract and you give yourself a 7-10 day due diligence period and say, hey, we're going to buy it as is, but we still want inspection for knowledge purposes. And maybe you do find something and you make a mistake and you back out of the deal. Like, it's, we did that too. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. If you don't have that knowledge and you don't understand what you're doing, even paying a contractor, like I've had contractors walk through with me and say, show me what to look for, show me what I'm missing, show me how you would calculate a price for this. I would sit and watch YouTube videos of home inspections so I would understand like stuff like that. So, don't try to pretend like you know something if you don't, because if you end up with an expense that's insanely expensive, you're going to really put yourself in a bad spot. So, until you really feel confident in your skills, get inspections for sure.
Mhm. And that is spot on too, because you don't want any unexpected surprises. That's for sure. So when we're buying a house, if I'm buying, we bought one in Florida, in New Smyrna Beach. The house was built 2 years ago. The seller says, "Hey, I'm moving to Texas. I'm open to doing seller financing. No banks, no nothing improved. Pay some closing costs. Gave them some cash to help them move to Texas because they had their whole house they're moving." But that was a beautiful house, guys. It's 2 years old. So did I have an inspection and all that things go on to it? I'm buying with no credit, no nothing, and it's a 2 year old house. If I get an older house though, it's always a wise idea to have somebody check it out. But we do this virtually. So what happens for me is I could find a local contractor or inspector. Google is so easy to use now. You can find them anywhere. So I do all of our deals right from the back porch area here at my house. I don't really go look at real estate. But when you're first starting out, it's not a bad idea to walk through it. But if you're buying virtually and that's just not an option, guys, that's totally okay. It's never been easier with phones and cameras and videos and Google and all these other things to find somebody who probably knows what they're going to look for more than me, more than some of us, right? And they're going to know all the things to look for. And they're the local area expert because everywhere across the US, the houses are always a little different. I don't really look for, I mean, I still look for termite damage in upstate New York, but it's so cold. I've never seen a termite in the 40 years I've been up there. But in Florida, you better believe every house you got, especially a wood frame house and down south, that's a whole other thing. In the Midwest, there's called Orangeburg piping. I never heard of that, guys. All the piping going in the house were all pressed wood back in like the 30s and 40s and 50s. And if these houses still have that there, and if especially if it's going bad, because it does, it's a $10,000 fixed minimum. So you kind of want to know different pockets of the country have different things going on. Florida, I guess everywhere can, but in Florida, we've got sinkholes, and that's a thing here. And if a house had a sinkhole or it didn't, what's the value, right? Upstate New York, I'm sure they have it, but it's so rare and uncommon that a house falls into a hole that just happens. It's, you know, not as much. So knowing to find the local experts is my point, has never been easier to do. One of the favorite things I like to do, I'm gonna share a lesson. We put a deal, by the way, Brittany, north of you in Bradford, PA, under contract. Today's Friday, so it was Wednesday. We put a deal under contract in Bradford, PA. Guy wants to sell his house. We're buying it. It's a cash deal. We have it under contract for $10,000 for this home. Now, I know what some of you are thinking. You're like, oh my gosh, a $10,000 home. This thing must be like a shed and it must be like caved in. But I got to tell you, it's really not that bad. It's going to need a roof. It's going to need things like that. I think we could be all in for about $50,000 after renovations. And the house that the same thing happened, somebody bought it for 20, made it cute. It's now offering it for rent for 1,200 a month. And in the few days it's been listed, it's got like a million different applications. So I know it's an area there's not a lot of rentals. So when you do get one, so guys, there's houses out there that you can buy for as like you can't even barely get a used car for that. But on that house there, because we're buying it, we're closing on it, you better believe we're going to have some people walk through that property to make sure that there's not some fire-breathing dragon in the basement that I have to slay in order to, make the house nice or something crazy, right? I'm going to definitely get some more information there. So fixer upper, definitely always a good idea to do. But I find local agents. I just Google Bradford, Pennsylvania real estate agents. I find the one that's got the most Google reviews, 5 stars. And then I reach out to them. I'm an investor. I'm buying this property. Who are the contractors in town? Who are these people in town? If I list it and I'm going to remodel it, I'm probably going to list it with you because you've had so many 5 star reviews. And they're giving me all the information. And hopefully we're going to do some business together. So the resources are out there. It's it's super easy once you just get started. And the biggest thing is just getting started. So to one of my favorite yinzers in the world, and that's a term of endearment because that's what you call people in Pittsburgh. Brittany, thank you so much for coming here today.
Thanks for
If
having me.
anybody wants to be able to follow you and know more of your story, guys, don't worry about it. We're going to drop her information. If Abby, if you could help me with that. Brittany's Instagram, Facebook. We already dropped your business link in here too. But if you guys want to follow Brittany, highly recommend you do it. They're sharing real stuff. They're sharing what they're doing. And the blueprint out there, guys. If you want to see what it was like before that, you scroll on Brittany's page way back in the day. You scroll on our page way back in the day when I'm still working at a car dealership, right? It's all out there. It's right on our own Facebook pages. So go check that out for sure. I see the link already popping in there. So you're probably going to get some more files, Britt. So, but thank you once again for coming and rocking out. And guys, give Britt a foul. So here's what we're gonna do. It is 12 o'clock almost. I'm gonna take a 15-minute break. If Abby, if you could put up the timer. So everybody, if you need to get some drinks or good to get a bite to eat real quick, I'm gonna spend 15 minutes. I'm gonna have some quick lunch, and then I'm gonna be back. And at 15 minutes, I'm going to now show you guys how to get leads reaching out to you for free without spending any money. And we could target different places. And I'm going to show you how we're going to do that next. Then I've got my wife coming on, Jen, because I'm going to tell you all what it's like to work with your spouse. We're going to give you some of these first steps that you're going to be able to take. I just had to hop her in for this one because she was so much of a help with Brittany getting her thing launched with social media. Because I know Jen was just like all the time on Brittany, but and now it's really paying off, and I love to see that. Yay, I'm having sushi for lunch. Get it. Love that. And then Britt, once again, thank you so much, and we'll be chatting soon. And then once again, Abby, Britt, do you have an event made for the is it 25th we're coming?
Yeah, I think so. Hold on, let me check.
If you have that, you could either drop it here or send it to Abby, and then we'll drop that in the chat too. So if any of you want to go to one of Brittany's events, or especially the one that we're going to be at, we'd love to all hang out. But I will tell you, I see on Facebook, and you said it, the first one you had 7, and now I look at some of yours, I'm like, my gosh, she's got a packed house in there. Uh,
Hmm.
so it really can happen, guys, and it makes a big difference in your business. So great job. Let's get some lunch. I'll be back in 15 minutes. High five, Britt. Thank you so much for coming on. Let's give Brittany a round of applause, everybody. If you're listening, thank you so much, Britt.
Thanks for
You
having me. It was so fun. I always love talking to you guys.
you are a legit rock star. Thank you so much for coming on. All right, cool. Let's take a break, and I'll be back in 15 minutes. Can you set the timer, Abby? Bam, there we go. How was lunch, everybody? Good stuff. I actually have a treat for everybody. I have a live call I'm going to be doing in like 15 minutes. So if anybody wants to hear me chatting with a seller, I think this is the seller, maybe it's the agent. I gotta look. Hmm. Let me pull up my Facebook while I let everybody get checked back in. I'll pull up my post real quick so I can show y'all. Man, I got a lot of notifications. All right, where is it? I want to show you guys something pretty cool. So in the meantime, I'll let y'all get back from lunch while I pull up this post because it is pretty awesome. Hmm. Abby, do we got some questions happening?
Yeah, we do. Let me pull some up.
Yeah, let me do that while I'm pulling up my. I'm going to show everybody the posts that I make in Facebook groups. Um, Not that one. I'll have to find it. My gosh, that thing's buried down there in all these notifications I have.
Let me know if you want to like multitask with a question or not.
Yeah, let's do it. While I'm pulling this up, I can at least answer some questions we got.
Perfect. So Julie is asking a couple things here, but one of them being if we find something we want that is on market and we're stuck dealing with a listing agent, how do you deal with that? Do you pay their
You're,
commissions? And how much of the percentage of the commission would you pay them?
so that's a really great question. Yes, you're going to have to pay them a commission. It's all negotiable, and it really probably depends on a few things. A, how easy is the agent to work with? If the agent is difficult to work with, my gosh, it makes it more of a challenge. But I mean, I did a deal in Tampa to give you an example, because this is a really popular question. She had a house that she had listed. Seller was going into foreclosure because he's behind on his payments. $500,000 property. And the agents started reaching out because they couldn't lower the price anymore. And they really needed to sell because he was going to lose the property. She wasn't going to get paid anything because the bank was about to take the house back because it's been behind on payments for a while. So I got brought into the deal because I knew creative finance. Beautiful house, beautiful neighborhood, a 2 point, I think it was like a 2.6 interest rate the property had. So it made sense to do one of these deals on. We just had to get the mortgage current. But what I look at is my cost of acquisition to buy the deal. I have to pay the back payments. I've got to pay closing costs. I have to pay this agent. But the part of the reason why that deal worked so well, instead of her wanting a 15 to a $30,000 commission, either 3% or 6%, right, of 500,000 is a little over $500,000 property. She says, Joe, pay me 5 grand and give $2,000 to the seller and we could do a deal. So I worked with the right agent on that one, is the point. So there are some agents that are wonderful to work with who really get it and they're totally helpful and they really truly want to help their seller and they're willing to help. There are some agents who are just not as easy to work with or as flexible. And so that goes a long way. So preferably for me, I do look on the market. We do have one that I'm looking at right now. I'm chatting with the seller who has a house on Anna Maria Island, right close to us. It's one of the best beaches in the planet. Absolutely gorgeous. The area got flooded, and I've got a lady now who they're really only selling for lot value because the house needs to get renovated because it was flooded. It's already been stripped down. It just needs to be put back together. But her property is going to sell for under 700,000. It's probably $1.4 million property, but it's only going to sell right now cash value from probably 6 to 650. Somebody may be willing to pay for that. It's really the lot size, but she owes 810 on the house. So the challenge for her is she's going to have to write a big check to say goodbye to the house. But I've been talking with the agent, explaining if they'd be open to doing seller financing because she does owe 810 on the house, but she's got a 3% interest rate. So on that deal there, if I buy it, she won't have to pay any of the closing costs and fees. She's not going to have to write a check at closing because somebody giving her lowball offers, because that's all she's getting right now. And it's not really a lowball offer, it's just what it's in line after a hurricane came and flooded the island. So with that being the case, I can overpay for it because my costs of my funds are at 3%. So then therefore, I can make it a win for me as the buyer, make it a win for the seller, and she's in a tough situation. Is she motivated? She sure is. She's probably a 10 on my motivation scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the most motivated, right? And 1 being the least motivated. So that's what I look at there. Are they able to put the property back together if it was flooded with the FEMA 49% rule? Eric, this one, absolutely you can. The property value compared to what it's going to take, they've already just, I mean, I don't even have to even do the flooring. We've already kind of checked that. It's going to be more of checking the electrical, the plumbing, putting drywall back together, kitchen cabinets, bathroom. And I know people who are doing this here. And one of my friends, his mom lives on the island, and we've got great connections to local contractors who could do it without charging an arm and a leg. And here's the problem with Florida is when we had the last hurricane, the lanai. It's a big cage that goes over your backyard with a pool. They call them lanai. It's a screened-in cage area, if you don't know. Well, when the hurricane came through October, some of the screens got ripped. And now I'm getting quotes from different people to replace it. There was a total of 9 of the screens that were ripped, and I received quotes as high as $15,000 and got it done for $2,600. So when you're abiding by that, you really have to understand who is going to be able to do the job correctly and not charge ridiculous prices. And that's part of why I'm really big into the community, finding who's who and what's what. How does the transfer of owner's insurance, if the seller has a mortgage and is escrowed in the payment? That's what we do is we could buy it with seller financing where I could buy the property, but the loan stays in the seller's name. I'm going to put a new insurance policy on the property once I buy it, and I'm going to renovate that property quickly. So I'm gonna have to buy it, renovate it, put insurance on there. I'm gonna have to do it quickly, right? Because in the beginning, it's gonna probably be like a construction type insurance because it's vacant, and so it's a little bit different insurance than if it's already put together. And then I'm gonna pay my insurance policy for the year. So that's what we do there. And then once I buy it, we're gonna cancel the seller's insurance. Bam. All right, I'm going to share my screen, Abby, if that's okay with you. But I'm going to show you exactly what I do, guys. Okay, so it's going to be not crazy hard, super difficult. What we do, let me pull it up. Then I'm going to call a seller in a few minutes. Share screen. Okay. So here's my Facebook page, just regular Facebook. Here's Ryan and Abby. These two, if you're not following them, they are in our coaching group, Old Seller Creek Ventures. These two are superstars in Pennsylvania doing big things. Highly recommend giving these two a follow as well, because here's the perfect example of they built their business page. They're doing multiple deals. They've bought some gorgeous houses. They're crushing it with their rent to own. They're even wholesaled some deals now and got some really nice checks. So this is Ryan and Abby, but point of my Facebook is what I want to show you. Let me get through my notifications. Here we go. So what I do is I join Facebook groups. I want to buy in Marco Island, Florida. If you don't know where Marco Island is, I've already done a deal there a few years ago. We actually did that one when Brittany was working for us. We had a seller reach out because they saw a Facebook post, and she writes in the Facebook post, 900,000 and it's yours. I was like, well, that's a lot of money for a property, but let's ask her some questions. She gave me the address, why she's selling, needs a bunch of work. We figured out it was worth 1.7, 1.8 million, and she was only asking 900,000 off a Facebook post. Said, can you do any better? Should I do 875? We did the deal. Made a nice deal there. She was thrilled because she got some land with some acreage with the proceeds, and we got a beautiful house that just needed work on the water. So I was like, okay, love Marco Island. I want to do more business in Marco Island. So what do? I joined the Marco Island Life Facebook group. And all I do is I go in the search bar here and I type in areas that I want to buy. It could be Naples, Florida. It could be Orlando, Florida. And I just want to give you a tip. I'm doing this from my personal Facebook page, not my business page. My business page is, hey, Joe, how do I know I could trust you? Then I send you to my business page. But I'm doing all of this work with my personal Facebook page. And this is why it's important to make sure you have stuff on your Facebook page that's worth seeing. So, what does that mean? You've probably already heard this before, but the things I don't talk about ever. I don't talk about politics. I don't talk about none of this kind of stuff that could deter somebody from not wanting to do business with you. Because as far as I'm concerned, whatever side of the aisle you're on, the money is green either side. And that's what I'm here for. I'm not here to do anything else other than connect with people. That's what social media is about. So I joined Marco Island Facebook group, knowing that probably some of these people are going to check me out too. So I want to make sure my page is good. But when I post in this group, I don't go posting the very first post. I buy houses because they're not going to know if you're a scammer. So what I do is it's called seasoning the post. So first I join it. Then a day later, the admins approve me. Now I'm in the group. Now I make my first post. I'm going to show you exactly what I did. So this is Marco Island, Florida. Why, Joe, do you love this group so much? Because it's got 111,000 people in it. That's a big group, 100,011 people. So what did I do? My very first post, best must go to restaurants on Marco Island. Guys, is this an active Facebook group? I don't know. I've got 232 comments on my post. 232 people left a comment on my Facebook post in the side of the group telling me what are the best restaurants to go to in Marco Island. Let me tell you, there's a small little island. There's not that many restaurants. So you got a lot of the same thing coming up once or twice. You've got people arguing, this place is better than that place, or that place is no good. This is the best one. It's really interesting. But the point of my very first post inside of the Marco Island group is called my seasoning post. What I mean by that, my seasoning post is best go-to restaurants in the area, best place for a men's haircut, best place for pizza in town, right? I'm going to ask a random question. And by that question, I'm going to do two things. I'm going to show the admin that I'm not just some spammer. Maybe it looks like I'm moving there. Maybe it looks like I'm vacationing there. We don't know, but it looks like I'm a real person because I'm interacting in their group on my very first post. But I'm interacting, I'm creating a post that makes me look like I'm a human visiting the area or something. The second part of that, I want to also see how active the group is. Believe it or not, you'll find some groups that have 100,000 people in them, and you can make a post that I'm giving away free $100 bills today, and you won't get any action out of it. It's wild. But then you'll put some posts like this, best restaurant, and you'll legitly get, and I've made this post February 18th. So if you're listening right now, it's the 21st. It's been 3 days. And from the last 3 days, I've had 232 people comment on this post. Got a ton of likes. And if you scroll down far enough, like you could see some of the wild comments. Certain places are favorites than others. But now, because I'm going to go back down to Marco Island, it's nice to know that what are the great restaurants. So this is super helpful for me. I've got pictures on my profile of me being in Marco Island, even. If you go back far enough, I think it was in 2022 when we did that deal. But now you're seeing like, okay, not Marco, but close by, Island Gypsy Cafe, the best. Like this is probably a place I'm going to want to check out. They got a lot of responses. But what am I doing? I know this is an active group. I understand when I make a post inside of this group, I'm probably going to get a lot of responses. Versus a group that's got a lot of people in it that they didn't respond on my free $100 giveaway. They're not going to respond much if I'm going to want to buy a house. Maybe you get one or two, but I'll bet you this group is going to get on and popping. So what I would recommend, all of you join this group and you could come look at the post, see how it goes, right? But this is really what it is, guys. So I'm finding groups like this. So now that I've already made that post 3 days ago, I could go up to my, what's going on? Create a post, write something. On your first post, you see how it says write something? sometimes on your first post, you'll see it says it has to be approved, your first post, by an admin. You'll see this here, but I've already made my first post. So your second post in a lot of these groups does not have to get approved. But they make it that your first post has to be approved to void out all of the spammers. On a group this size, they probably can't manage 111,000 people every post. So it's usually just the first one. And now I've already made my first post. I understand it's a very active group. Now it's time to go to work. Now I'm going to make my real estate buying post in the group. Does anyone have a house for sale that's not market ready? My wife, oops, wife and I are looking to buy one in the next, I'm going to put 2 through, where's the thingy? Oops, 3 months. Okay, so I'm going to read this back to you if you're driving, you're in your car. It says, does anyone have a house for sale that's not market ready? My wife and I are looking to buy one in the next 2 to 3 months. Now, before I hit submit, you saw how my other one was standing out because it had a good color to it. So I go to this little box right here and I can change this to different colors. And what I found out is like this one right here really does well, but you can see there's tons of them, guys. Like I could even do the poop one. Don't do that one, but it's an option, right? But I could scroll down. The blue is my favorite one. When you hear me talking about the blue ad, it's really the blue post. Now, you could see when Brittany was talking about earlier, you could hit boost my post and you could spend money to boost your post. What does that mean? It just means it's going to get more people. But now I've targeted Marco Island and I'm able to boost my post for free by just posting this in the group. So when I call it my blue ad, it's just my blue post. This is exactly what it is. Now, if you're going to do this, keep it like this. If you're not married, you don't have to put you and your wife or you and your husband. You could just put, I'm looking to buy one in the next 2 to 3 months, right? But keep it simple. Here's the deal. If you're going to do this, Facebook will shut down your account if you spam it too much. So this,
Yeah, everyone wants you to know.
oops,
Thank you.
so sorry. You know what? I should misspell it just so then they understand. Um, I'm a human. I didn't even realize that. Thank you, dear. That's what happens when you marry an English teacher, y'all. You learn. But either way, I didn't notice that. But now after this, here's the next thing I do. Where am I? I'm gonna tag Marco Island. So now it actually makes it look like I'm there. So Joseph Delafave is in Marco Island because this is where my post is. And now I'm going to post this. So now it actually puts me there on the spot, even though I'm not in Marco Island right now. I'm like 2.5 hours north of that. Okay. I hit post. Okay. Here, guys, goes. Oh, now this is pending admin approval. There we go. This one didn't sneak through. I'm just going to let it go. If they approve it, great. If they don't, I just keep moving on. There's so many of these groups, but I do know this is active. And I do know if I pin myself here as in Marco Island, and I do know if they search Joe Delafave's profile, what did he post in this group already? Oops. Hey, there's my wife and kids, right? Because here's what happens. When you click on my profile inside of a group, I've already got the top contributor badge from one post, right? It's going to say, well, what did Joe post in the group? The admins could pull you up and they look. And so what did I post? I posted this a couple days ago. Best must go to restaurants at Marco Island. So it looks like I'm coming down, right? Where I already live there. And so it's going to see that this is a real post and I'm not just some scammer spammer. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy, guys. This is not hard. Now here's the recipe. If you want the recipe for success, you join no less than 100 Facebook groups. You know how much money that costs you to do? Zero. So I'm going to find out, like I remember what we did earlier on Reventure. I found out all the good places. So I'm joining groups in the places where I want to buy. Whatever that means to you, join there. Okay. And it could be Indiana, Pennsylvania, it doesn't matter. Join where you want to buy. Go in the search bar of Facebook, put in all of these different towns, and it's not just the city, sometimes the county. So, like, I'm in Manatee County. Sometimes there's Manatee County garage sales, right? I'm going to join all of them, especially those ones that have 100,000 people in them. Oh, yeah, I'm joining those. Now, I could join 20 of those in probably about 5 minutes. Because once I put in Marco Island or I put in Naples, Florida, it's just going to show them all when I hit groups. I'm just join, 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 join. Sometimes they might ask me questions. If they're like, what's your favorite food? I'm like, key lime pie or whatever, right? Whatever. But I'm going to join all the groups. Some they'll let you in pretty quickly. Some it takes very long depending on how great or bad the admin is. Some you might never get in because, the admin's not very active. So the whole thing is to join as many as you can in that area. And then I make my first seasoning post into 5 groups a day. And then 5 groups a day, I'm going to make my other post in saying I'm buying houses. Because I always want to be adding more groups. And no joke, I'm in 1,200 groups right now. I just checked the other day. 1,200 groups. So the name of the game is to get into a lot of groups. And if you really want to learn how to get leads, post into 5 Facebook groups a day, 5 to 6 days a week for 30 days. Once again, if you just maybe your speakers broke up, do that post about you buying real estate. Does anyone have a house for sale that's not market ready? I'm looking to buy one in the next 2 to 3 months or 2 to 3 weeks. Post that into 5 groups a day, 5 to 6 days a week for 30 days. And what will happen, I guarantee you for free, you're going to have people reaching out to you with properties that they want to sell. You're not going to have to spend a dollar on lead generation. You're not going to have to cold call anybody. You're not going to have to knock on anybody's door. You don't have to do any of that. These people are going to reach out to you. It's either they're going to leave a comment on your post or they're going to send you a DM. So make sure you check the spam folder because sometimes they slide in there if they're not friends with you. But you're going to get comments. And so you got to respond to them. And you're going to get people who are going to reach out to you. So when that happens, start the money goes down in the DMs. That's where the magic happens. This is where I'm going to say, hey, thanks so much for reaching out. Can you please tell me about your property for sale? And you know what I do? My first question, I actually put it as a hotkey. I program it. So when I'm going to drop it in the chat. So I hit Q1 on my mouse or my keyboard. I just dropped question number 1 that I ask everybody right in the chat. Okay. I'll hit Q1B for question 1B if they don't give me the address, because sometimes they give it to me, sometimes they don't. Here's my next question. Right in the chat. This is exactly what I do. Question 3, right? How soon do you want to sell? There it is. Right? Q4. What's your phone number? Oops, it actually put Q4 there. I didn't hit the space bar, sorry. But you can see that's my hotkey for Q4. Right? Question 3, I think I skipped that one. Oh, no, I did. I didn't do question 2. See, I skipped it. Important question to know, guys. Why you consider selling? So thanks so much for reaching out. Tell me about the property. Why you consider selling? How soon do you want to sell it? Just in case we get connected. What's your phone number? I've got an address. I want to know how soon they want to sell. And I want to know why they're selling. I have an address, phone number. I know why and how soon. This is going to help you tremendously. And you could go all the way through my whole script, when I go to question 5. This is exactly what I do. It's that easy, guys. I didn't have to type any of that out. Did you notice that? As you could tell by my first post that I made on Facebook, it took me a while to put, does anyone have a house for sale? It's not market ready. I'm born in the 70s. We didn't take typing school in school, okay? So I'm not the fastest typer, but I programmed this in my hotkeys. So I just hit Q1, Q2 for all my questions, and they just pop right in my chat. I have that now programmed for my iPhone. I have it programmed for my iPad, and it goes to my MacBook. So no matter what device I'm on, if I'm chatting with a seller or anybody on my team is, because it's Lexi, it's my virtual assistants, they all have this programmed and use it in their hotkeys. So once again, I can get a conversation done quickly, efficiently. I make my post, we connect, one question, two question, three question, four question. Oh my gosh, we need to talk. Now, what do? Somebody says, I really don't want to sell. I just want to know what my house is worth. I'm probably not going to call you at all. Just not going to. When the lady who reached out to me says, Joe, I want to sell in 2 weeks because my husband passed away a few years ago and the house needs a lot of work, I called her instantly. We put the property under contract. I showed it to my realtor because I'm going to remodel the place and he's going to sell it. And he says, Joe, I think it's worth 260 to 275 fixed up. I said, good. He's like, I want to walk the property. I put it under contract for 100,000. I knew it needed a lot of work. You know what he told me? Joe, if I give you a $25,000 assignment fee, a finder's fee, can I just give him the deal and let him do it all? So I want your responses. I'm going to ask you a question. Would you rather not do any of the work and assign that agreement to another investor for $25,000 now, well, in 2 weeks? Or would you rather buy the property, manage the renovations with contractors, still not doing any of it, and it's 1,300 miles from me because it's in New York, I'm in Florida, but with the potential by October or September, because that's how long it's going to take to renovate it, put it on the market, sell it, wait for the 30 days, 45 days to closing. I'll probably be October and I could probably make 50 to 60,000 on that. So would you take 25 now or 50 later? I want to see that in the chat. And then we're going to do a live seller call next.
Ryan Cole is here, just so you know.
Ryan, yay, do this. So I'm seeing a lot of 25 now. Sell in 2 weeks for 25K, 25. I don't see any 50s. 25K, no brainer, right? I'm with you, bud. That's what I end up doing. Tough decision, right? Can I make double the money if I just wait 7 more months? Or do I just take 25 now and run? And I think of cost of funds, I think of all the other things, and I'm like, giddy up, let's just go. So my agent gets a nice deal, I get a nice deal, and everybody wins. Because oh, my wife chirping in because I don't want a flip right now. Honey, we've already got a couple flips going on. So you mean you don't want one more flip right now, is what she's saying. Um, I know. We had a pact.
Correct.
My wife and I made a pact. We're not going to do any flips in 2025. We're going to just wholesale all of the fix and flip deals. We're not going to do any of them. Meanwhile, by January, we already had like two. Okay.
Yeah.
So
How
I've
are we
already
doing?
I broke my streak. I guess I lied. I apologize, guys. But that's what the heck happened there. And so at least the third one here, we're gonna wholesale that. So mission accomplished. I got 150. There we go. I got any more 50s or I got Sebastian says higher risk if you want. Lots of things could happen. Sebastian, you are right. Plus, October is usually not the time of the year where the sales are going the hottest. But that market is like struggling with inventory. So let's pull up Ryan. Ryan is actually in our coaching program, and we have a live seller call that we're going to do. So who wants to hear a live seller call? Hit me down in the chat because we're about to call somebody live. And then you want to bring Ryan up here, bring him up on stage. We're going to
Yeah.
talk about the deal real quick.
Hey, Joe.
How we doing, partner?
Good. How's it going?
Awesome. Okay, so we have this seller we're gonna call. And I got the property details here. Can you just give everybody a brief snapshot of what's going on, and then I'm gonna call. Is this the agent I'm calling?
Yeah, this is the agent.
Okay.
So this lead came from a blue ad that Joe was just showing everyone. So the seller actually reached out to my wife. My wife was messaging her, and then the seller ended up just giving us the agent's phone number. It's been on the market for a little bit now, so she's moving out of the area. She's moving down. This property's up in upstate New York. She's moving down to Virginia. So she just wants to get rid of it. It was a rental for her. But now she got me in contact with the agent, and I've been talking with the agent, and she's open to terms, open to seller financing, 0 down. We would just pay the agent's commission. So we're just kind of figuring out what rate we want to go with where it works for our rent to own on the back end. They initially threw out 6 years, 6% rate, and the payment would be 1193, so basically 1200. Taxes, insurance on top of that, be another 300. So we're looking at 1,500 right now, and the rent would only be 1,600. So we only have $100 spread there. So we're trying to get the rate down a little bit just so we can cash flow more.
Yay. So what do we got? We got a turnkey property currently rented at 1,600 a month. We got a landlord who wants to retire, put it on the market, listed with an agent, not selling. A seller sees your blue post, reaches out. You guys connect. She says, I want to do deal. Talk to my agent. Now I'm going to call the agent who you've already spoke to. And they said, these are the initial terms. They're just a little skinny for a deal right now, but we're going to make a counter offer. So you're going to hear me talking with an agent, negotiating this deal. Let's see if we could put it together. Does that sound good? Did I miss anything there, Ryan? One
No,
and a half acres, cute property, doesn't need a thing. And
I think it's vacant right now. It's not. She previously rented out. She had it at 1,600. So,
mm,
but one thing I did want to know is the well and septic.
yeah, okay, got it. And is the furniture staying or are they keeping that?
We haven't discussed that.
Okay. It's got a really big garage.
Yeah, yeah, it's nice. Yeah, I think
Oh,
it'd be great rent to own.
yeah. And you could even, all right, good, let's call.
Hello, this is Beth.
Hey, Beth, Joe Delafave.
Hi, Joe. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing well. I think you were chatting with my partner Ryan about that cute house you got on Farrell Road.
Yes, yes, we were.
Did I catch you at a good time or are you busy?
Nope, you're good.
Okay. Ryan and I had a meeting last night about it, and we kind of chatted more about it. And he's actually got a project going on in Watertown, and I've got one in Gouverneur, so we know the area well. I've got a rental in Ogdensburg and Watertown too, so we absolutely love it up there. And
Perfect.
we're definitely interested in this property too.
Okay. So
So
what?
Ryan was mentioning sellers moving to Virginia. She had it rented, but it's vacant now. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. So she was big in doing rentals in this area. She had her own Airbnb. She does a lot of different things, but with her husband and her now moving to Virginia, she's just obviously she's not really doing the Airbnbs anymore. She's not doing her own cleaning business here. So she's just kind of trying to unload those type of properties that she's got going on.
Okay.
Um, so which is why she wants to sell it.
Okay. Um, no, I understand that when you're that far away, I can see that being a little bit of a
It makes it
challenge.
tough.
Yeah, absolutely.
Uh-huh.
Even being local, it makes it tough, but when you're that far away, it makes it even more of a challenge.
Yeah,
Um,
for sure.
okay. So, but it's vacant now, and you think 1,600 from your experience would be probably the market rent for that?
Well, that's what she was getting for it.
Yeah. I mean, do you think if I were to
So,
re-rent it again, I'd get that, or is there any chance to get more, or is that probably top of the range, do you think?
I think that if you wanted to like fix up the garage and do some of that she really wasn't able to get to, you probably could get more.
Yep.
You know what I mean? I mean, it is it's got great potential.
Yeah.
So
Yep. A few questions. Is she going to leave it furnished or is she taking the furniture with her?
um so I think some of the furniture she is taking, but some she is leaving too.
Okay.
Because so she also used to stage places too. So a lot of that was like stage furniture. I mean, certainly if you wanted it to be left, I could always talk to her about that.
Well, no big deal. I buy as is, and I heard, she's moving and she's got a few different properties. If there's anything she wants, make sure she takes it with her. But if there's anything that she doesn't want, we could take care of that too. Like we'll probably just donate it, but I don't need her getting like movers over there spending money, get it cleaned out.
Gotcha.
So
Okay,
yeah,
perfect.
that part's easy. So yeah, because I agree. I looked up some comps. I know my property in Watertown, but it's closer to the base and it's a good sized home. And I think we get 1,700 for that for rent. Maybe it's 1,800 now. But
Yeah.
I was wondering up here that would do the same, but it sounds like it would. So, well, we'd definitely be interested in buying it. So I was running the numbers with Ryan, and I think the price you're asking for is definitely in the range for what we're looking for. So I don't think that's a challenge there.
Yeah.
If we buy it, we cover all the closing costs and pay your commission. So that's pretty easy. The one concern we
Yeah.
had is at the numbers that we were originally talking. I know the $200,000 purchase price. Um, I started toying around with the interest rate, and that's where I guess my question comes in because I want to make sure that the payment is going to still make sense with collecting roughly 1,600 a month for rent, while I still want to take
Yep.
care of management and maintenance and vacancy, which I usually leave about 7% for vacancy. Um, and
Okay.
then
Yeah.
obviously pay the seller. So I ran a couple scenarios and I hopefully we can put that together because if that works, then I mean, Ryan and I are a go.
Okay. Yeah. Do you have, can I call you back in just about 2 minutes? I just got to my office and I want to pull my laptop out and
Yeah.
so I can start writing stuff down. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's my cell phone. I'll be here.
Okay.
Thank you so
Perfect.
much.
I will get back in touch with you soon. Thank you.
Beautiful. All right, bye.
Bye bye.
Here we go. All right, now we're cooking. Okay, so here were the terms that they originally proposed was that she was okay with a $200,000 purchase price. No money down was fine, but they wanted a 6% interest rate. And they wanted the whole thing to get paid off in a 6-year balloon. So what does that mean? They're willing to do the payments over 30 years, but in 6 years, they want a big chunk at the rest of it. So but if I were to divide the payments over 6 years, my payment would be way higher than I could rent it for. That obviously wouldn't work. So many times on a free and clear property like this, we're able to divide the payments over 30 years, but we might have what they call a balloon, which means in 6 years I have to pay a chunk. So I have a mortgage calculator on my phone, like there's a million of these apps on there. But the one thing that I do love about this one that I use, I put in the price of 200,000. I put in a 30-year term length, and then I can hit my payment table, tells me all my payments, and it tells me how much I've paid them in interest up into that point, how much I still owe left on the loan to them. So now I'm going to be able to have an educated conversation with the agent because they wanted this paid off in 6 years. You make your money in real estate over time. So if I can cash flow in a nice property, that's great. But the longer I could do that, I'm building more value. So my job here is to get a lower payment and maybe get a longer term length. And one of the things I'm going to talk about is me paying finance charges and how much extra that pays this seller on top of the overall purchase price. And so part of what I'm going to be explaining to the seller or to the agent is that the longer this seller lets me make payments, the more money the seller is going to actually make because of the finance charges. And we're going to talk about that when she calls me back.
Joe, real quick, what was that app that you said you used to help break down the payments?
It's just a mortgage calculator. I mean, I found it on the iPhone. If you Google mortgage calculator, I think this one is like $3, but there's some that are for free. And I've had this one for so long. It just says mortgage. It's nothing special. It's just a mortgage calculator. The one thing I do like is it does give me the payment tables right here. So when I click that, it tells me like the number the payment is, the monthly payment, interest paid, principal paid, total interest. So for an example, at 6 years, at 3%, that has me paying the seller an extra 33,500 in interest on top of the 200,000. Right. So this is where I get to explain that by just having that simple app. Guys, you could use whatever one. You could go on Google, whatever phone device you have. There's a lot of free ones out there. Just a mortgage calculator, but find the one that breaks down the payments with interest and all that too, so you could make explain how much more money the seller's getting versus putting it in the market now, versus if you do it this way, how much more they're going to make. Because now if I could buy it for 235,000, which is really what I'd do over 6 years. Well, if the seller's open to me doing it longer, I'd actually end up paying more for it. Right. So if I were to do it for 10 years, I end up paying 53,000 in finance charges, which means now they'd get 253 overall versus just 200 now. So sometimes in some circumstances, it's worth that to let them go a little bit longer. I've had some sellers who say, Joe, like I have one in Texas. She has a duplex in Dallas, and she's like, I'm only going to finance it for 20 years. I don't want anything less than that because if she passes away, she wants to be able to make sure her kids are getting payments. Oh, we got the call. Hi, this is Joe.
Joe, it's Beth.
Hi, Beth.
Hi, so I got my laptop up and we're ready to roll.
Yay. Love it.
So yeah, I didn't even cut you off, but I want to be able to write down what we say. So
No worries. And then I got a question. I'm doing a fix and flip in um Governor. So maybe on another call we could chat about that one too, because we're closing soon, and it's right next to the hardware store in town.
okay.
It's like the next house over, and the lady who has it, she's a sweet lady, but her mom is ill. This was a rental, and they ended up like leaving the place a mess, and now she's taking care of mom who's got 300 acres. So we're buying it, but it does need some work, and I've got a good contractor I've been talking with. Um, but I'm going to need to list it too. And the agent
Okay.
that I was using before, he now lives in Florida. He
Oh,
moved from Watertown to Florida. So, um, I like to find somebody who's actually there doing it instead.
yeah, for sure. And if how long have you been working with your contractor for?
So this contractor, we just met him as a recommendation from the hardware store next door.
Oh, okay.
But if you
Um,
if you have recommendations, I would love to hear it because we did a deal in Connecticut. I found an agent by Google. She had like couple hundred 5-star reviews. And when I talked to her about a house, she's like, I know the good contractors, and I know the contractors which not to use. And she hooked me up with a great person who did the work on time, made it look great. She listed it, went for over asking even. So everybody was happy.
yeah, so I have a really good contractor I use. He doesn't try to um overcharge. He's like super fair. Um, so yeah, I'd be happy to share that contact with you too.
Oh, giddy up. Let's go. I love it. Yeah,
Yeah.
I would definitely like that just to have a couple options because I know the gentleman that they recommended, I know he's booked out pretty far.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, if I could do it, I know up there the challenge, especially this time of year, is find people who aren't already super busy.
Right.
Um,
Well, especially with all the snow and everything we've gotten.
I know. Well, good news is most of this is all inside work, and I know when there's a lot of snow, you don't want to be doing much outside anyway. So a lot of this is all inside work, which usually my contractors, I'm from Rochester, so all my contractors, I've got a few going on there, and they love the inside work this time of year.
I bet.
Oh yeah. Although unfortunately we just had to do a roof at one of the properties, but all the rest of it's inside and they've got the music going and they're all staying warm, so they're loving it. But my
Oh,
guys in Rochester, they're just too far of a drive.
yeah, that is pretty far all the way up to Governor.
Yeah, and I mean we've got some people that we've used, but it was always for very small stuff, like my Watertown property or um my other one in Ogdensburg. But this one this really needs some work. So
Yeah. All right. Yeah. I mean, he also he has like so my guy has something to do with like code enforcement in Watertown too. So he's super smart in that area as well.
I definitely got to talk to him then.
Yeah,
Well,
for
my
sure.
Watertown house is nice. That doesn't need anything, but it's always good to be in with the code enforcement people too.
Yep.
Keep an eye on the property for me. But we've got some folks in there. He's a great renter. He's actually, what we do is I do rent to own. I've got a really good mortgage guy at Movement Mortgage, and I work with renters who they're going to move in and plan on buying it in a few years. And we just give them some time, and sometimes they need help fixing credit. We just let them do that and get them to
So there's
actually.
a girl. Yeah, so there is a girl that was interested in this house, wanted to see it, but her credit isn't exactly where it needs to be right now. She works at FX Caprera. And they said that she probably wouldn't be able to do anything until July. So she would be a really good, I mean, I didn't pull her credit, so I don't know anything like that, but I do know that she was definitely interested in buying it.
Well, and that's exactly what I do. I find somebody like that who's got a great job. They want to be a homeowner. They're just not there yet. And, I just give them some time. And then once they buy it, then I make a couple bucks. You're not making much, but then I pay off the seller too. And they love it because they get their check earlier. But that's exactly.
Right.
So if that does work, I'd love that.
Yeah, definitely. I will. I haven't said anything to her yet, of course, but yeah, I was talking to Ryan about it though.
Okay. Yeah. And you find a lot of folks with the military, especially moving in and out of the area. So you do the market there gets to be challenging in Watertown sometimes, but I love this area up here. So I'm looking at, Ryan mentioned to me the numbers that were already kind of chatted about briefly was at $200,000 purchase price. I think they were planning on doing a 30-year amortization with a 6-year balloon.
Correct.
Okay, so all of that sounds fine to me. The one concern, I ran the numbers at 6%, and that's what makes it a little bit of a challenge because that's pinging me just about what I could rent it for after I pay the taxes and insurance and the maintenance and
Gotcha.
repairs, because that puts me at like 1193. So
Yeah.
here's what I figured. If I could still buy it at that price and I'm closer to like a 3% rate, that gives me an 838 payment, which now once I pay roughly the taxes and insurance, which is another three something combined, that's going to put me roughly at a payment of about 1200. Now on top of that, I have to pay for maintenance and management. So it still keeps it as a skinny deal. But if I could do something like that, I think we could have a deal.
Okay. So I don't know, what her payment is on it or anything. So I'd have to ask her.
They owe money on it?
I believe so, yes. I don't think there's a lot. But I'd have to double check with her.
You know what? I don't know. Let me take a peek. Do you use PropStream, the software?
I've never heard of it.
Oh my gosh, it's the absolute best. So I could plop in the address to the property and it gives you I haven't done it yet, so I'm going to. So Ashley Owens owns it. It even tells you like their address in Clayton, New York, probably not current. So she owes money to Wells Fargo. 67,000 is what she owes on it, is what it's showing me.
Okay.
So her payment, not including taxes, not including insurance, is 642 a month and 26 cents. It looks like to me she did a 15-year loan at roughly a little over a 6% on it.
Okay. Yep.
So at that point, she could still make a few bucks in her pocket. She would not have to take care of any management. It's our insurance policy. I have an attorney. Either I would use Brzezinski Blacko Long, or I use Rick Borman out of Buffalo, who know how to close these. They're the attorneys. They cross every T, dot the I. So even if they have a loan, I could buy it, close on it, and we would just pay her directly, and then she could pay Wells Fargo, and then she'd just keep the difference.
Okay. So she would want to use her attorney though.
Yeah, for her side, she would. Yep. Yeah.
Okay. But you guys are still paying for her attorney though, correct?
Yeah, we'd pay all the closing costs.
Okay. All right. Cool.
So
let me see.
Here's my question.
Yeah.
So at 3%, the way that breaks down, if I do it for 6 years, that payment to her would be $838.99 a month. In that time frame, she gets an extra 33,500 in finance charges.
Okay.
And I would still owe her at that point 172.
Okay.
So this is a way that we could buy it, close on it, pay all the fees, closing costs. She doesn't have to worry about the insurance. The pizza guy, I don't even know if there's a pizza guy that delivers out there, but if they do and they trip and fall in the driveway, that's our insurance, not theirs. So that's easy peasy. And then once again, I'm going to work with renters who are going to plan on moving in, renting until they're able to buy. And that's when I would pay her off that balance. So many times it's before that balloon amount.
Okay.
As long as there's no prepayment penalty for paying off sooner.
No.
I have one in Texas. She's adamant on not paying off sooner because if she gets the money, her kids are going to spend it all. So she wants to make sure the kids get payments for a long time. But much other than that, usually they don't mind us paying off sooner. And then if it works well for them and us, what we would do is have you just put it in writing, have her attorney approve, have our attorney approve. If all's good, we just close. I think right now it's about 40 days or so because I know I've got a few others I'm working on. And then at that point, I would be more than happy to talk with the young lady that you have who's interested in buying it. Maybe we could put her in there as a renter in the beginning and help her get qualified for a mortgage, or if not, it'll be somebody like that.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. So there is one other house she is trying to unload. And I know that she paid cash for it as well. It's right in Watertown. and it's 109 State Place.
Okay.
I think it was her brother. It might be in her brother's name though. I'd have to double check, but she did mention it to me too, that, if you guys were interested in that, she'd be happy to, unload that too.
Yeah, I would definitely be interested in both. Is the other one in equally good shape?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
If it is, because I did that in Watertown. Let me tell you, I have so many people who want to do rent to own there. Like I have a list in Watertown.
Well, you know why? Because yeah, they want like the dream of home ownership, and it's so difficult to come by, right?
Yeah.
And it's like literally they pay that much in rent a month, but yet they don't qualify for a loan.
And that's the neat thing is it's weird. It's like 17% of people qualify for a mortgage. So that leaves 4 out of 5 who can't get a mortgage. And out of that 4 out of 5, some don't want one, but there's a lot that do. And,
Yeah.
if you just give them some time and, sometimes they're fixing their credit on their own. Sometimes there's people I know that could help them if they need to, but not mandatory. Some like my guy in Watertown, actually at my house there, he's self-employed. And he's got great credit and he's got good income. He just has to prove more on the books. So I'm like, well, you need to just cut more lawns and do more decks, right? Like that's all it is. So we've already got in front of the mortgage person and it's working out really, really well. So
That's fantastic.
yeah, I love it. So then if you want to chat with her about that, and if she's willing to do it even longer, if she wants to make more money, I'd be more than happy to. If she wants to do 6 years, that's fine too. We're pretty flexible and Ryan and I took notes, so I'll make sure we check out the other one too, because if you could let her know, I'd be interested in doing both.
Yeah, absolutely. I will figure out what she wants to, what she does want to sell it for, and then I'll keep you posted on that too.
Awesome. All right. So then you want to chat with her what we just talked about, and then this is my cell phone number. Let's connect, and if it's good, we'll write it up.
Yeah, that sounds good. I will be in touch.
Awesome. Beth, thank you so much. And then if you get a moment, I know you're busy, but if you get a spare chance, can you just text me your contractor's information and I'll love to reach out and chat with them too.
Oh, absolutely. And Joe, you spell your last name Duvall?
No, it's Delle. F is
totally off.
No, it's okay. Believe me, you're not the first. It's Delle. F is in Frank. Ave. It's Delafave.
Delafave. Okay. All right. Awesome. Yeah, I will send it to you right now.
Beautiful. Awesome. You are the best, and we'll chat soon. I appreciate your help.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bam! Holy cow. Right? So what happens, and I was thinking this already, she had several properties. I didn't want to continue the conversation we were already having, but the little kid in Joe wants to just be like, well, how many more does she want to sell? Right? But I'm like, be cool, right? Wait a minute. It will get to it. And then after having the conversation, found out if we could work the first deal and she really likes what's going on there, that could open up the possibility. So when I find a seller who's got a portfolio or they've got many properties they want to sell, I wait and find out how the first deal goes. And then if the first deal looks beautiful and 3% rate and 6, 7 year term and no money down, turnkey property, well then, okay, can I do that in the next one? And then the next one and the next one, right? It keeps it a little bit easier. So great job, Ryan. So it sounds like we got some following up to do there. Beth's got my cell. She's going to be in contact with me on that. Blue ad strikes again. Great job. Anybody got a question for Ryan or myself or that call? Because up next is going to be Jen, and we're going to talk about some husband-wife stuff. Yes, this is with no money down, Sebastian. But it's not quite though. No money down to the seller. We would have to pay our half of the closing costs. We'd have to pay the seller's half of the closing costs. I haven't even got to the real estate commission yet, which we're going to have a conversation with, like, hey, if we do 2 deals, can I get a break on the commission, right? Because that's coming up next. So we still have to go to that part, but closing costs. And this is not my deal, guys. This is Ryan's deal. In our coaching group, does a great job posting the ad. People are reaching out, they're messaging them. And from Ryan working full time, and we just got to hang out because he's in Florida recently, but from Ryan working full time, but him partnering up with his wife, they just find the little cracks in the day where she could do what she does, he does what he does. They come to our calls, they bring these calls, we're able to talk And I mean, these guys are locking up deals. They're doing wholesale deals. They're doing all types of good stuff. You even found your own house from that blue post, isn't that right? So this stuff works. And Ryan's in a super competitive market where you guys were looking for a house for how long?
It took us 9 months, and we put in multiple offers, sight unseen, 15K over, and nothing. We're outside Buffalo, and we live in the south towns of Buffalo, and I mean it was very competitive. And once we put up that blue post, the blue ad, that says, "Does anyone have a house that's not market ready?" We're looking to my Alyssa put one that says my husband and I are looking to buy one next 2 to 3 weeks, and we got the seller for this house reached out to Alyssa, and um, we came to an agreement. We would have never had it if this was put on the market on MLS here, we would have had no shot getting it. It would have went way over.
Yeah. So not only did it would have gone way over, you guys got it for like way under besides. Like,
Yeah.
so beautiful neighborhood, very competitive, great school district, nothing on the market, even at 15 grand over asking still wasn't working. Blue Post once again strikes again. So great job. One question we have from Sebastian. How did you negotiate that, Ryan, with no money down? Usually they want 10%.
I typically buy with no money down. Okay. I just tell the seller that, or tell the agent that.
Wait, can you say that one more time?
I just anchor and say I typically buy with no money down. Okay.
Okay, so he's asking the question but making a statement at the same time. Can everybody say that? Raise your hand if you can say that, what he just said. Did Ryan just say anything that you couldn't say yourself? Right? All of you could say the same thing. So when a seller or an agent tells you, well, how much money are you going to put down? What is everybody going to say? Tell him, Ryan, one more time.
I typically buy with no money down. Okay.
There we go. Write that down, everybody. That money, that little line right there, just flapping your lips. This is why I love negotiating. I love buying and selling real estate because that little line right there will make you so much money and so many deals. And it's just that easy. Great job, Ryan.
Yeah. And you'll be amazed with how many people just say, okay.
We had it last night on our coaching group call. I talked to a seller last night and I was like, I typically buy with no money down, okay? And in front of everybody, he's like, okay. I'm like, all right, great. I moved on to the next question. So here's the next thing, guys. If they say okay, act like you've been there before. Don't be so, are you sure? Don't do that, okay? Just say, all right, great, and then move on to the next question, right? Don't be so surprised. It happens. You wouldn't think it would happen, but it does. And you know what happens? You'll never get it if you don't ask for it. And so when an agent tells me or an investor tells me I need half down, I'm like, well, I typically buy with no money down, okay? No, I need half down. Well, I'm not your buyer. I'm not putting 10% down. I could go to a bank and do that, right? So awesome. All right, cool. You're the man. Great job. Great seeing you, partner. We'll keep you posted. And then obviously I would reach out to her, get the information for that next one too, and start getting going on that.
Yep, and they had another. Well, the lead that initially came in was for another house that they had for sale. It was a flip she just finished, but it was a higher end one in Alexander Bay, so it wouldn't have worked out for us.
Got it.
But no, thanks, Joe.
And hey, does the brother have any other ones either? Right?
Yeah,
Next
exactly.
question.
Yeah.
So, all right, you know what to do. Great seeing you.
Yeah.
Tell us we said hi and keep rocking out. Don't be too cold, and we'll see you guys soon because you're coming down to Florida in a few weeks. So
Yeah, 3 weeks.
can't wait to see you both again. So
All right, thanks, Joe.
thanks, partner. Guys, so if you want to learn how to do this, you're getting like, this is what our coaching calls look like. Okay. So if you're thinking about like, hey, what does it look like in our program? This is what we do. I sit on a Zoom. Jen sits on a Zoom. Brittany sits on a Zoom, right? Lexi, my acquisition manager, sits on a Zoom. Abby, who's here with us, same thing. We're all surrounding with support. We do this 5 days a week. And so this is where we call our clients calls for them, right? And this is helping them see how it's done. So now they're doing it on their own. So once again, generating leads for free. Well, first picking out your territory, generating leads for free. And now it comes time to just doing exactly what it is that we just did. So bravo. So great job, Ryan. So next, I want to bring up my wife, Jen. So many of you don't know, this is my beautiful wife, Jenn Delafave. formerly a school teacher named Jen Bliss. That is right. I married Miss Bliss, the school teacher, just like on that old TV show. Some of you look at me, you're way too young to know what that meant. But for some of my folks that are a little bit older, that used to be a TV show, Saved by the Bell. I was one of the teachers. But either way, when I did meet Jen back in the day, she was a school teacher. This was the January 2008. Everybody heard what happened in 2008. The market was crashing, but I really wasn't paying as close attention to the market because I had stars in my eyes when I saw her. And we're on vacation together in 30 days. After dating for 1 month, she was crazy enough to come with me to Florida because I was going to come down and visit my grandparents. And I said, "You want to come with me? I know you don't have a ton of money. You're a teacher with your own house and a car payments, and being a teacher, they didn't pay you a whole lot. So it wasn't like she had spare change, but I had a job and I had some cash. So I was like, I liked her a lot. I'm like, come with me. I'm like, come down to Florida.
Hopefully I didn't get pushed off a cruise.
Yeah. All of her family is like, he's going to push you off like a cruise ship. I'm like, I could have done that up home. I didn't have to take her all the way down here to do that if that was my intentions, but I really liked her. But I will tell you guys, it wasn't easy in the beginning. So some of you always ask, one of the questions is like, how do I get my partner, my spouse, how do we A, get them involved? And then B, how do you do it without, going mad and crazy and all that good stuff? Well, guys, I will tell you, and I'm gonna have Jen kind of explain how I got her in because what did you say when I first met you? And I'm like, we're gonna be a real estate couple.
You didn't say that like off the bat.
Oh yeah,
But
you were just my girlfriend, but at the time,
well, yeah. Well, I own my own house, and I think you said, "Oh, yeah, like I'm looking to fix up some properties or something." I'm like, "Oh, good, start with mine," because I lived in like this older home that definitely needed some more work that I thought. But yeah, I think it was just one of those things when we first got started. It was the summertime, and you started bringing me these like really nasty houses, and I didn't understand it, and I had no idea why. They smelled terrible. Some of them was just like covered with animal everything. And I started just sitting outside reading my book. And then when you finally bought a property, I was like, okay, well, like he must want this like hobby. I kind of understood you were going to fix and flip it. And then you start talking about renting it out. I'm like, why would we do that? That's for other people. So it was kind of like the slow effect. And I just kind of let you do your thing, honestly, because I didn't really think it was something that I needed to be involved with. And just kind of supported you because it was something you seemed to get excited about. And when you love someone, you want them to be able to follow their dreams. So I was like, cool, babe, like have fun with that. I'm gonna finish up my master's degree and go drive to work. But then I think it was like property 3 or 4, like, hey, like if we get enough of these, like you could walk away from teaching. I could walk away from the dealership. And then I started like putting two and two together because that was the one thing we just could not make more of, and that was time. It didn't matter how much money you're making at the dealership. I had summers off, but you worked all day and you got 2 weeks off a year. And then fast forward, you had some kids into the mix and time really starts flying by. And I think that's really it was you were just super patient. You were never like pushing me into it. And then you were also super unorganized. So I had to pick up the pieces of where you fell apart. And I was like, oh, I think I could really help with keeping things paid on time and organized and filing taxes and all of that. And then slowly but steadily, I think it was the rent to own in 2017 that really brought me on board when I like saw the big picture of helping other people. And then when we started buying the distressed properties directly, or not even distressed, but just buying properties directly from sellers who maybe were distressed, that was like a huge turning point for me too.
so in the beginning, Jen used to tell me, I'm not a numbers person. I'm an English teacher. So if you're terrified about running numbers on properties, when you do it slowly and you do it consistently before you know it, you're able to do it. But it wasn't one of the roles I threw her into immediately. Really, I was making the mess by buying some of these houses, but I needed somebody to not clean up after me, but kind of take care of, kind of clean up after me, right? Because I'm working tons of hours at my job and the taxes had to get paid, or we got a utility bill that had to get paid. So I brought her in really slowly, one small step at a time. But here's the thing, if you don't have a house, a rental property right now, maybe you line up with your spouse or a partner or a loved one and you're going to plan on doing it together. Once you get the first one, it becomes real. Okay. When you get the third one, it becomes more real. And every one you add to that goes from a hobby now into an actual business. And I think the business flip, because up until 2016, 2017, it was a hobby for myself and Jen. I had a job. I worked at a car dealership. We got married in 2010. Shout out 15 years this year. Married happily, right? But the goal was for her to walk away from teaching and me to work at this car dealership just long enough to where I could walk away from my job. So I knew that we were going to do this, and this is what my goal was. I didn't want to be your typical car guy. Any of you go into the dealership, walk in there, and you see the guy who's been there for, 86 years and he's 80 years old and he's still working because, right, like there's no huge retirement plans. You got a 401k, but paychecks in the car dealership, some weeks they're good, some weeks they're bad. So it's a very inconsistent life. That's why you get lifers. They call them the golden handcuffs. They pay you just enough not to leave. So I knew in order for me to break the whole golden handcuffs, I was going to do it by real estate. I wasn't smart enough to go develop software. I even tried doing an app that failed because I'm not a software guy. I have lots of ideas, shiny object syndrome. I started getting into crypto in 2017, made some money, lost a bunch of money too. But the one thing that was always been consistent was real estate, right? Everybody's always looking for the quick hit, but really what it is, it's the slow burn that gets you there. And that's what real estate really provided for us. So now that I got you into it, we're going to fast forward a little bit. So now it's 2017. This is where I took Jen, and if you guys really want to know the real story, I knew that once I was going to get cut off from the banks at 10 mortgages. That's what my mortgage guy told me. We cut you off at 10. What are you going to do?
And this was in 2016 when you told me this.
Yep. It was like March 2016. Because we just bought a property. We were refinancing out of it. He tells me this. I remember coming home, like I almost cried. Because I was like, oh my gosh, I'm going to seriously be stuck at this dealership till I'm 90. I'm going to be that guy drinking the little coffee cup all day long, right? That was going to be me. I dreaded that. So I knew that I need to figure something else out. So when I was on YouTube in 2016, it was like April, May, and then June really hit it hard in 2016. When I learned about how to buy properties without banks, without credit, $100 down. I watched videos for 6 months straight.
I even bought a book and I would try to read it and I fall asleep because it made no sense to me.
My poor wife, all the things that she had to listen to, but she listened to it. She kept in good spirits. So if you're listening to this right now, the one thing you want to make sure you're always doing is having a positive mental attitude. And that doesn't get talked about enough in this space. It's about having a positive mental attitude. As you get heard from Brittany, there's stress with this business. You're dealing with houses, you're dealing with a lot of money, right? There can be stress, and there will be. There's stress if you're the drive-through person at McDonald's and your line's all backed up. So there's always going to be stress. But it's about keeping a mental attitude, a positive mental attitude, and having a burning desire of exactly knowing why am I doing this? If you know exactly why, I knew I did not want to be away from my wife. I knew I didn't want to be the typical car guy where I grew up, or my kids grew up, and I was never home. Because I had to work Saturdays and I even had to work Sundays sometimes. So when you got kids in school, there was weeks where I did not see my kids, and that was terrible for me and my wife. So we get into this course. We hire a coach beginning of 2017. We started learning about how to buy these properties this way. And the properties we already did own, and with our future properties, we could offer them with a lease with the option to buy, like a rent to own. And so we started doing that. And that was the part where I threw you into. So when I'm working at the dealership, and we had 5 different properties that we were all offering rent to own at once because we had our rentals, and when everybody moved out all in the summer, we had all of these properties available for rent to own. So what were you doing back then, and what was that like?
Definitely questioned my sanity and my choices. It was a lot because we did not have the systems, processes, CRMs, like all the fancy bells and whistles that you see today because the internet wasn't as prevalent, like, and amazing as the communities are today. So I feel like I was kind of on an island alone while you were at work. And I remember we literally just went around like hanging yellow signs, rent to own, bad credit, okay, all credit accepted, with my phone number all over it. And so then the phone would ring and I would talk to all of these people, not really knowing, not really believing in the stuff because I'd never done it before. So a lot of doubt, a lot, like Joe said, like the mindset was so hard for me because I'm like, well, geez, like everyone's telling me this is a scam. Is it a scam? But it wasn't a scam. I just hadn't done it before. And I had to really work on positioning myself and understanding from our coach, like this is the right way, stay on the path. This is how you present it. This is who you're looking for, your avatar rent to own buyer. And once I understood that, got easier. But man, those first couple of months, as soon as I think it was like March, April of 2017, it was crazy. But then I just saw in there, like once you get a check, it wasn't even, yes, the check was like the prove it point, but I remember we finally found our first rent to own buyer. And this is how old school it was. Like we met them at a Tim Hortons, the husband and wife. We sat down and, got their license and some like application. Now we do everything way more streamlined. But like I remember going out for sushi after, like, oh my gosh, like we're actually doing it, right? We got $10,000 for a non-refundable option. And then it ended up being the first family, fast forward 3 years later, or second family maybe, that we helped get into home ownership. But in the beginning, I was scared. There were tears, there was frustrations, but then there was also like the belief. So I feel like it does help to have a partner. You don't need one, but like, man, when I was down, Joe would be like, come on, get back up. Or when he would get frustrated, I'd be like, no, we got this, right? Like we kind of like pull each other back up, kind of like that support system. And yeah, I mean, it was just one step at a time. It was not like an overnight thing whatsoever. And that's why I think we're so passionate about like giving back and telling our story because now you can share this a lot easier than back then. I felt like it was just you and Ron was there, but not really.
Well, there was no Zoom back in 2017, right? There was none of these things that we could do. We would go to small meetups in Rochester and nobody understood owner financing and wraps. Like
No.
nobody. I might as well have gone to these places speaking a different language because they didn't get it. So I felt isolated. It was like Jen and myself and this YouTube channel. Like that's what it was, guys. That's why we hired our coach to really help us. But when we got into coaching with Ron and Tony, you had a 6 months of coaching with a half-hour phone call once a week. And it was on a recorded line that you had to dial into. So you didn't have 31 minutes or 35 minutes or 45 minutes. You had 30 minutes.
And in that
So we
30
came.
minutes, like we were trying to not only like learn how to sell the 5 properties, rent to own, like be landlords that way. But also, how are we going to buy without the banks, right? Let's go spend thousands of dollars on a mailer. And like it was just a lot of moving parts and it was very scattered. So I feel like the fact that like we survived that and we were able to like come out and be like, okay, like it is possible, but maybe baby step it a little bit more and do one thing at a time. I think we definitely bit a lot off than when we were trying to chew it off.
Oh, because we had 5 leases coming up, plus we were going to
Yeah.
buy another property. And all of these leases came up like, let's do them all at once with rent to own. But I will tell you, it was a lot. It was a lot to do all at once. Because I got 5 properties we're showing, people are calling, people are looking, people are calling Jen a scam online. But how much capital we raised that summer from non-refundable option deposits? One lady moved in, it was a $110,000 home, and she gave us 30,000 to move in.
Yeah.
It's a non-refundable option deposit. They bought the house, right? They end up owning it later on. So the whole point is creating win-wins, and that's why I love real estate. I absolutely love it because if you could create wins for your sellers and your renters turn into buyers, that's why nobody could call Jen and myself a scam because I've helped more renters and Jen has helped more renters turn into homeowners than just about anybody I know. I don't know anybody who's done it more, right? And these people have been living in their future home now until they're able to buy it later on. And I'd love to say everything's all sunshine and rainbows. There's some people who don't buy. There's some people who I think of the one guy who found love on the other side of town is what I call it because he met a girl and she already owned her own house and he's like, dude, call me. He's like, I feel so bad. He was like, you and Jen have been great. I can't buy the house. I met a girl, we got engaged, and I've been living with her. I'm not even going to the house, so my lease is coming up soon. Is it all right if I break my lease early and just give you the house back? And he's like, and I feel bad. I know I don't get my money back. And I was like, dude, listen, if you keep it real, real clean, and it's perfect. Don't even worry about the last month's rent. Congratulations on finding the love of your life. But however, he didn't buy the house. He got married instead. A good win for him. But the next part of it was the next family who moved into that home, they were losing their house because their landlord hasn't been paying the mortgage payment. And they're getting kicked out of the house because now the bank's taking it back. And they are desperate to keep their kids in the same school district. And they're tired of renting and they want to rent, but they want to have the ability to own it. They moved in, gave us $15,000 to move in. They've been in that house paying rent, taking beautiful care of it, making it a home. And it's a great neighborhood, great school district. And now their kids are staying in the school district. And it's like 1 mile from where their old house used to be. So unfortunately, it didn't work out for Sean. Although Sean's a great dude, took great care of the house. The next couple's in there, and now they're grateful too. So it's about creating wins for these people. So fast forward, we start doing this in the background. If you go on to 585 Rent to Own on Facebook, it's a Facebook page and a group. If you really want to see me scared out of my brain, go to the very first video that we did because we were in front of one of our houses that we just bought. And Jen says, I'm going live. And I said, what does that mean? And she says, all of our friends who are following the page could see us live when I go hit live. I said, don't do that. And she laughed and said, too late. She already hit the button. So when you watch that very first video, 1 second before we went live, I said, no, don't do that. And she did it. Okay. But guess what, guys? I survived. Nothing bad happened to me. And you know what happened? People said, hey, I see you do rent to own. Do you guys buy houses too? I've got one for sale. And we end up doing a deal that way. The seller had a house, kind of like my wife did when we first met. She had her own house, met a guy, moved into his house. She ended up renting out her old house. Tenants didn't do that good of a job, and she's an accidental landlord. So when we told her I'll buy her house and I'll just pay her mortgage payment directly, and that I typically buy with no money down, okay? She said, okay. I bought it with $100 down, turnkey house, and we did rent to own in that house. We still own it. We bought it for $72,000. It's worth $200,000 now. That's what time in real estate does for you. Things go up, hopefully, right? But fast forward, it's February 2020. We're going back 5 years from now, probably just about to the day. The owner of my car dealership takes me out to lunch and says, Joe, we're going to buy 12 new stores. I work for Bob Johnson in Rochester, New York, biggest Chevy dealership in the country. They said they're buying a huge franchise of stores. There's 12 new locations they're buying. They want me to open them up, help them. We're closing on them in April. So now I am buying new suits. I got a raise. And he even told me, Joe, before I give you this promotion, you're not going to leave the dealership and go start a marshmallow factory, are you? Legitly what he said. I was like, no, marshmallows aren't my thing. Yes, they are. I love marshmallows, okay? Especially on s'mores when they're all, but love them. Okay, but I told him no. Went out, bought the new suits. Jen was happy and sad. Happy, we're going to make more money. Sad that even though I was already working a lot, I was going to have to work even more. So there were some bad things, but also some good things, right?
And the marshmallow was a bit of a dig because meanwhile, we're growing our presence on social media because of me. And so Joe had to tell everyone, oh, that's Jen's thing. That's just, she's just dabbling in real estate. Meanwhile, like, hello, like it was obviously mostly Joe. Now it's just like I became the face of Jen Buys 585, where we're like kind of like making it, more well known in the area. We're buying houses. We're all over Facebook. So the Marshmallow Factory was an indirect little. I see what you're doing.
Okay, so let me tell you, this is how my wife and I, why we get along so well. Me, I'm just like, no, no marshmallows. It pissed her right off, boy. She was mad. She's like, they said what? I was like, yeah, about a marshmallow factory. Girl was mad, right? Then looking back, I'm like, yeah, maybe that was kind of a shot.
Because also transparent, like we were also talking about joining another mentorship to really take this to the next level. Like the whole goal was that in September of 2020, my little guy would go to kindergarten. What a joke now, looking back. And I was going to work full time to bring Joe home. And so like we already had this plan in motion and like I thought we were on this path and now Joe just took a right. and he went and got new suits and he's going to go like up the corporate ladder and be working more and like making more money. But like, again, it was just like the goals weren't aligning and I understood where he was coming from. And I was, it's just very typical, right? Like they pay you more to keep you longer. But like, I don't know, I was just very defeated. Lo and behold, 1 month later,
3 weeks later,
yeah.
COVID comes out. It's been all over the news. I remember watching it in November and December. I'm like, well, that's over there.
Hmm.
Man, nothing's going to happen. And then all of a sudden it starts getting closer to home. And then I remember the date was March 12th was the last day I worked at the car dealership. Guys, I haven't had a job in 5 years. Look at that. But it was literally, it was the 5th, it was the 12th of March. And my friends, I've got some family members who worked at the hospital. And I guess one of the local lunch ladies was testing positive for COVID. And I'm like, oh my gosh, there's going to be an outbreak. My doctor says, Joe, you have Crohn's disease. You take Humira, that lowers your immune system. It could be fatal to a guy like you. I don't know if you going back to work is a safe thing. Just they're going to flatten the curve in 2 weeks. Did everybody remember that? They're going to flatten the curve in 2 weeks. Well, that's what they told me, anyways. And don't worry, we're going to open back up. Well, that happens. We were hermits. We didn't go anywhere. We were sitting home for probably about 2 weeks, and Jen kept saying, well, you're not going back to work. We're going to do this full time. And that's exactly what happened, guys. We burned the bridges. I'm still friends with these people, but this is when we decided to go full time. We brought on 2 interns. We went from doing one deal a year to now doing a deal every month. 6, 7 months later, we brought on Brittany. Y'all just got to see Brittany. Brittany worked with us for 1 month, had her very first deal with us on our team. And then we went from going to do one deal a month to now we're doing multiple deals a month. Now we're hitting 5, 6, 10, 12 deals a month consistently. We end up growing a team. We started doing deals in Rochester, New York. Everybody know that little tiny upstate New York. But then we got a lead in Buffalo, New York. And I bought a house there with a 0% mortgage. Then we had a lady in Pennsylvania reach out and we did that deal virtually. I never even saw the house. And then we had a seller Brittany talked to who had a house for sale in North Carolina because I love North Carolina. One of my spots, I love doing deals. She says the seller's got a house in North Carolina, but they have one in North Pole, Alaska. They'd like to sell more. And that's where I kind of giggle, like, what, does Santa want to sell his house? But these people had a house in North Carolina they want to sell, but more importantly, the vacant house in Alaska, seller's a disabled veteran. There's a lot of military bases up there, one right next to this, and that's what was happening. Well, the house needed work. We end up doing that deal. Then we figured, let's go nationwide, guys. And that's exactly what got us here. So we started doing deals all over the country and then started really aligning with some of the places that I like to do business and really just trying to get super deep in some areas. So that's why in the beginning of this, I shared that software to help you figure out where it is that you want to buy. So now fast forward, we own many properties all over the country. You mentioned Lexi's writing up a deal right now on a terms deal.
Yeah, she said it was a little bit to the seller, so like 7,000 or something, but it was a 29-year term. And it sounds like
Damn.
it's a hot area.
You know what? Let's see. I guess I saw my oh, there we go. I saw my DocuSign notification go off too, and here it is. So we have a deal. This is in Broward County, Florida. Oh, this is the one right next to Fort Lauderdale, Miami. We're doing $100 deposit. We're doing $7,500 down to the seller. He's got a 505 mortgage balance. We're buying it for 512. And he owes 29 years left in the mortgage. So there's no balloon on that one because he's basically given him 7 grand down and we're able to buy it for what he owes. Now this is a turnkey house. This is next to Hard Rock Stadium, the one that we were looking at just last night. So cute property, really nice neighborhood that continues to grow. If you know anything about Miami and Fort Lauderdale, it just continues to get more expensive up there. And this is a deal that we bought sight unseen. So now when we do an agreement, we write in the due diligence phase. Now is the time after we got the agreement. we're going to make sure we get somebody to do a walkthrough. Make sure we inspect the property, make sure everything looks good on it so we don't come into any situations that we don't understand, right? And so now, and what we do is we do a 21-day due diligence. So I've got 3 weeks now to make sure, and we let the seller know what's happening every step of the way. So now fast forward, we're doing deals. We end up moving to Florida 3 years ago. We homeschool our kids. So I just want to talk about like what's the day-to-day like now?
Well, today is entirely different.
I'm with
Um,
you guys today.
Yeah, so I mean, that's why I like going back to where we were because what we have grown into today, it's taken 5 full years to get where we are. So today I have a lot of help, a lot of team members, a lot of people to be able to support us and all of that. And just so passionate about coaching and teaching other people that like it is totally possible. And it all does start with just one property. And I know it sounds cliche, but it's so true because if you can get the first one, then you're going to want to get the second and third and fourth and fifth. And then they just keep coming. And then once you like brand yourself as like the go-to person, and again, like just being really human about it, right? Like, because that's what people want. They don't want the corporations. But today it's a lot of delegation, I would say. So if anything, like as hard as I thought it was talking to rent to own buyers back in the day, today it is a lot harder to manage a lot of people and delegate, making sure everybody's on track and the KPIs and all the businesses are being met. So I think that that's really, really, it's the same skill. It's just a different facet. So just like if you can get really great at staying on target of like what is going to produce me income today, and then how do you track that? So if you're just getting started, it's the 5 posts a day in Facebook groups and 5 days a week, consistently over time. And just like on the flip side, once you have your property, it's posting in those Facebook groups. It's putting it out in Zillow, finding your rent to own buyers. Because how do you find the rent to own house? Well, we buy it on the front end, ideally with some really great terms, like this property that Joe was just mentioning. So it's like every little step. And once you kind of like master those skills, you can literally apply that to any other business or any other thing that you're really trying to grow it into, I guess.
Well, and the reason why I want to bring that up, because if this Jen Delafave in 2025 were to meet the Jen Bliss of 2008, I don't think they would recognize each other. I don't think you would look at yourself like that's definitely going to be me because once again, I'm just an English teacher. I'm not a numbers person. And you thought you're going to retire 30 years as a teacher,
Mhm.
right? And that was going to be the goal. So the fact that you moved to Florida while in your 30s, walked away from teaching, what's that?
I was 40.
You're right. 40.
But I totally agree what you're saying. And I think that says a lot too, is like wherever you're at, like whatever your current position is, like you should sit down today and just like, what are my strengths? What am I really great at? And then like, how do I apply that to the real estate investing business? Because if you don't have your first property yet, like that's your first goal, but like, what are you really great at? And then look at what am I not good at, right? Like Joe, he was not good at staying organized. So that's where I came into play. So if you yourself aren't organized, then, find someone that can help you get really organized. What if you are so busy constantly washing your dishes or going grocery shopping or shoveling your snow or doing all these things? Like, what can you delegate to someone else to buy back your time? Excellent book, by the way, by Dan Martell. If you're struggling with that, like maybe you have a great job, you're making money, but you're still doing all of these things I'm talking about. You need to start there, like have a house cleaner. Because if you can take the time to go post the ads in the Facebook groups and go make a $20,000 assignment fee, I bet that $25 an hour house cleaner or whatever is going to totally be paid for. But you have to shift that mindset. And that was a huge, like, it's an up leveling that has to keep happening every stage of your life. So really take some time. Think about, like, what can I delegate out? What can I delete? What am I spending my time on that's bringing me nothing closer to my goals? And that's a hard one. I get it. Like I love, looking online and scrolling and all the things, but if that is just consuming all of my time and I'm not spending any time doing my 5 posts a day, 5 times a week, then you really need to make sure that you're dedicating that time to income producing tasks because we can all get really busy. But are we doing things that is actually like bringing us money and helping sellers or helping buyers? Because that's how everybody wins in this game.
Yeah, and the book that Jen's talking about is Buy Back Your Time. I see that by Dan Martell.
Mhm.
Um, Babe, obviously we're all big readers. What's another book that you would recommend that was really helpful for you?
I guess it really just depends on what area you need help in. So first of all, it's recognizing like, hey, like I need to improve myself here. And so if not being able to like manage your time, it's definitely Dan Martell's. He just came out with it and I learned things from it. And then I would say if you're just like, I need a kick in the pants because like I know I want it, but like I'm just like not going after it hard enough. Tim Grover. Relentless was one that I read in 2020 and I needed to read it in 2020 because it was hard. There were times where I wanted to throw in that towel. And yet like I wanted to, it kind of sounds cheesy, but like I wanted to be like Michael Jordan. I want to be like Kobe Bryant. Like I want to be the best of the best. How did they do it? And it's because they were cleaners, not even closers. They were cleaners. And Tim Grover is like excellent at just breaking. And I'm not even like a baseball person or basketball or what I see, big sports person, but like
Hey, Michael Jordan played both.
the way that Tim Grover like really just breaks it down simply, like you can apply those like concepts to your real estate business. Like how many times we watch things about Tom Brady, and like he's the GOAT. How is he the GOAT? Because he does all of the boring things every single day that nobody else will do consistently.
And that's
Good.
what I
Use those
did.
Audible credits. Love it.
Yeah, if you've got Audible, listen to it. And Tim Grover used to be Michael Jordan's coach. So even somebody, Michael Jordan, had a coach. And he was the one that was help strength training because when you're going through the playoffs at the end of a long season, your body's already worn and beat up anyways. But it was by being in the right shape that even in the fourth quarter of game 7 in the finals, that's when everybody was probably their most exhausted. And that's where Michael Jordan was famous for shining.
Mhm.
Okay. But he had to get conditioned right. And it wasn't just physical, it was a mindset.
Yeah.
Right. He was so extremely competitive. He'll bet you on coin flips. Like that's just that competitive mindset. So he has the determination to be the best. And with this, you don't have to be the best real estate investor. You just have to be determined on what your goals are and that you're going to do the best job you can to achieve your goals, right? And know what your definite purpose was. And then do everything you can now that you have that clear vision to live into that, right? And that goes by dedication, it goes by sacrifice. It's a lot of hard work. Everything that we do is easy, nothing is hard, but the hardest thing is
To do
staying
it.
consistent,
Yeah.
doing it and staying consistent at doing it. That's Here's the earth shattering. I could hit stop record right now, guys, and that'd be it. Okay, there's still way more. But that's the big point. The hardest thing to do is just doing this, showing up, and then showing up and doing it consistently.
Mhm.
And so, somebody who tells me that she's not a numbers girl, somebody who's just going to be an English teacher, now she runs stuff, guys. She's in charge of multiple companies, pulling in a large amount of money every single month, every single year, and it just keeps getting better. Our portfolio continues to grow. We're doing wholesale deals. We're doing fix and flips. We're doing it virtually. We get to do it on our terms by homeschooling our kids. So Jen, old Miss Bliss is back out as the school teacher for the kids. We're able to do life the way we want to do it.
Mhm.
And this is what my goal was. Your goals could be different, and there's nothing wrong with that. But find
And I
out what
think
your
like
goals were.
I think you got to remember too is like it's okay to be creative. And I think that we almost need to give ourselves permission because so often we only know what our parents told us or how our public school raised us or what the news says. And so even when it comes down to how we're buying properties, most people are going to tell you you can't do it. And most people are going to say that's impossible. So when you go and share, you get off this Zoom and you're all excited and you tell somebody like your neighbor, your friend, or your mom or dad, and they look at you crazy. Like you got to put your blinders on because most people aren't sitting on a Zoom for 5 hours learning how to better themselves and their family and grow wealth, right? And so you have to understand that it takes a lot and it's okay to be different. And I think that once you've really grasped that concept too, like there are sellers that will wait years upon years for $60,000 or more for their equity. And you can't try to figure out why they said okay. And what they need right now most is not to worry about the next month payment. They don't really care about the equity, and it's not your job to figure it out. But once you start those mindset shifts, and you just stay laser focused, like the game starts changing. And then with that, just again, collaborate. Like who can you help to work like, better their life? Who could you help to do a deal with? Because the more that you help each other, it always comes back. Like when we learned that like really early on, like collaboration over competition, grateful over greedy, it's just worth going all in with those who know the business, and surrounding yourself with the right piece for sure.
Yeah, and I want to dive into that real quick. And we're going to get vulnerable. You know what Jen told me? We need to be more real. I didn't even know we could be more real,
Oh
but
boy.
if you want to
No.
hear more real, this is the stuff that you're not going to see on our Facebook reels and posts and things like that. But if you guys want to know the behind the scenes curtain, you're about to get it right now. Okay. How do you deal with haters? Okay. Because haters come in all shapes and sizes. They could be your friends, they could be your family. I can't tell you how many times a family member of mine, when I was young and broke, they would laugh at me. I was young and broke. And I would work my tail off, and Joe, you're working too much. Joe, you don't come around enough. Then all of a sudden, Joe's now got some properties and rentals and now got a serious net worth, more than my entire family. Now they say you think you're too good for us, right? These are my aunts, my uncles, my cousins, my parents, my brother. Okay. So sometimes your haters aren't just strangers. And so, how some of the biggest challenges that we have to deal with is how to deal with that. There was a post a couple days ago in a Sarasota word of mouth group, and this lady makes a post and they're saying somebody reached out to her, it wasn't us, about buying her property subject to, and she wanted to speak to an attorney to get some advice. There was a handful of us in there who were investors to say, hey, we've done this. It's pretty normal. Here's some attorneys that walked us through the process. If you could sell it on the market and you're getting your number, great. But if you're in a situation, it does work out well for the people it works well for. So it's not for everybody, but here's some of the things we've done. I had people in that thing say, that's scammy. Complete strangers telling me it's a scam. I had people say, that's illegal. You can't do that. Right? People commenting on my stuff, making me spell it out exactly what we do. Just for some lady who's an agent, and I'm not picking on agents, but she's like, yeah, I already know how it works. I just wanted you to type it all out. Right? So just people are going to come at you when you're doing things that maybe are a little bit out of the norm. But guys, real estate investors, they're known for being smart. They're known for finding the deals. They're known for finding out there's always the rules that you can and can't do, and there's usually a page two of exceptions of some workarounds that still get it done. So some of the smartest people I know have been filled with roadblocks around their journey, but they found workarounds to continue to move forward. And I know right now I've got a lot of my investor friends who don't know how to do it this way that are stuck. They can't find any deals that cash flow. They're looking at 7.5% interest rates, 8% interest rates, right? Having to come up with all this money to just lose money every month in cash flow. And if you aren't buying with creative finance right now, I don't know how you're finding many wins. They're out there, don't get me wrong, but my gosh, it's a challenge right now. So the smart investors are pivoting or doing different strategies that maybe aren't known by the masses. So maybe it's somebody in a Facebook group calling you a scam, even a professional agent. Sometimes it's mom, dad, aunt, uncle, grandma, brother, cousin, whatever that is. You just got to have tough rhino skin. Okay. Rhinos are a badass animal because they've got thick skin. They're charging forward. And if you get in a rhino's way when they're charging forward, not even an elephant wants to mess with them. Lions, the king of the jungle, they go running when you get a rhino running at them. So you have to have that bull mentality. This is the direction I'm going. I'm not going to let anything get in my way. I might have to slow down. I might have to figure out some workarounds, but I'm not going to worry about what the outside noise is. I'm going to stay laser focused. If you hear Brittany, she got focused. You hear what Jen talks about, got laser focused, right? So it's staying focused on not the shiny objects. That's always wonderful. There's always great things out there, but dial in and getting focused. And I think this is why our community does so well with our coaching group. All of these people have joined because they want to be focused, right? They want to understand how to do this consistent action and what do I do the very next step. So whether it's our coaching program, guys, or a different one, whatever you do, you need to find people who are aligning with your goals and where you want to go and learn from those people. I have a coach right now. Jen has two coaches because I don't steal her other coach, but we share one and she's got her own. What her and I spend on a year on coaches is way more than the first houses that we bought. Probably way more expensive than the first two houses we bought combined, is what we spent in 1 year. But we learn from the best, and that's what we're aiming for. So this is where I want to be around these people, and I understand the value of everything that they've learned and how long they've accomplished these big, huge things and what it's like to be in these rooms. And so this is why, if you're listening to this, Brittany dropped some bombs, guys. Wherever your local meetups are, go to that. I'm so excited. There's a really big name in Tampa. Is it next week we're going to Joey Long's thing, honey?
Next month, 13th.
13th. Okay. There's another big name investor going to be there. I can't wait to go there. He's an old timer and he's going to teach us a whole bunch of stuff, I am sure, and I just can't wait to be a part of it. We went to a meetup this week. Driving from us where we live to Tampa is an hour drive. It took us 2 hours in traffic to get there. There was a couple hundred people there. Learned a lot, met a lot of people, got to network. It's going to open up opportunities. So I'm giving you the advice. Don't worry about what the haters say. Get around the people who are accomplished already and accomplishing what you want to do. Get next to them and don't worry about them stealing your deal. It's not a competition, guys. Collaborate with them. When I learned creative finance, I'm not going to lie, I thought I discovered fire. Like the caveman that discovered fire, that I thought that was me. Like legitly the caveman, like, oh my God, I got fire. When we would go to meetups, I wouldn't tell everybody how I'm doing it. They'd be like, how are you doing it? I'm like, with creative finance. I didn't want to tell everybody. I thought it was like a secret. And it cost me money and it cost me deals. Because the minute we changed our mindset and started telling everybody exactly what it is that we're doing, how we're doing it, and how they can do it too, it opened up so many more opportunities for us, guys. So now I love teaching people in Tampa how to do what we do. I love teaching people in Rochester and Ryan and Alyssa in Buffalo because this just creates more of a network of people that we're able to do deals, find leads, find deals, find buyers, find sellers, help people, opportunities galore. So when we're talking about this stuff, make sure that you're networking. And by the way, thank you so much for dropping that. But if you want to be in our Facebook group, if you're not, you're probably already there. Imagine all of you are. Thank you. But if you're not in our Facebook group yet, the link is in the chat. Join that because we're sharing stuff in there all the time. We've got people sharing deals in there. A bunch of our clients are. Same thing, Abby. Can you drop our YouTube channel? Because guys, on our podcast, a lot of stuff that we share in our podcast. A lot of it's right on YouTube as well. So make sure that you subscribe to that because there's a lot of great things that we share on there. Um, how to do this, right? And that's what we really want to help with too.
And I'm on Instagram. I'll drop mine there. And I feel like the other piece is messy, massive action. So if you're serious about wanting to buy a rental property, everybody should have at least posted in one Facebook group, if not the five. There's really no excuse.
I
What?
did. I just checked it. I'm waiting for my admin to approve it. I only did
Yeah.
in one. I should have done four more, but I had to make that call. But I did in one. Let's see if I got approved yet.
And then you have the 10 questions. Next, you ask them each question one at a time. You can do the fancy, like, whatever you're calling it, the Q4. I don't even know how to do that. I just copy and
Hotkeys.
paste, hotkey it. Okay. It can be cool like Joan used a hotkey, or you can just hit copy and paste. And then if they're interested in terms, then you gotta just pick up the phone, talk a little bit more, ask them questions. I just put out there, I didn't even tell you, I hope it's okay. I just shared with everybody the 4 major deal points today on my Instagram and my Facebook.
Mm.
Yep.
Mm.
Like literally steal our strategy. I dropped the secret to no money down deals. How to get that monthly payment information, what to say to your seller, the term length, the purchase price, and the down payment. And I gave it all away. And that's what we're talking about. We literally want you to do the deals.
Bam. See, you guys could tell why I married her, right? You can see it's not just that smile and the good looks and all the great food and the best mom
I
and
was like,
all
I'm a pretty good
life.
cook.
Really good cook. I had my chicken cransons last night. I love that. But not only that too, I've watched her and I have grown together. So no matter wherever you are right now, you have to understand it's a growing experience. It
Yeah.
doesn't matter what age you are, it's growing, right? And we've grown together. And throughout the years, I am thoroughly impressed at the woman that she's became because she ain't no little English teacher anymore who's not a numbers girl, right? Numbers probably aren't her favorite thing in the world to do, probably sitting next to the pool on a warm day in your bathing suit with a book is probably something you'd, much rather do. But
Hmm.
guys, you got to work to get there, right?
Yeah, gotta do the whatever it takes. And honestly, like I gotta give you credit, babe, because it is everything that you were handed when you were young wasn't much. And you, instead of following the path of what most people probably would have done, you really latched on to personal development, professional growth at a very young age and just went after it. And everybody has basically told you it's never going to happen. Why bother? Yeah, I mean, even your health will slow you down at times, but like the relentless persistence, I feel like that's why I need to read all the books because you were light years ahead of me. Even though I was an English teacher, you already did so much work on your mind to become that like rhino like strong. So I feel like you don't give yourself enough credit, maybe because you don't see it. But having that vision, and so if you're listening and you have that vision, like don't let somebody like your wife, who may not totally understand it yet, stop you. Keep listening to the recordings, keep showing up to the classes, keep calling the sellers, and eventually they will come around. And if not, then it's their loss. Let them. That's another great book. Everyone should go get Mel Robbins. Let them. But if you have a desire and you want to go make this happen, there's nobody stopping you but you.
Yeah. And you're spot on. Thank you, honey. That's really nice. And many of you know, but I mean, I've got crowns. My parents grew up poor, or I grew up poor. My parents actually, neither one of them did, but I did. I didn't know my parents had a couple of rentals. And then in high school, all four of the rental properties were gone. And I didn't know what a foreclosure was. But that's what happened to all four of them. Next thing you know, we didn't have any rentals anymore. And my parents didn't have money for shoes for me because I had holes in my shoes and it's wintertime and my socks would get wet on the way to work or school. And they were like, we don't have money for that. So I didn't understand that was like. So I wasn't gifted any of this, but I will tell you the life-changing moment for me when I was 19 years old and I got a job. And luckily my boss was like, hey, have you ever read the book Think and Grow Rich? I said, never heard of it. He was like, read it. Have you ever listened to or read the book, How to Win Friends and Influence People by Dale Carnegie? I saw that one dropped in the comment section. Never heard of it. Did then. Do you know who Zig Ziglar is? Didn't know who that was. Sales trainer. I'm talking the 90s stuff, classic stuff. Tony Robbins. I was listening to him since the 1990s when he wasn't Tony Robbins like he is now. But I started getting these audio cassette tapes and I'd pop them on my car when I was driving. So I was either listening to like the Wu-Tang Clan and Jay-Z back then, or it was like Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. And then I'd pop in some Tupac or Biggie. And then it was 100 Ways to
Are you talking
Motivate
about
You.
today? Are you talking about, oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that was today too. Okay. Especially before I come in with y'all, I get myself jacked up off that stuff. But I'm also listening to like a lot of that stuff back then too, where none of my friends are like, dude, you can't play that in your car. I'm like, well, guess what? We're listening to this anyway, so get used to it. And I'd have everybody fuss. I didn't care. This is what I was doing. I was on a mission because I grew up poor, but I saw wealthy people owned real estate. And that really kind of excited me. And I knew if I was going to do something, my parents weren't going to leave me any money. I didn't have anybody in my family going to leave me any money. So unless some rich person just fell in love with Joe and was going to donate all this money to me, it wasn't happening. So I understood if I was going to get it, I had to make it on my own. I never went to college because I was going to be a chiropractor. The year before that, I chickened out, said I don't want to touch people the rest of my life. And I know chiropractors who say I've got hand and back and shoulder problems from just pushing down on people after doing that for 25 years. So I didn't want to do that. So I had a job selling perfume and cologne out of the trunk of my car. So if I saw any of you at a gas station, I'd walk up to you and be like, hey, you like cologne? And you look at me like, what? I'm like, yeah, I had a big sale. I got a whole trunk full. Everything's left over, big discounts. I did that for years. I drove all over the country. Okay. But what did I learn from that? I learned how to talk to people. I learned that once in a while I'd even get yelled at. Once in a while, I'd even get pulled over by the police because they would be like, that's got to be stolen. There's no way somebody's got 300 bottles of perfume and cologne in the trunk of their car driving around selling it on the side of the road. But that's what I did. Nothing glamorous, guys. Although, I mean, it did have some cool parts to it, but nothing glamorous. But then once again, I got a cassette tape, I got a VCR tape, and it talked about how to do real estate. And the way my brain works best, I could pop in a cassette tape and listen and say, okay, now I'm going to go do it. And I did those things. So once again, guys, this is why we're sharing this stuff with you. We're going live. We have a podcast. I'm sharing how to get leads for free. I'm sharing with you guys the scripts that we use, all of these things to help get you some action. Some of these turn into wholesale deals where you get a big old check. I saw Avery here earlier. I didn't want to say how much of a big check he got, but he got more than you used to make as a teacher in a whole year. He got on one check from a blue post by posting it in a group.
Wild.
So these deals are out there. So here's what I'm going to explain to you. And then after that, we're going to pull a list on PropStream. Does anybody want to see PropStream?
Woohoo.
Maybe some of you have it. I'm going to show you one of the lists that I love pulling that's been red hot right now. So if anybody wants to see that up next, put yes in the comments, and we're going to go over PropStream next. But I will say, to me, these leads, when you post it into a Facebook, I'm seeing a lot of yeses. Holy cow. Okay, good. We're going to do that next. But what these blue posts do for me is when I'm making that post into a group and people start reaching out to me, it's like a scratch off card that I don't even have to pay for. Now, if you ever played the lotto scratch off cards, I do once in a blue moon, nothing crazy. I'll grab like one, okay, once in a while. And you're talking maybe 3 times a year, if that even. I do it for fun. But if you don't play, you're never going to win. And I don't plan on winning a lot of money. If I get my money back or win 20 bucks, I'm like, oh, cool, whatever. But that's all it ever is. But for these scratch off cards, these blue posts, guys, it doesn't cost you any money. That one of these leads come in, just like your scratch off card, a lot of them you're going to toss in the garbage because they didn't pay you any money. But let me tell you, when you get a winner on some of these things, it ain't no $5 winning scratch off card. I've seen people get some serious 5-figure checks deep into the 5 figures from a free Facebook post. So before you go spend a whole lot of money generating leads by PPC and things like that, which is like Google ads or doing direct mail, it works. It definitely works. But when you're just doing this, especially in the beginning, why wouldn't you get leads for free? It doesn't cost you anything other than the time cost. It takes a little bit of time to post the ad. You saw me earlier. I typed it out. It took me a minute to pull up the group. It took me a minute to make that post. If I have to do that 5 more times or 4 more times, I'm in 10 to maybe 15 minutes tops. Then I'm going to have to talk to some people when I find the good ones, right? And I hotkey so I could type real quick, even though I'm not the fastest typer. So just ready? Like, here we go. I'm going to type my number 10 question. That's my closing question. Let me explain how we can make this process incredibly simple and beneficial for you. We often buy homes by taking over their existing payments or create a payment plan that works best for you. This means no money. You get more money over time, yada, yada, yada. Would that work for you? Like, that's question 10 on my script. I didn't have to type that out, guys. And if you don't have our script already, you guys get access to it. Abby, do we have the link for our script, the whole script for everybody? Can you drop that down in the comments section? Guys, if you want the whole script, just go grab it. We're giving it to you. And then if you want to be smart, program it in your phone as a hotkey so you could just I do Q1, Q2 because it's question 1, question 2. And then you never have to worry about typing the whole thing out ever again. And you don't have to worry about changing the script because the way I word it is very particular. And this is what gets, now I hire somebody in the Philippines who, that's all she does. She just types the messages back and forth. And then after they're done, she gives it to Lexi, who's here in St. Petersburg, Florida. Lexi now gets the remainder of those, separates the good from bad, calls the good ones, makes the deals. And this week, we've got 3 deals, guys, this week. Okay. So you guys can get them too. Thank you, Abby, for dropping that. And thank you, honey. Is she still here? I think she bounced out. Thank you, hon, for coming. Sorry, I yelled it. Yay. All right, cool.
Sorry, yeah. I apologize, guys. I'm not feeling my best, so I'm here, but I just love sharing everything with you guys. If you have questions, reach out. Don't hesitate. Thank you.
Honey, you're a rock star. Thank you for coming.
Yeah, I canceled bowling, by the way, tonight.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Well, you know what? My wife is a trooper, guys, and we live in Florida, and there's a little bit of red tide going on right now down here. So if you're on the west coast of Florida, cause an irritant to your lungs. Sometimes it makes you sneeze. Sometimes it makes you cough. My poor wife is having all three of those things happen. And I think she set a new Delafave record. If she must have sneezed like 300 times the other day. Like, no joke, it's got to be 300 times. And when you live this close to the water, like we do, it starts to happen here too a little bit. So either way, thank you so much, honey, for coming. All right, now we're gonna pull up some prop stream, gang. All right, you go get better. I'll be out in a little bit. I got another hour. So I'm gonna pull up prop stream, guys. This is one of my favorite things. So I'm gonna go over two ways that I get leads. I do what's called hunting and trapping. Not some of the trapping y'all thinking, but kind of. What I mean by trapping is I put up my blue posts. I'm waiting for people to see my blue posts and then they're gonna respond. That's trapping, right? I set them out, I'm waiting. That's what I do there. But now I want to actively go out and get leads. And this is where I'm going to talk about now PropStream being one of my favorite ways to do it. PropStream is like Zillow, only jacked up. Did everybody hear when I talked to that agent earlier and I was like, hey, do you know PropStream? And she's like, I've never heard of it before. Well, PropStream shows me mortgage information, shows me how many properties that you own. It shows me so much cool stuff. So we're going to pull that up now. And then I'm also going to be sharing the exact list that I pull because I could also cycle it down to some really things that I look for when I'm doing creative finance deals. So I'm going to pull that up right now. Abby, am I allowed to share screen still?
You should be. Let me
All
know
right,
if you
cool.
can.
I'm going to pull this up now. Just want to make sure I got it open. How's everybody doing today? We loving this or what? Oh, by the way, this is the second one we've done. When's the next one we're doing?
March 14th.
And March 14th, guys, we have a really pretty famous guest coming March 14th. A big, big name in the real estate industry. Not quite as big as Jen, but pretty big. Now, but seriously, can you drop the link if anybody wants to get the invite for the next one now? Because our Zoom gets tapped out. So there's people sometimes waiting in the waiting room. I want to make sure you guys, if you're here, you get the one for next week too, or next month. It's what day?
March 14th.
March 14th. Awesome. Okay, cool. Can you see my screen okay, Abby?
Yep, perfect.
All right, guys, here is Florida. This is PropStream. Okay. So this is what PropStream looks like. Once again, it is a Zillow that is pretty jacked up. I could look for a lot of cool things on here. You could also pull lists. So I'm looking for wholesale deals. I could look for creative finance deals here. But what does that mean when I'm looking for a creative finance deal? What would even substitute a good creative finance deal? Well, I'm going to share with you one of the lists that I love to pull that works really, really well. So we live here in Tampa, St. Pete, Sarasota areas where we live now. One of the areas that I like is Cape Coral, Fort Myers, Naples. Love this area down here too. I think it's got a lot of potential to grow more, especially in Cape Coral and Fort Myers. It's still pretty affordable there. They're also, right now on the market, this area is going to be taking a hit. So what does that mean? There's a lot of times there's inventories piling up as we saw on Reventure app. What does that mean? There's a lot of people who might need to sell their house. They put it on the market and it's not selling and they're frustrated. So I'm going to show you what I do to find these people. So Cape Coral is in Lee County. Okay. So when I go to filter, I type in my county up here. I go to filter. There are 573 properties in Lee County. Now, you don't have to do it this way, but I'm showing you what I do. I'm going for residential, going for single family homes, but you could do this for multifamily too. So residential single family homes, there's 260,000 of them. I'm going to scroll down. This will go over property conditions. I don't care about any of this stuff. Here's what I do care about. I want it on the market, I want it active. Okay, so what does this mean? In Lee County, Florida, there are 13,000 single family homes listed for sale. 12,000. There's a lot of rentals. Okay. So 12,000 single family homes listed for sale. Now, I skip all of this stuff right here. I'm looking to buy for individuals. I'm trying not to buy from corporations because some of these will be like big corporate buyers like Open Door and things like that. So I'm looking for individuals. These are people, not companies that own these homes. So where am I going with this? There are 9,000 single family homes available for sale owned by a person in Lee County, Florida right now. So here's what I like to do. And this is where you're going to find the good creative finance deals. These are deals where I'm going to be reaching out to the market, to the agent, seeing if we can make a deal. So interest rates. This is why I love PropStream. The interest rate that I'm looking for, I want something under 3%. So my max interest rate is going to be about 3% or less. Guys, there are 1,269 properties for sale in Cape Coral, Florida right now that are on the market that currently have a loan on them with a 3% or less rate. That's a big list. These are just the ones on the market. These aren't even any off market. Now, here's what I like to do too. My current equity. So what does that mean? That means how much equity do they roughly have? This isn't 100% accurate with this, but this is going to narrow this down. I don't want anybody who has a lot of equity. I'm looking for the low equity. So they're usually going to have $100,000 or less in equity. And I could change this to go back to 1,200 if I want, but let's start with a 90. Okay, so I've got 90 properties here in Cape Coral. Here's the map. Here's Fort Myers, but it's Lee County. Now, here are properties, and we'll look at this one right here. This is why I like PropStream. So Sergio owns this property. It is a 5-bedroom, 3-bathroom house. He bought it for $320. It's currently on the market at $499. He's got a loan at like, oh, I don't like that second loan, but my first loan, I do like it at $299 because that shows me his payment. But this payment does not include taxes and insurance. That's just the payment. That doesn't include HOA. So for me, if he's asking $499 and they owe combined, what is it, 270 something or 370 something, he still has a little bit ways before he could drop his price before we reach out to him. Only been on the market for 30 days. I have a lot of properties here, so let's narrow it down even more. I'm going to go back to the market. Days on the market, minimum 60 days. I'll go 50. So now this has to have been on the market for, geez, a lot of those. Let's make it even more. Let's go 75 days. 68 properties have been on the market for 75 days minimum. Have a little equity. So this house, they bought it for $335. They're asking $430. It's been on the market for 185 days. Even says seller motivated, price drop. When I go to mortgage, their rate is 3%. They owe 318. They owe 318. They're asking 430. Maybe this seller would be open to terms. I'm definitely going to reach out to them because they've got a low rate. Now let's look at the house. Is this a junker? I don't know. Doesn't look like one to me. Looks like it's ready to go. If they say yes to a deal, guys, would you have to do anything to this house to put a renter in there? I mean, besides the furniture, right? That thing is ready to go. So I'm going to change my filter even more. I got 90. Okay, that's a lot. Let's get this even more narrow. I want to find somebody who's got less than $50,000 of equity. Okay, we're getting down to the good stuff now. This house. So they live in Pennsylvania. They bought the property for $1.2 million. They've got it listed for $50,000 over what they bought it for. It's been on the market for 110 days. Let's look at the mortgage. They've got a 2.7 rate at a 922 balance. So what does that mean? They don't have a lot of equity, but they do have a low interest rate. Now, this is $1 million property on the water. Once again, not a junker. Beautiful house, beautiful neighborhood. Other than the payment being so high, who wouldn't want to live there? I know I would love it. So they don't have much equity. Once again, this is a lead right here. I'm reaching out to this agent on this listing. I pop that address right into, so if anybody's watching, you can do it. I pop that address right into PropStream or Zillow, and then I reach out to the agent through there. Just simply send them a message. Let's see what else we got here. MLS. This is available for rent. For some reason, a couple sneak by, but they bought it for 260. They owe 236 on it, and they got a 2.9 rate. You could still reach out to the agent, say, hey, would they want to rent this house, or would they consider renting it with maybe me buying it? Right? And see if you could pick this one up on terms. And if you want to find houses that are sitting on the market right now, they're legitimately all over the place, especially places like Florida or Texas. They bought it for 2 million. They have it listed for $200,000 over what they own it for. Their mortgage is $2 million. Now, I know, guys, we're looking at some heavy stuff right now, but whoa. Yeah. Now, see, when sometimes you see it's adjustable, that's not always the case either. Sometimes it is, but I want to find out if we start chatting more about it. But here's the thing, guys. This is what we look for on deals. If there's any questions on this, Abby, it's hard for me to see the chat. So if anybody has anything, they could drop it in there, and I'd be more than happy to answer that.
Yeah, we have one question actually asking why it's important or why it matters if somebody has low equity.
So technically, it really doesn't matter as much, but it kind of does. If your house has been on the market for a long time and you need to sell it and it's not selling, if you have low equity, sometimes just continually dropping the price is not even an option anymore. And so many of the deals that I do buy are low equity. They don't have any equity, right? So that's one of my favorites. However, I did a deal in Cape Coral in December. The guy wanted 1.2 million for his house. We ended up getting it under contract at 800,000 with seller financing, and the reason why, he has a 2.8 interest rate. Now he owes 510 on it, so he wouldn't even be on my list right now because he has equity. But he was okay with doing the deal as long as he could get $40,000 down. 3,000 square foot house on the water with the boat lift, the in-ground pool, a 15-foot elevation above sea level. So even though Ian and all these other hurricanes, it's never flooded or had any damage during any of the hurricanes, new roof, new all of that kind of stuff. Here's a great one right here. I mean, here's my example. They owe 220. It's a VA loan. Their interest rate is super low. It's a 15-year mortgage. They have it on the market for over a year, guys, and it hasn't sold. Over a year, right? So there's a lot of these down here, and this is a super refined search that I'm doing here. You could open up all of these things right here, and you could find way more. Sometimes I look for pre-foreclosures, which are super easy to do. Clear filters, residential, single family homes. Where is this basement? Condition, I don't really care about. Pre-foreclosures include. What does that mean? That means there's 967 people that are in pre-foreclosure. They're about to get ready to lose their house. How many of these people have an interest rate under 4%? 350. Because here's the deal, guys. 8%, 7% rates won't cash flow. A 2 and 3% rate could potentially cash flow. Doesn't mean they're always going to. These are people who are going to be losing their house, single family home. There's 350 of them. Let's go even lower. How many are at 3% or less? 131 of them. So can we still find deals at 2 point something percent, everybody? I'm going to answer that for you because I can't see all of your smiling faces. I can see some of you. I can see Drew's. I can see a few of your smiling faces. But the answer is yes. I can still find deals. Now, some of these might have equity, but these people are behind on their payments. So this is an opportunity to send them some mail if you're going to do that. And if I want to refine the search even more, let's find some of these if you want to find the lowest hanging fruit, let's find the ones that are on the market, active. I'll even change my rate. I'll go back up to 4% if I want to see more of them. Okay, I've got 32 houses that are on the market, interest rate starting with a 2 or 3, that are in pre-foreclosure. So some of these people might be close to losing their house. Maybe the equity isn't the thing. Maybe they just need to get the back payments off their back. So here's the other thing I look at. Like this is in a land trust. Great job. But this is where the person most likely lives. And this is where I love linked properties. These people own 198 properties. Who is the owner of this? You want to find out. This is what PropStream's awesome for. Um, Look at this. They put them all into holding companies and land trusts. But this is why it's important to see they own 198 properties. They've got 12 million in open loans. Their portfolio estimated value is a total of 53, so their net value after paying off their loans is about 40 million. How does somebody have a net worth of $40 million, but yet you're about to lose your house in pre-foreclosure? This is a big investor here, guys, and you can see this is serious stuff that's happening, okay? I don't know if this is a builder, but here's all the properties, all of the addresses. And it probably is a builder because you could see, right? That's exactly what this is. More likely, this is a builder right now who built out a lot of properties and they're trying to sell them because you could see all of the things they own. So when we're talking about in our coaching program, how to not buy properties this way, that's important, but how to protect your empire. I could look at every one of these properties and I could see exactly what they own if you don't deed them the right way. Okay, so what do we have here? 250 they bought it for. They got it listed for 399, been in the market for 150 days. They owe on the mortgage 320. How did they do? Oh, that's a reverse mortgage. Can't do those. That means the bank, once the people move out, they need to get paid in full. That one won't work. Let's look at this one. Pre-foreclosure started when? Date of default, just January. They've got it listed for 639. It's been on the market, right? They bought it here at at 469. They got it listed here, so they probably have it listed too high, but they owe 757 on this thing. Reverse mortgage. Yikes. That one's going goodbye. If we have any other questions, Abby, you could drop them here. I'm just showing you guys what I do live. So we're just like hanging out right now.
Someone is asking if you don't have access to PropStream, can you network with an agent to help you find these deals with these specifications via the MLS?
So they don't have access to like the rates like PropStream does and knowing if there's equity or not. They might know of their deal, but I don't think they have that ability to search. But if you want to drop the PropStream link, Abby, PropStream lets you get 7 days free trial. So if you don't have PropStream, get it for the 7 day free trial, and then if you want, cancel it. And be smart of when you're going to go in there, of what lists you're going to pull, because you could pull these lists, you could filter them, and then you could just print them out, or you could upload them to something else if you want to, and use 7 days for free trial if you want to. It's not a Joe thing. They offer that. Most of the time, you'll see how awesome it is, and you'll sign up. Do you know what we pay for PropStream per month, Abby?
I don't actually know.
See, Felipa would know. She's on charge of that stuff. Felipa's our assistant, and she's in charge of all that stuff. Okay, so here's another one. They bought it for 344. They owe 371. Sitting in the market at 605 for 400 days. I'm still going to reach out to this agent. 3 bedroom, 3 bathroom. Hey guys, if I could buy the house and get them current on their loan, would they be open to terms? Right? Because if I buy it at your price today, there's going to be too much money. My payment's going to be too high. But if I could buy this beautiful house in a beautiful neighborhood on terms where I could still get a lower rate so I could create a win-win for me and the seller, there's agents that are going to be open to this. Years ago, they'd slam the door in your face. A lot of these agents would. But right now they're going to be more open to it because if the house has been sitting for 100 days, 200 days, I don't even know what's going on here. That can't even be right. Does somebody really have their house on the market for that long and it hasn't sold? I don't know what's going on here. Oh, move on. They bought it for 310. They got it listed for 365. It's been on the market for over a year. They owe 260. They've got a 3.5 rate. Guys, we might be able to help some of these people, right? Once again, house doesn't need to look like a lot of work. Here's the one deal I do. I see pictures like this. They're very unsophisticated, probably not a professional photographer. These are the ones I'm calling for sure, right? If I go on Zillow to verify the house is still available and I see that it's vacant by the pictures, I'm definitely making sure I'm calling that one. There's nothing worse than having a vacant house. So, guys, this is exactly what I'll do. And then I'm going to reach out. Abby, do we have the realtor script?
Not ready yet, but we could send that over.
And what I'll do, guys,
Send over.
make sure that our emails aren't going to your spam folder. I will email you guys our realtor script. This is the exact one. I send these questions through text message one at a time. And if the agent is responding with good things, I will get on the phone with them. If they're don't know, if they're mean or whatever reasons, then I don't have to. But it is the easiest way to do it. Outreach. I find the agent, I shoot them a text, ask them a few questions, and see if they're worth getting into a phone. It's like dipping your toe into the pool. And then when we do, I pull out my other script that you guys already have. I ask those questions, and then I say, I typically buy with no money down, okay? We talk about those things, guys. This is exactly what we do. And so when we look at somebody like Lexi, Lexi's been working for us for 2 years now. Let's look at Manatee County. Let's see what's going on up here. Okay, so this is where we live. Now there's 12 of these houses. Pre-foreclosure. It's been in the market for this long. They bought it for 400. They've got it listed at 475. They owe 367 at a 2.9 rate. Okay, nobody called this one. I'm taking and look at these vacant house pictures, guys. I'm gonna call this one, so don't steal this one. You can steal the other ones I'm showing you, but I'm gonna call this one myself. But that's a good one right there. Holy cow. Their address is still the same, but this is the seller, Brian over here. Doesn't have any other linked properties, but does have lien details. So what's he got? He's got an HOA lien against the house for 900 bucks, right? He got it in 2021. This is from 2023. So he got one of these people at the HOA all mad at him and they're starting to fine him for stuff. Maybe he parked a car in his driveway or something like that. But this is a good one. Hold on, I'm taking my phone out. I'm gonna screenshot this one. Bam. Okay. But this is what we're doing, guys. Anybody have a county? Because we got like 20 minutes left. I'm gonna kind of get into a few more things, but I want to kind of finish up here. Can we drop one county down below and we're gonna check it? Whatever the first one is, Abby, you say it.
Cook County.
Cook County. What state is that in?
Um,
Hook.
Illinois.
I did not spell hook right.
That's right, I think. Oh, Cook. Sorry, COOK.
There we go. Dun, 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 dun. Sometimes PropStream, I use it so much, might do this for a second. Sometimes I have to like refresh my screen and get back out of it. Super annoying. Here we go. Who's in Cook County?
Stacy Thorne.
Stacy, thank you for joining. Okay, so here we go, gang. Cook County, I got 73 of these pre-foreclosures in here. They have an interest rate under 4%, which is a lot. That's way more than even here. Something going on up there, that's for sure. Okay, so these people, What is that? Negative amortization. So they bought it and then they refinance out of it. I'm not sure what's going on with that one. Let's move on to the next one. Okay. They bought it for 240. They've got it listed at 299. They owe 212. They get a 3% rate. Love that. This is definitely one I'd reach out to the agent about. Doesn't look like it needs much. So looks like to me it's like staged furniture. Like you could tell like not enough stuff for somebody to be living there, but they put some furniture in there. Tell you they definitely don't have kids because there'd be stuff all over the place. But this is definitely what I'd be calling. I don't even know. How do you pronounce that street? Whatever that one is, call that one. That's a good one. Reach out to that agent. Uh, let's see this guy right here. They don't even have a public record when they bought it. They're selling it at 215. They owe 87,000 on it. 3% rate. They're going bad on that kind of loan, guys. Pre-foreclosure happened at the end of the last year in the summer. So this is definitely one I'd be calling. How long has it been on the market for? 10 days. 10 days at 215. Wait a second. They owe
Hey Joe,
87.
quick question from Jenny, real quick. She's
Yeah,
just wanting to know for the filters that you have set right now, are you targeting seller finance deals?
these would be seller finance deals for me, for sure. This is where I'm able to find somebody who's behind on their payments. They're trying to sell the house and it's in pre-foreclosure and they have a rate under 4%. So gives me the opportunity to buy it, get them current on their loan, and then just take over the existing payments. Some of these have equity, some of these don't have any equity. Now, if one of my other favorite filters, so that's what this one is, right here. I'm going to show you another one. I'm going to use Cook County. I'm going to clear all my filters. So one of my other favorite lists to pull, this is how I got my very first creative finance deal. So I found, let me wait for this to catch up with me. There we go. Man, there's a lot of properties there. Okay. You could look for the ones on the MLS. For fun, we'll just do that for now. Pre-foreclosure, bank owned. Okay. So what I'm going to look for here, man, there's a lot. I'm going to look for absentee owners that live out of state. I've done a lot of business with these people. So what does that mean? They have a house and they live out of state. It's going to be an individual. Okay. Where is the mortgage info? One second. Where does it say include free and clear? I know it's here somewhere. Equity. I just saw it. I'm even going to do out of county. I'll even do local too. Where's my free and clear properties, Abby? They changed this around recently, so it's giving me a minute to find it. Include unknown equity, loan type, fixed rates. Here it is. Include. Sorry about that. There's 630 properties that are for sale. Are there available? Are these on the market? So these are active on the market, free and clear properties that people live out of state. They don't owe any money on them. These people do not live in these homes and they're currently on the market. So you can see all this is estimated value or estimated loan balance, all zero. Because you know I love free and clear properties. If I were to pay your 160 price, would you be open to me doing it in payments? Right? And this is, I mean, this is a hit list right here. You have a lot of these. Link properties, they own two properties. Here's where they live. What address is this one? Yeah, so this is where they live, and this is this house. So they own it outright. So once again, free and clear properties are my favorite deals of all. So in your area, you've got 630 properties that are sitting on the market, free and clear. People don't live in it. They're already living somewhere else. Because the good news is a lot of times they don't need the money from this sale to buy their next house because they're already in their next house. So these are my favorite ones of all. I would be sending out either direct mail to 630 people. Right now, if you do direct mail, you're going to spend about $1.10 per postcard if you mail the seller. But guys, why would you when they're all sitting on the market and you could just reach out to the agent with the text message, hey, is this available? Would they be open to owner financing? Like just use our script. It's so easy and it's a numbers game. Out of 630, there are going to be some that will say yes to your deal. Guarantee that. It's a numbers game. But here's properties that are free and clear. Will these properties cash flow? If you can get to terms with the seller, then they can cash flow. And that's why I love free and clear properties. Because my challenge is in Florida, if I find a property that they bought recently that has a mortgage on it, that has a 7% rate, it does not cash flow because the payment with the taxes and interest and all that is too high. Simply won't cash flow. So this is a great list right here. Get your free PropStream demo, sign on, download the list, reach out to all of these agents. But look, guys, there's a ton of them. Right? And it even tells you their other address. And if you really want to have fun, let's look for out of absentee owners. Now, the list that I did wasn't even on the market. It was just Monroe County. Where's absentee owners? Okay. These people live out of state. So now I'm down to 56 properties where these people don't even live in the state. This is probably the most refined one of all. So once again, I'm going to go on here. They're asking 268 or 269, I apologize. They don't own any money on it. Linked properties, they own 3 properties. These people live in Texas. They've got 2 properties in Texas, or must be like this house and maybe the lot next door. Or maybe they own both houses. These are 2 houses, so they own both houses. They're both owned free and clear. They own them both for 15 years. So who knows if they're both rentals, but they own both houses. Maybe it turns into my call earlier with Ryan, where maybe they'd be open to doing both of these with terms. Right? But absentee owners, if you listen to our call with Ryan earlier, part of the reason why they wanted to sell is because the seller was moving out of state. These people live in California. So Daniel Young got a house here. They bought it for 90,000. He's trying to sell it for 208. It's been in the market for 157 days. So that's good. He owns 10 properties, this guy. And he owns them all over New Mexico, Missouri, California, Florida, right? You look at his whole portfolio. He owns 10 properties. He owes 7, almost 50. Total value of the property and what his net worth is on this. 3.5 million. So cool. All right, we're gonna get into some Q&A now that we've done that. Make sure I get my questions answered. And then, man, holy cow, we got a lot of questions in here. We got some we could go through real quick. Do I avoid anything with an HOA? Julie asks. Julie, to answer your question, I don't avoid HOAs, but I will certainly make sure I get the HOA rules and restrictions. Sometimes they have a restriction on if I can rent. Sometimes they have restrictions on like you have to own it for a certain amount of time before you're able to rent it, things like that. However, I do own properties in HOAs, but before I move forward with the deal, if I agree to terms with the seller, we're going to write up the deal, and part of my 21-day due diligence, I'm contacting the HOA. I'm going to get a copy of the rules, which are called the bylaws, and I'm also going to chat with them and explain to them, I'm going to buy this. I'm going to turn it into a rental. Are there any restrictions? Short term, mid-term? Is there a waiting list before I'm allowed to rent it? Some communities have that. Some, I ran into a young lady at one of our meetups here, and she owned a property in Northport, Florida. The HOA had a rule that you have to own the property for 2 years before you could rent it. She lived there for a year and a half, moved out, rented it. HOA finds out these people moved in early, told her she had to have the renters removed because it wasn't owned for 2 years, so she can't rent it quite yet. And she had to wait like 4 or 5 more months. So I always want to verify with the HOA what the rules are, and if they're all favorable, then I go ahead and buy it. Don't get caught in the trap. Make sure you call and get all that information before you close, though, for sure. Because I know many people who bought an HOA and if you don't get those rules, you could be in a jam. Great question. And I'm from upstate New York. There's really very little HOAs. Down in Florida, it seems like it's everywhere. And that stands for a homeowners association, which is basically adults telling you what you can and can't do with your own house. I don't love them. But also, too, it prevents wild stuff from happening in your front yard because also Florida starts flordering on us. We got more questions, Abby?
Yep, we do. So Sebastian is asking, when looking at the Reventure app from earlier, we saw that Florida's prices were declining, but I see we're still bullish in purchasing homes in Florida. What markets or submarkets do you feel comfortable acquiring properties? Also, when acquiring via subject to slash mirror app, do you do it via a land trust? These are kind of several
Okay.
questions in one.
Yeah. So to answer your question, whenever I buy a property, I always take deed into a trust. Always. So technically, I don't own anything, but I control everything. And that's the smart way I learned from some really super wealthy people. That's a big lesson there. So I deed everything into a trust, no matter however I'm buying it. Number one. Number two, yeah, I think Florida's dropping. I think Florida's in a crash right now. And the problem with real estate crashes, it doesn't happen in one day, 1 week, 1 month. It's years. It's like a really big boat. It takes a super long time to completely reverse angle. When we hear about 2008 crash, it started crashing in '07. It didn't hit the bottom till 2012. It took 5 years crash. And you don't know, but you could look back and now clearly see it. But when you're in it, it's a little bit challenging because you don't know how far it's going to go. So for me, what do I see when things crash? I see opportunities. And so for me, what am I looking for? I am always looking for cash flowing assets that are in great shape with ultra low interest rates and ultra low payments. Florida's a place where people still want to live. And if I could buy a turnkey, beautiful house in a beautiful neighborhood with $100 down that has a 2.25 interest rate, if the market drops in price, which it probably will, that's okay. I'm willing to withstand the storm and wait it out. But it cash flows, and I'm getting paid 588 on average every month per door. You start getting 30, 40, 50 of those doors. If the market goes up or it goes down, you still make a few hundred thousand a year just getting out of bed in the morning. That's cool with me. I don't recommend maybe like putting all of your eggs in one basket. So hence, I like markets like upstate New York where they don't go up that fast, but they also don't go down that fast from what Reventure was showing. So it's more of a slow steady. So I do get some cash flow there too. But part of the challenge is like it also doesn't jump up a whole lot. So there's some markets that are like sexy, like Florida or Arizona and Phoenix and things like that, because values could tend to explode, but when they drop, boy, they come down. So for me, if they're gonna come down, I need to be making six, seven, 800, $1,000 a month on that property. And if I'm making 1,000 a month on the cash flow, I don't care if the prices are going up or down. I want to keep that thing forever anyways. I'm writing off depreciation. The renters are paying down my debt and I'm getting paid every month. And my interest rates are so low that they're paying down the debt pretty quick too. I'm not paying a lot of interest. And the thing I love about buying the way we do, if anybody's ever looked at the mortgage amortization, where how they spread it all out over 30 years, the beginning first 7 years is a lot more interest than it is principal. A lot more of that's front loaded on interest. But when you're paying a 2 point something percent rate, there's not a whole lot going to interest even in the first place. So you're really hacking at that principal fairly easy. The people that I think will affect more, you bought it at the top of the range, you have a really, really high rate, you've got no way to rent it out, If the numbers are tight, I pass on it. So if I'm not getting paid every month on the deal, I don't want to do it. And that's just my thought on it. So I diversify. I don't put all my eggs in one basket. I'm looking for cash flowing assets with no money down, low rates, beautiful houses, beautiful neighborhoods. Because I think Florida, if it does go up or if it does go down, one thing about Florida, it will still always come back around. Eventually, it will. So unless Florida ends up underwater eventually one day, which who knows, by the time that happens, I'll probably be long gone anyways. So I'm banking Florida on the long term. What's it going to be worth in 30 years from now when I'm elder and I'm semi-retired? I'm never going to be retired because I love what I do. And when I'm not working, I'm doing this. I'm on Reventure app on my time off. I'm on Zillow or PropStream as a hobby because I also do this as a hobby. So really important question there. I love it. Um, Brooke Copeland, Joe, can you talk about your coaching program? I am very interested. Brooke, that is a great question. I would love to chat more about it. If you want to know more about it, I'd love to hop on a call. I'll talk about it now. Abby, if somebody wants to sign up a call with me to talk more about it, can you drop the link below? Even put my cell phone number in there. So if
Yep.
anybody wants to either book a link or you want to just text me and we'll set up a call. I'll probably book that with my assistant Felipa, so we'll get it on the calendar. But this is what we really focus on, guys. This is what I do. So this is just a little snippet of what our coaching program is like. So imagine doing what we did today, 5 days a week. This is what our coaching program is. On Mondays, we spend 2 hours with me every Monday. My buddy Mike Collins is here. Shout out Mike. He's in our group. We hang out every Monday where I call his leads for him. Mike's doing a great job posting into Facebook groups, brings the sellers to our thing, and we call him. We're the only thing that does that. Now, when Mike gets a deal, Joe doesn't take half his deal because I made the call. No, they say yes to a deal. The next step I'm doing is I'm walking Mike through how to do the paperwork next, how to find the attorney who knows how to close it the right way. Make sure he deeds it into a trust and give him the trust paperwork, right? Make sure that he's got the insurance set up the right way, helping him find a rent to own renter for the property, showing him every step. Because if I get you to do it, that's how you learn to do it. Not by watching videos, not by, praying and hoping it happens. Guys, my cell phone number is right there. So if you shoot me a text, like you're going to be not talking to like some person, you're talking to me. And there's my link right there. So if you want to book a call, let's get one on the calendar. And I'd love to dive into it too. But here's the thing. We focus on where you want to buy, how to generate leads, how to handle these leads. And this is why I love our coaching program because we focus on 100% client success. And what we do is we call your leads for you. Mike's been on tons of these calls, and here's it all going on. You saw what happened with Ryan today. That's what our coaching program's like. And then when Ryan's writing up that deal, I'm going to help him every single step of the way. But Ryan and his wife, Alyssa, if you guys follow him, he's out of Buffalo, New York. Right now, they're averaging a deal and a half to 2 deals a month. When we met them 7, 8 months ago, they didn't do any deals yet. Now they're rocking and their business is moving. So it's really excited to help people do that. So for me, we built this on what we needed, what I needed when I first got started. Not a half-hour phone call once a week, for my small group that we do, because you're networking with other people inside of the group who are just started a short time before you, who are doing deals. So it's exciting to see what they're doing, how they're doing it. You're networking. I've got clients doing deals. I've got clients lending money to other people for helping their deals. So there's money people in there. There's people all around the country in there. So if you need boots on the ground somewhere, maybe some of our clients are close to that area or even in that city. So it's pretty awesome. And we're doing the deals actively ourselves. So I'm just pulling back the curtains, guys, on everything that we're doing. So if you want somebody like me talking to your sellers and then getting with you and analyzing that deal with you to make sure it's a bad deal or good deal, amazing deal, take it, right? And then if you don't want the deal yourself, maybe you find an amazing deal, it's just not where you buy. Somebody in the group's going to want to buy it if it's a good deal. And you're confident that they're going to know what to do because they're getting formally educated on how to do it the right way. Because there's nothing slower or more costly than trying to figure it out on your own. Full of mistakes, full of time wasting activities. I could almost cry on how many hours and days I spent working on my dumb logos in the beginning of Joe Buys houses. Guess I never use any of that stuff, guys. The logo doesn't matter. What matters is generating leads, talking to sellers. And unless you're doing those two things, I don't want to hear about nothing else. Not yet. You will get to the other things. But in the beginning, generate you some leads and let's get these people, not for you to cold call them or knock on their door. Let's get them to reach out to you for free. Let us help you call these people because I know for me, it's like, what do I even say to them? Well, let somebody who's done thousands, 20, 30, 40,000 of these phone calls, let us do it for you. Let Brittany call your leads for you. Like, how awesome would it be, everybody, if Brittany could call your leads for you, right? Or Lexi, my acquisition manager, if she could call your leads for you. Because you know what? Lexi runs my support call. There's actually going one right now. So, Mike, when you're here and you're done, if you want to hop on the support call, Lexi's there doing that right now for our clients as we speak. When you're on these calls, there's usually in a group of probably about 10, 12, 15 people. So it's small, it's intimate. We make sure we got all of the questions answered. We make sure that we get all of the calls done. And our number one objective is not to get around each other, hold hands, and sing kumbaya. As wonderful as that is, none of that matters to me, guys. I'm a deal maker and I need to get y'all a deal. And we stay laser focused, razor sharp. And I'm only focusing on things that move the needle forward. And if it's not moving your business forward like it does for mine, then it doesn't matter. We're going to focus on once you buy the property, what do you want to do with it? Do you want to do rent to own? Love it. I love it. Do you want to do short-term rentals? Go do it. It's your property. Do you want to do midterm rentals? Look at Grace. She's one of my clients. Went from one property to 24 in 2 years. Wrote a book with Bigger Pockets just now about how to manage your own properties. Grace is a superstar. She loves midterm rentals. I've never done one before, but I know you've got access to somebody like Grace if you've got questions about it, because they're all in our program. So if you've got questions and you want to just network with other people too and see what's making them successful, guys, it's exactly what we talk about. Generate leads for free, bring them to class, show up to class, let us call these leads for you. Some of them turn into wholesale deals, which you could get a big cash check for. And there were some big old numbers being thrown around yesterday in our support call. And some of these turn into these beautiful houses that I'm buying on seller financing. Because I'll tell you what we focus on is no lead left behind. No lead left behind. Because what that means, the beautiful houses, when I was only looking at junkers, guys, I can never make an offer on those properties. If you had a house I could buy 50 cents on the dollar, that's all I could do. All these motivated people who had a beautiful house, I could never help them until I learned how to do this. Now I can make offers on the beautiful houses. I typically buy with no money down, okay? Remember that? That's what we do, right? So I'm going to buy those properties with no money down, beautiful houses. And then on these junkers, I'm making these appropriate offers. They're not lowball, they're appropriate compared to the condition and me needing to make some money. And I'm going to be able to do both. So no lead left behind means I get big checks wholesaling and I'm using some of that money to buy some of these beautiful properties. If I need access to money, it's in the group. I'm going to do rent to own. So if I got to pay a little bit of money to make the deal happen, I'm going to get that back when my renter moves in. Because my renters give me 10, 15, 20, 30,000 to move into my rentals. They got skin in the game. They're going to behave better because they're not just your typical renter. And they have ideas and visions of owning the property one day. So you don't have to worry about if the door handle gets shaky, you got to call the maintenance guy. My renters do that. I don't even need management because they do all that for us. So this is why we walk you guys through every step of that. So I've already got some messages coming through. So if you're texting me, shout out. I will be getting a hold of you soon, but my thing is blowing up. So there's obviously some people interested. But if you're interested in learning more of how that works, book a call. We're going to spend some time with me. We'll go over all the details, the paperwork that we give you and all the things, but you get support calls with us 5 days a week on Zoom. We have weekend office hours. There's an open Zoom for anybody in our group. They all hop in there on a Saturday and they're all making calls together. So you get 5 days with us and you get weekends where people are just doing it randomly. There's a WhatsApp channel for live support 24/7. So when you go into our WhatsApp channel and you get to see all of the things in here, like this is our small group coaching WhatsApp channel. Like here's the right? Favorite pizza place in St. Pete. Like this is the stuff they're dropping in there. So if you want to be able to be around the people in the WhatsApp channel and have your questions answered in live time whenever, this is a wonderful tool. Thomasina, I'm giving her some shout out. I don't know if she's here today, but talking about somebody being busy, she's a professional model. She travels all over the world. Girl was in Australia for 4 months, still came to class, still was looking for rent to own people for her properties that she owns in Cleveland, Ohio. Complete rock star. And then when you see her, she is legitimately the model investor because she does these amazing shoots. Her problem, she looks so darn good, she almost looks fake. I'm like, Thomasina, you got to take like some normal looking pictures like you and Scrubs. But even with that, I don't think she can like not take a professional picture. She just has that look to her. Like no matter, she doesn't take a bad picture, right? But she's figuring a way to get the business done no matter what. Henry out of Cincinnati, he's a professional pilot, big time pilot, flies all over the place. He's still got a fix and flip right now going, and he's sharing the documentation. So when you're around these people and you're seeing how they're doing it, it's super encouraging. But when you join and you see somebody doing deals, guys, they just started just a short time ago. So if you want to check out who some of these people are, go to our YouTube channel. Not everybody that we've interviewed is in our coaching because we brought in some other people to interview too, but a lot of those people are in our coaching program. Those will be the people you'll network. So when you see Carrie and Natalie and their rock stars in San Diego and crushing it, these are the people you're going to be around. So that's what we do. Whew. How about you ready for this, Abby? I know we have like a slideshow prepared.
Right.
2 times now, I've had 5 hours. I've had 10 hours with you guys over the last 2 months. I haven't even pulled out one slideshow yet. I have way too much fun doing this stuff. Should we even tell him what we have got coming next month, or should I just keep that secret?
Ooh. I don't know. What do you guys think?
He's already confirmed he's
Write it in
coming.
the comments if you want to know what we've got coming up, or if you want it to be a surprise.
Yeah, exactly. One thing I was gonna say too. Um, I saw the question earlier. How do you know like when you have enough monthly income coming in to quit your job? I'm gonna go over a story that I really liked. It resonated with me. Who in here has heard of the book Rich Dad Poor Dad by Robert and Kim Kiyosaki? Okay, awesome book. Sells a bestseller all around the globe for decades and decades and decades. If you didn't put that one on your list, guys. It's really great. Well, Jen and myself are the educators for the Rich Dad Poor Dad Real Estate for Creative Finance. Okay. We got to meet Kim Kiyosaki, Robert Kiyosaki's wife, ex-wife. They just officially got divorced, but I don't know if that's public yet, so I should probably not have said that. Either way, sorry. It'll be out if it wasn't, but more recent. Either way, Kim gets on stage and we were sitting there chatting one day, and she mentions that in the 1990s, they had enough properties that were bringing them in $10,000 a month. When they could bring in $10,000 a month from their rentals, that's when they both quit their jobs and wrote the book Rich Dad Poor Dad. And the reason why they did that was because their monthly expenses were $3,000 a month. So their monthly expenses were $3,000 a month. They were generating from their rental properties $10,000 a month. So they had more than enough income to support their lifestyle and to still build. And that's when they had free time now. They weren't stuck both going to work. They both had time to sit down and kind of clear their heads. And that's when they wrote the book Rich Dad Poor Dad, which then turned into a global sensation. So to everybody, that's going to be a personal thing of how many properties do you need? How many cash flowing properties? And that equates to dollars. How much money do you need to pull in every month before you're able to quit your job? So here's the three numbers. We got some really great training years ago. We worked with a company who was a consultant for us, and they said you got to have three numbers. What is the bare minimum you'd have to make a month to pay your bills and to eat and maybe go out to dinner like once a month? What is that number? If you're listening, write that down. You don't have to give the number, but write this down. The second number is if you were able to pay all of your bills, eat well, go out to dinner maybe a few times a month, and maybe even go on a vacation or two a year, right? What is that number? And then what is the number that you could do all of those things and vacation even more but also start giving back. Maybe I'm donating to charities. Maybe I'm helping. Maybe I'm starting my own fund. Whatever that means, right? Maybe it's donating to your church. But what number would that have to be? And so to help answer your questions, you're going to answer it for yourself. But I know when I heard that from one of my coaches back in 2020, first thing I did was sat down with Jen. I was like, okay, how much is this? How much is this? How much is this? How much do we pay for the kids' piano? How much is this? Like car payments. Like, my wife doesn't, if I take her out to dinner, she's not going to like me taking her to McDonald's. That's a no-fly zone for a fancy night out, right? I got to take her somewhere nice. I'm going to spend a few bucks there, maybe even have a glass of wine or two, like expensive dinner, right? And I would book that out. And then I said, okay, well, if we could do that more often, even save a little bit, what would that be? And then like, what's the number like at that number or above, like life is amazing? So there's the three numbers which you want to figure out, but what's the first one, at least to get you breaking even, right? To get you out of there, out of your situation or to start really helping. So those are your three numbers, guys, but to find, do that. Do that little fun exercise. So did I have anybody? So, okay, nobody wants to know what it's like. I see one person that says spill, share, share, share. Um, I don't know if that's enough. All right, you guys might have to
I
wait till
don't
the
think so.
Okay, I see a couple more popping in. I see, well, because Mike Collins gave me the thumbs up. So, all right, now
Oh,
I'm getting
we're
a lot of
getting
shares.
more now.
All right, see, now everybody's popping in. Maybe just everybody was taking notes and maybe their hands were off the keyboard for a minute. So I'm going to give you guys some credit. So next month, guys, we've got Brent Daniels from TTP coming in, who is also one of the educators for Rich Dad Poor Dad. And if you don't know Brent Daniels, guys, he does well. Just wholesaling alone, $3-4 million a year. He does PPC business. He does a lot of amazing things. He's now the licensed coach for Rich Dad Poor Dad. He's going to be sharing some of the details of how to get you guys some wholesale deals. If anybody wants to get a big old check, you got to come to the next one because it's going to be amazing. You're going to be the first people to hear about it. I haven't put it out anywhere yet, but he's coming next week or next month at our event. I got one more person. We're waiting to confirm. Also, absolutely amazing. I'm not spoiling that one yet until they say yes. Brent told me he's in. I've been trying to get him on twice, and every single time he's got a class going or he's flying here or he's doing this. Mr. TTP in the house. I've been in Phoenix with him a bunch of times. He's come here. We have hung out. A great friend of ours. Um, he sends me some pretty fun text messages. I think he and his wife just, at the end of the day, they're kicking loose. And once in a while, I get a random text message from him talking some funny smack. But he's a great, wonderful dude, great friend. And he's going to be here next month too. So if you want to be able to ask him some questions too, and you want to see somebody where if you look at Brent Daniels, go back on his Instagram, Facebook a couple years ago. Like he wasn't anywhere what he's doing now, but he's been doing this for a long time now. And he's really built an amazing business. So when you want to talk about when I see these people on these videos, I was like, they must be like something really incredible. He's just a normal dude who took action, talked to people, and found out how to grow this into a business, works for himself, has an amazing family, amazing life, and is doing things on his terms. And one of the best givers I've ever met, and one of the nicest, genuine human beings, guys, you'll ever meet. And I mean that. He's a really good guy. So I'm super excited to have him on next month. Say that date again, Abby.
March 14th.
Bam. All right, cool, guys. There we go. If you liked it, give us a shout out. Make sure you're in our Facebook group. Go subscribe to the YouTube channel because we have some stuff just for YouTube on there. Make sure you like the podcast. And if you can, give us a review on the podcast. If we aren't hitting 5 stars, tell me what I need to do first because I want to get some 5-star reviews on our podcast, Creative Finance Playbook. Go check that out. Spotify, YouTube, it's all on there. And then make sure you're in our group because we share a lot of things there too. But this next one, next month, is going to be super impactful. So if anybody needs to connect, I've got more text messages coming. So let's make sure that I will get that call scheduled right away. And then also click the link, guys, and we'd be more than thrilled to help. So other than that, thank you so much, Abby, for being the most amazing co-host today and being on here. And thank you all for coming and spending your Friday with me. I hope you got some things you're going to do. Now, here's the big step. Go take some freaking action. Go get your posts. Go join your Facebook groups. You got our scripts. Abby's going to email everybody who came today our realtor script. You got our big script already. So now, guys, there's nothing stopping you. Generate leads, talk to these people. When they have a motivated seller, get on that phone and talk to them. Okay, guys, and keep rocking. Love to see y'all. We'll see you next month. See you guys. Bye. Thank you, Abby. Thanks everybody for coming.
Bye, guys.